Chapter 1502. The development of the situation was just as Shimuping had predicted. Xiaohua's speed did not stop increasing. Instead, it became even faster. In less than an hour, he had escaped from the range of the Four's divine sense. The Four could no longer lock onto Xiaohua. Fellow Taoists, what should we do? Now that things had reached this point, Qiayu was no longer anxious and spoke slowly. Naturally, we should chase him to the north. Kai Hongfeng said anxiously. Xiaohua is really cunning. Just now, he repeatedly changed his method to escape. I'm afraid, once he escapes from our divine sense, he'll escape to another direction. If we blindly head north, we'll fall into his trap. Shimuping said thoughtfully while rubbing his chin. Jihe opened his mouth, wanting to say something, but stopped. The four of them were all Foundation establishment cultivators and had used their divine sense for many years. If they couldn't lock onto Xiaohua with their divine sense, they would be like ordinary people without eyes. No matter what, it was like a blind man touching an elephant. I think that since Xiaohua wants to run for his life, he naturally has a guilty conscience. Qianqinghua's item is most likely on him. Qiayu thought for a moment and said, but this item belongs to the Imperial Thunder sect. Xiaohua is just a little fifth-layer qi refining cultivator, so he definitely has no use for it. Oh, I won't hide it from fellow Taoist Kai. Xiaohua definitely can't use that item. The flame on his body shouldn't be what we're looking for. Since Xiaohua can't use this item, then he must have sent it to the Imperial Thunder sect. Although our three sects can't completely fall out with the Imperial Thunder sect, we can send people around the Imperial Thunder sect to investigate. We've already made some contributions by finding out about Xiaohua's matter. Our sect's disciples only need to follow the map, saving us a lot of effort. Jihe sighed and echoed, fellow Taoist Che's words are exactly what I was thinking. 4 Foundation establishment cultivators actually let a fifth-layer qi refining loose cultivator escape. It's really shameful. However, this is also the truth. It's undeniable that even if we continue to pursue like this, it won't work. How about this? I will continue to drive the ship to the north. Fellow Taoist Xie will send a message to the east. Fellow Taoist Nai will send a message to the west. Fellow Taoists, what do you think? Shimuping suddenly said. Great. Everyone applauded. Only Kai Hongfeng was a little embarrassed. He smiled apologetically and said, I wonder, how can I help? Hehe, fellow Kai has been out for a long time. It's better for you to return to Qingyang first. Wait for I to report to my master. Our Xianghua sect will remember fellow Kai's hard work here. Qiayu cupped his hands and said, Sigh. Kai Hongfeng sighed inwardly for no reason, but he didn't dare to show it on his face. He cupped his hands and said, That's good. Then I wish you the best. With that, he leaped into the air and prepared to fly away. But then he called out, Fellow Taoist Kai, Jinhua Mountain won't divulge this matter. I'm sure only fellow Taoist Kai of the Qingyang Kai clan knows about this, right? Kai Hongfeng turned his head and smiled bitterly. Is Ai's face not also a face? After saying that, he turned around and flew away. Humph, Shimuping scoffed. If this fellow had told us earlier, we wouldn't have been so embarrassed. Let's go. Qiayu cupped his hands and said, Fellow Taoist Shi, it's been hard on you. We'll immediately find a disciple to help us. No matter, it's been hard on us. Fellow Taoist Xie is the same. Shimuping smiled. But Naiha stopped Qiayu and said with a smile, Fellow Taoist Xie, Ai's martial uncle is currently visiting an old friend in the east. If it's convenient, why don't you leave the east side to my 7 skills sect? Of course. Fellow Taoist Naiha, please. Qiayu didn't hesitate and cupped his hands and smiled. Thank you very much. Naiha smiled and flew out of the flywheel ship with Qiayu. They went their separate ways. Naiha's body moved like lightning and quickly flew a few miles to the east. He scanned with his divine sense and saw that there wasn't anyone nearby. He clapped his hand, and the plate-shaped magic treasure from before fell into his hand. He pointed his hand and saw a blurry red dot at the edge of the plate. It was slowly moving towards the east and was about to break free from the plate. This fellow is really fast at escaping. Naiha sneered and clapped his hand. He took out several communication talismans and activated them with his magic power. They all flew into the sky and flew in different directions. Then Naiha's body wasn't slow either. He held the magic treasure in his hand and flew towards the east. If Naiha had his own methods, how could the other two not? Qiaoyu also flew for a while before stopping in the air. He clapped his hand, and an exquisite talisman appeared in his hand. He spat out a mouthful of essence blood, and the talisman suddenly expanded into the shape of a crane. Qiaoyu chanted and pointed at the crane's eye. The crane let out a clear cry and circled around a few times before spreading its wings and flying towards the northeast. Damn it! Seeing the crane-searching talisman fly towards the northeast, Qiaoyu was about to stomp his feet in the air. Naiha actually knows how to play tricks. I let him take the lead. Then he also threw a bunch of communication talismans in the air and chased after the crane-searching talisman. As for Shimuping, his gaze followed the three people flying away, and his face revealed a sneer. Hee, other than that country bumpkin Kai Hongfeng, who doesn't know how to use his divine sense, which of us disciples of the three great sects doesn't know how to cultivate when we reach the foundation establishment stage? Qiaoyu and Naiha are pretending to be regretful. How could I not know? However, this is also good. Let's see whose methods are better. If the three sects are together, I'm afraid they will tear each other's faces. Xiaohua, do you think a fifth-layer qi refining cultivator can escape from the hands of foundation establishment stage cultivators? As he spoke, Shimuping clapped his hand on the flywheel boat, and a unique spell was cast. The flywheel boat immediately became twice as fast as before. Moreover, Shimuping didn't even need to guide it with his divine sense. The flywheel boat flew in the direction Xiaohua flew in. What a pity. Xiaohua thought he had stolen a trick, and was actually able to escape from the hands of 4 foundation establishment stage cultivators. However, he didn't know the real reason was that he had become the target of everyone's schemes. Fortunately, Xiaohua, who was flying far ahead, didn't casually find a place to hide his cultivation base. Instead, he urged the magic power in his body. On one hand, he was refining the vast amount of fire attribute spiritual qi in his body. On the other hand, he was desperately urging his magic power, pushing the flight technique to the limit again and again. Are you kidding me? Naiha, who was the closest to Xiaohua, looked at the formation plate in his hand with great vexation. Although Xiaohua changed directions from time to time, he was still generally heading north. However, his tracks were always at the edge of Naiha's formation plate. Many times he even disappeared. He should have escaped the detection range of the formation plate. Thinking about how he had already used nearly 90% of his magic power to urge the flight technique, Naiha knew how fast Xiaohua was flying. However, Naiha still didn't dare to relax. He knew that Qiaoyu and Shimuping both had methods to chase in other directions. If he slacked off even a little, that thing would fall into the hands of Shang Huazong and Xuanyan School. Naiha was like this. Qiaoyu and Shimuping were the same. The crane-searching talisman and the flywheel boat also flew and stopped, but they weren't shaken off by Xiaohua. After flying like this for several days, Qiaoyu and the others didn't catch up to Xiaohua. There were also no disciples of the three great sects blocking Xiaohua's path. However, Xiaohua's cultivation base had steadily entered the middle stage of the 5th layer of qi refining. However, although Xiaohua had refined an extremely large amount of spiritual qi, there was still an extremely large amount of fire attribute spiritual qi in his meridians. Xiaohua couldn't imagine how far his cultivation could break through if he could refine all the spiritual qi into true qi. However, at this moment, Xiaohua wasn't thinking about how to break through, but rather, he was too tired. That's right, from the time Xiaohua attacked the Fu clan in Jinhua Mountain, to the time when the Fu clan in Skyward Pavilion met with trouble, and then when the three great sects of cultivation chased after him, Xiaohua racked his brains to escape. Xiaohua's body and mind were both extremely exhausted, especially after his entire body absorbed the fire essence flame crystal. It was as if it had been tempered anew. It was indeed comfortable, but at the same time, it revealed a kind of indescribable sorrow. I should rest for a while. Xiaohua's figure landed on the foothills of a mountain, wanting to find a secret place to rest at this moment, in the northern direction, in a forest that was as green as the sea. The Empress, who was about 20 years old and wearing fiery red clothes, leisurely strolled with a drooping little girl. These two people seemed to be walking slowly, as if they were admiring the beautiful mountain scenery. However, in the blink of an eye, the distance of several dozen zhang was left behind by them. These two people seemed to be one with their surroundings, but also seemed to be completely separated. Everything around them was lively because of their existence, but they were also quiet because of everything around them. The gentle mountain breeze didn't blow the Empress bangs on her forehead, and the gurgling water also didn't wet the Empress' bare feet under her skirt. Everything was so harmonious. Empress, the little girl lowered her head to look at the small marten in her hand, and said very sadly, "It seems this little thing hasn't made a sound all this time? Could it be? Sai Dyer, everything in the world has a life and death. Whether it is an autumn plant or a flying firefly, they all have a beginning and an end. This little thing, I'm afraid it has already reached the end of its life. This end may be the end in our eyes, but who knows, maybe this is the beginning of another kind?" The Empress' words were mysterious and profound, as if she was referring to something else, but how could Dyer understand? She frowned and said, "This servant only wants this little thing to live well. Seeing it have vitality, this servant is also happy. As for its other beginning, this servant doesn't want to think about it." The Empress felt that this was a good opportunity to teach, and was just about to open her mouth when she saw the small marten suddenly raise its head, a trace of excitement flashing through its eyes. It opened its mouth and very soundlessly shouted a few words. Dyer was pleasantly surprised and said loudly, "Empress, Empress, quickly, quickly. This little thing found its mother." A trace of pleasant surprise also flashed through the Empress' face. She waved her big sleeves and no longer strolled leisurely, but like a comet chasing after the moon, she directly shot towards the south. In the distance, Xiaohua had just found a secret place and was about to go into seclusion. Suddenly, he felt a pain in his heart, and a few mournful cries sounded in his heart. "Mother! Mother!" Chapter 1503. Hearing this heart-wrenching cry, Xiaohua was no longer able to meditate. He pushed open the hole that was just sealed and flew towards the source of the cry. In the distance, Qiayu and Shimuping didn't say anything, but Nanai he stomped his feet. Damn it, that bastard clearly stopped and seemed to want to hide. But why did he come out again? Moreover, he's heading straight north? Could it be that he already discovered the divine sense mark on his body? Since Xiaohua ignored his exhaustion and flew north, he naturally used all his magic power and pushed his flying technique to the limit. "Just run." Seeing that Xiaohua was about to disappear from the formation plate again, Qiayu secretly laughed. "We've already sent out a message. The martial brothers of our sect are rushing over from various teleportation formations. The further north you fly, the closer you'll be to the teleportation formation." In the blink of an eye, another day passed. Under the blood-red sunset, Xiaohua was hurrying on with his journey when he saw an unparalleled divine sense sweep past him from afar. It circled around Xiaohua's body and firmly locked onto him. Damn it! This divine sense is even stronger than Qian Qinghua's late-stage foundation establishment. Could it be that the seniors of the three sects personally made a move? Xiaohua thought to himself. Since there was a hungry wolf in front of him, Xiaohua clenched his teeth and activated his magic power, wanting to fly east. At this moment, from the emergence of the divine sense, a few more cries of mother were transmitted. Xiaohua was somewhat hesitant. He really didn't know what the relationship between him and his mother was. Moreover, in front of him was clearly an opponent whose strength was beyond his reach. If he took advantage of this opportunity to escape, he might still have a chance. If he continued to fly forward, he would only be a moth to a flame. After hesitating for a moment, Xiaohua dejectedly stopped. He knew in his heart that the heart-wrenching feeling in his heart couldn't be wrong. Even if there was an opponent who could easily kill him in front of him, he definitely couldn't throw away this obsession and escape. Xiaohua once again activated his magic power. This time, he didn't use the Heavenly Laws embodiment technique. He only used the fifth layer of qi refinement and braced himself to fly forward. In the time it takes for an incense stick to burn, a fiery red figure rapidly flew over from the north. Xiaohua had just seen that figure when it landed in front of him. What kind of cultivation is this? Xiaohua was stunned for a moment. He blankly stopped in midair and looked at the Empress in fiery red clothes under the beautiful sunset glow. Her incomparable beauty and temperament. Mother! The small marten in Dyer's hand suddenly sprang out of Dyer's hand. It struggled to shake its tail and rushed to Xiaohua's side. Unfortunately, it only flew halfway before the small marten was exhausted and fell straight down from the sky. Ouch! Dyer cried out in alarm, but Xiaohua was even faster, flying towards little Marten. That heartwarming cry of mother resounded in his heart, causing him to involuntarily reply, "Little Huang." "Mother." Goldie fell straight to the ground. Its eyes were already closed, and the life force in its body was rapidly draining away. Xiao Huang. Xiao Hua easily caught Xiao Huang. The coldness in his hand startled him. Are you little Huang's mother? The Empress didn't say anything. Dyer tilted her head and looked at Xiao Hua in astonishment. You seem to be only at the Qi refinement realm. How could you be a divine transformation realm spirit beast? Then Dyer turned her head and said, Empress, this little thing's mother. Why does it look like a man? What kind of spirit beast is he? Empress? Xiao Hua was stunned. He looked at the beautiful woman, then looked at the little girl whose cultivation was comparable to the peak of the Qi refinement realm and the naivety on her face. He bitterly smiled and didn't answer. Instead, he lowered his head and gently stroked Goldie's smooth fur. His eyes were filled with doting love. Dyer, you're wrong. This person is a genuine human cultivator from the cultivation world. He's not some spirit beast transformation stage cultivator. The Empress was naturally able to see through Xiao Hua's background and answered Dyer with a smile. But at this moment, the Empress frowned. She slightly raised her head and looked into the distance. She chuckled and said, Little friend, we really met at the right time. Xiao Hua smiled apologetically and said, Junior was indeed being chased by a strong enemy, and when I heard Xiao Huang's call, I ran over to Nyang Nyang's side. If Nyang Nyang is convenient, then please help this junior. If not, then this junior will find another way out. Empress. Dyer looked at little Huang with her big eyes and whispered, Little Huang is so pitiful. He just saw his mother. You wouldn't. Hee little friend. The Empress waved her hand and removed the divine sense mark on Xiao Hua's body. She smiled and said, You have someone else's divine sense mark on you. Even if you run to the ends of the earth, you will still be found. Then she waved her big sleeve again and flew towards the west. Ah, how did he disappear? As the Empress removed the divine sense mark on Xiao Hua's body, Xiao Hua's faint red dot on the formation plate immediately disappeared. Could it be a fellow Taoist from the Imperial Thunder sect came to receive him? Similarly, Chieyu's crane-searching talisman and Shimuping's flywheel boat also stopped in midair and didn't fly at all. Sigh! The three people sighed almost at the same time. However, they couldn't stop and still flew towards the direction Xiao Hua had just disappeared. The Empress's flight was naturally swift. In the time it took to eat a meal, she had already flown an unknown distance and landed on a foothill under the night sky. As soon as he landed, Xiao Hua bowed and said, This junior thanks the Empress for saving my life. No matter. The Empress smiled and said, What's your name? Why are you this little thing's mother? Tell me. Xiao Hua scratched his head and smiled apologetically. I won't hide it from the Empress. This junior's name is Xiao Hua, and I am a loose cultivator. Moreover, this junior has lost his memory long ago. I don't remember anything from the past. It's only because little Huang and this junior's minds are connected. Otherwise, this junior wouldn't dare to admit it. Is that so? You've already lost your memory. How do you know your name is Xiao Hua? Dai Ber asked curiously. This junior's name was given by my previous sect. Xiao Hua's heart moved, and he told the Empress about Shang Huaming. However, the Empress's expression didn't change in the slightest. This caused Xiao Hua's thoughts to stop moving. Oh, so it's like that. The Empress looked at little Huang with some pity. It was as if little Huang's fate was more important than the lives of a few cultivators. She thought for a moment and said, Poor little Huang. He came looking for you, but you still don't know his origins. And, if you don't worry, let this Empress take a look at your Naiwan palace and see what exactly is wrong. Xiao Hua frowned. This matter was very dangerous. If the Empress had a trace of evil intent, he would be a fish on the chopping board. The Empress seemed to understand Xiao Hua's thoughts and said with a smile, This Empress will only casually take a look at your Naiwan palace. I definitely won't look at other places. This Empress only wants little Huang to have some comfort before he dies. Don't think too much. And okay. I asked the Empress to cast the spell. Xiao Hua thought for a moment and nodded. Sit down cross-legged and don't resist. Otherwise, this Empress's spell won't work. The Empress said. After Xiao Hua sat down cross-legged, the Empress urged her spiritual power, and a tricolored brilliance appeared on her fair right hand. The Empress slowly placed her right hand on Xiao Hua's Baihui acupoint and pressed the brilliance into it. However, before the brilliance entered, the Empress' originally calm face suddenly showed a burst of astonishment. She quickly raised her hand, and the tricolored brilliance immediately popped out. After that, the Empress stood behind Xiao Hua with an extremely complicated expression. She frowned and thought for a moment. Then, she flicked her finger and a strand of three-colored brilliance flashed through Xiao Hua's Naiwan palace and seeped into his meridians. Xiao Hua, don't be nervous. This Empress. Oh, okay. The Empress's words had just left her mouth when the three-colored brilliance reached Xiao Hua's Shanzhong acupoint. It immediately stopped and quickly retracted back into the Empress's hand. Oh, how is it? Empress, did you find anything? Xiao Hua stood up and asked with an expectant look in his eyes. Alas, this Empress's cultivation is limited. I really didn't see anything wrong with little friend's body. The Empress said with a smile and glanced at Daiber. Daiber originally wanted to speak, but when she saw the Empress's gaze, she could only shut her mouth. Since that's the case, this junior doesn't dare to force it. This junior is already used to it. Everything will come to light one day. This junior will wait, Xiao Hua said with a smile. Then Xiao Hua looked at Xiao Huang in his hand and said sincerely, Empress, although this junior can't remember the matter between Xiao Huang and me, this junior is undoubtedly Xiao Huang's relative. Therefore, the Empress returned Xiao Huang to this junior and saved this junior's life. This junior is endlessly grateful. This junior's cultivation is shallow, and my ability is limited. However, if the Empress has something that is inconvenient for her to do, please instruct me. You. Daiber at the side pouted and said disdainfully, your cultivation is not as profound as I. What are you instructing me for? Dire. The Empress scolded, that's a small token of my appreciation. Don't say too much. Xiao Hua's face was full of embarrassment. He said with a smile, it's fine, it's fine. This junior's cultivation is shallow. The Empress looked at Xiao Hua and patted her storage bag. She took out a dark green object and handed it over. She said, since you have such thoughts, how about this? When you cultivate to the middle stage of foundation establishment, take out this thing. It will bring you to find this Empress. This Empress indeed has a troublesome matter here that requires others to do. Xiao Hua respectfully received it and put it in his sleeve. He said, many thanks for the Empress's trust. This junior will definitely find the Empress when the time comes. The Empress waved her hand and said, this Empress just happened to see that there is a lot of fire spiritual energy in your meridians. If you refine it yourself, I'm afraid it will take a lot of time. How about this Empress help you? Xiao Hua's face showed gratitude. He bowed and said, many thanks for the Empress's good intentions. However, this junior has received a lot of grace from the Empress. It's better for this junior to do it himself. That's good too. Cultivating on your own will always have a solid foundation. The Empress looked at Xiao Huang again and sighed. Xiao Huang, this Empress is leaving. Daiber also said goodbye with tears in her eyes. Chapter 1504. The imperial concubine and Daiber flew slowly through the starry night sky. After a long time, Daiber coughed and looked at the imperial concubine several times with her big black eyes. If you have something to say, just say it. The Empress said unhappily, you've been holding it in for so long, you still don't want to ask? The Empress is really wise, this servant can't compare to you in this life. Daiber sighed and pretended to be mature. I don't know. Little Huang, is he okay now? Alas, I'm afraid his soul has already returned to the underworld. The imperial concubine also sighed and said in a low voice, even if Xiao Huang has found his mother, the injuries he suffered are very serious. Even this imperial concubine is helpless, so what can Xiao Hua do? Giving little Huang to him can also be considered as avoiding the separation of life and death. After coming to this dawn-rain continent for several years, the Empress's heart, seems to have softened a lot. Daiber said with a chuckle, you little girl, what are you saying? The Empress frowned and scolded. How can you be so impudent? This servant knows her mistake. This servant knows her mistake. Daiber immediately apologized, but how was that the appearance of someone who knew her mistake? She blinked again and said with a smile, that Xiao Hua is really funny. He's obviously a male cultivator of the cultivation world, but little Huang still calls him mother. He's far worse than what this servant thought. Hearing this, the Empress also covered her mouth with a smile. That smile was so charming that even the bright moon paled in comparison. Of course, this Empress also thought it was a big yellow. Who knew it was actually a big man? Oh right, Empress, look at that Xiao Hua's amnesia. Is there something wrong? Why don't you let this servant ask? Daiber took the opportunity to ask again. Alas, although this Xiaohua's origin is unknown, since little Huang calls him mother, he must have an extraordinary origin. The empress looked up at the starry sky and sighed slightly. But this empress still underestimated Xiaohua. Huh? Why is that? Dyer was puzzled. Isn't this guy just a 5th-level qi refining cultivator? What kind of background could he have? I don't know about Xiaohua's background, but I do know that Xiaohua's Naiwen Palace has been sealed by someone using a divine ability. And this cultivator's cultivation, even I don't dare to rashly provoke him? How is this possible? Daiber covered her mouth in surprise and said in a low voice, he's just a so-called qi refining cultivator. How could he? That's right. I was also puzzled, so I probed his dantian. Who knew? His middle dantian had also been sealed by someone with a divine ability. Ah? Dyer exclaimed again. Xiaohua is cultivating the middle dantian? That was the cultivation method used by the ancient, so-called qi practitioners when they first tried to gather qi, right? Now, not only the 10,000 demon realm, but also the cultivation realm, they should have long been extinct, right? Dyer asked 3 questions in a row, and all of them were confirmed. The empress smiled bitterly and shook her head. These are the mysteries of the desolate age, ancient legends. I can't be sure, so, once I encountered this kind of restriction, I immediately withdrew the technique, lest I provoke the person who cast the restriction and bring disaster to me or Xiaohua. Since Xiaohua's middle dantian and Naiwen Palace have only been sealed by someone, and his cultivation is at the 5th level of qi refining, then he must be cultivating the cultivation method used by the cultivation realm today. Since that person allowed Xiaohua to freely cultivate, Xiaohua shouldn't be in any trouble for the time being. But if I touched the restriction and that person found out, Xiaohua would naturally be in trouble. Seeing Dyer's puzzlement, the empress explained. Moreover, the restriction on Naiwen Palace and Middle Dantian is very mysterious. If I hadn't practiced a special divine ability, I wouldn't have been able to detect it at that time. And in this cultivation realm, if a cultivator isn't at the tribulation passing stage, I'm afraid they also wouldn't be able to detect it. Then the empress said, there's a saying in the cultivation realm here, the ignorant are fearless. Xiaohua being completely ignorant of his own situation is also a kind of happiness. Maybe he'll have some kind of opportunity in the future. Speaking up to here, the empress smiled bitterly. Even she didn't dare to provoke someone, so how could Xiaohua have any kind of opportunity? This servant understands. If the empress didn't say anything, Xiaohua would have seriously cultivated. If he knew he had such a powerful enemy, I'm afraid he wouldn't have any desire to improve. And that's more or less the case. Then, this servant is even more puzzled. Dyer asked again, since Xiaohua doesn't have any future prospects, why did the empress still give him the spirit-transmitting talisman? Wouldn't it be a waste to leave it in his hands? Girl, you were still clear just now. How come you're confused now? The empress pointed at Dyer's forehead and said, this empress brought little yellow to him and saved him from danger. If I don't give him a chance to repay me, his Tao heart will be shackled, and it might affect his cultivation. This servant said so. Empress, your heart is getting more and more meticulous. This trip to the Dawn Rain continent is really not in vain. Dyer said with a smile. Hee, the Dawn Rain continent is the human cultivation realm. Life, death, happiness, anger, sorrow, love, and hatred are indeed rare in my 10,000 demon realm. Traveling again is really beneficial to this empress's cultivation. This empress has already felt that the bottleneck that hasn't moved for hundreds of years is showing signs of loosening. The empress smiled. Congratulations, empress. Daiber immediately saluted in the air. That etiquette was different from all the etiquettes in the Dawn Rain continent. Get up. You've worked hard this time. There will be benefits for you when you return. These words made Daiber even happier. Her big eyes curved like crescent moons. As for Xiaohua, after the empress and Dyer left, he looked around and found a secluded place. He used the earth escape technique to escape into the ground. He found a place to hide and stopped. Then, he used the tip of the devil's spear to dig a hole the size of a person in the ground. Then, Xiaohua sat cross-legged and raised Little Yellow in front of his eyes. At this time, Little Yellow was almost lifeless and motionless. Xiaohua looked at it with heartache. His heart was torn for no reason. If only I saw Little Yellow earlier. Xiaohua secretly regretted. Then, his eyes fell on the vertical crack on Little Yellow's forehead. Little Yellow also has a crack here. It seems to be exactly the same as the one on my left hand. Could it be that there's something strange here? However, the crack on Little Yellow's forehead was the same as the crack on Xiaohua's left hand. It was tightly closed, and he couldn't see what it was. That's right. In my space, the Iceworm King egg can slowly recover. I wonder if Little Yellow... Xiaohua suddenly thought. He immediately waved his hand, and Little Yellow disappeared from his hand and was sent into the space. Sure enough, when Little Yellow entered the space, the light of tracing light shone on Little Yellow's body. After waiting for a while, Little Yellow's big tail swayed slightly as if it was enjoying it. Good. Seeing this, Xiaohua immediately clapped his hands and said with a smile, "That's good. Even if I can't cure you, as long as I can save your life, I won't be a mother in vain." Then, Xiaohua took out the Mimi from the space and put it on his body. Then, he closed his eyes and concentrated on circulating the Heavenly Laws embodiment technique. He refined the fire attribute spiritual energy in his meridians one by one and slowly raised his cultivation. 1 day, 2 days, 1 month, 2 months. Time flew by quickly. In just a few days, the Splendid Sect, Xuanyan School, and Qiqiao Sect sent a large number of disciples to the place where Xiaohua disappeared to begin a search. Although the place where Xiaohua went into seclusion was extremely far from the place where he disappeared, the 3 sects still sent many disciples to search this place. However, Xiaohua didn't leak his magic energy and only immersed his mind into the space. On one hand, he comprehended the heavenly Tao, and on the other, he cultivated. This realm was something that even the splendid sects Sun Yunzi couldn't detect, let alone these foundation establishment cultivators. Xiaohua disappeared under the eyes of the 3 sects. Of course, this matter was related to the reputation of the 3 sections. Just like what Qiaoyu said, anyone could know, but no one could say it out loud. Therefore, Xiaohua's disappearance didn't cause any waves in the cultivation world of the country of Xi. And even if someone was thinking about it, it could only be a coincidence. They were thinking about when Xiaohua would return the refining method of the Yunqing talisman. However, in addition to the coincidence, there was another person who no one could think of who was also thinking about Xiaohua. Far outside of Jingpa City, in a secluded mountain stream, a large blood-colored fog shrouded the entire mountain stream. In the blood-colored fog, all the flowers and plants in the mountain stream withered and countless small fish in the stream flipped their bellies. In the middle of the blood-colored fog, there was a small cave. Inside the cave, the blood-colored fog was even thicker. Several fist-sized moonstones couldn't penetrate the blood-colored fog and couldn't shine on the slightly fat human figure in the middle of the blood-colored fog. At this moment, the blood-colored fog above the human figure was like a drop of blood that was gradually dispersing. When the blood-colored fog gradually solidified around the human figure, it formed a circular space. The human figure began to gradually become clearer. This clarity was clearly separated from the blood-colored fog, and there was a gap of about half a foot in between. However, this human figure didn't seem to have any flesh and blood. Only white bones and a layer of shriveled skin were tightly connected together. Immediately after, the human figure stretched out its hand and picked up a golden mother-child spirit fruit from the ground in front of it. Looking at the thick golden runes on the mother-child spirit fruit, needless to say, it was the one that Xiaohua sold in Yenyuan City. At this moment, this mother-child spirit fruit was somewhat different from before. Within the golden color, there was a faint sparkling and translucent brilliance. The skeleton-like hand of the human figure threw the mother-child spirit fruit into the air and then spat out a mouthful of life essence on the spirit fruit. The mother-child spirit fruit suddenly swelled. When it swelled to the size of a person, the skeleton-like hand drew a line at the bottom of the spirit fruit. A golden liquid that emitted a rich fragrance mixed with countless golden runes was poured into the human figure's Baihui acupoint. Immediately after, the skeleton-like human figure's mouth kept chanting, and his hands kept making strange seals. From time to time, he would hit himself and the spirit fruit above his head. As the golden liquid flowed in, the human figure gradually filled up. After the time it took to drink a cup of tea, the mother-child spirit fruit in the air had completely shriveled up, leaving only a thin layer of fruit skin. The human figure's bones and skin also had a sense of density. However, things weren't over yet. The human figure then sat down cross-legged and made an even stranger seal. Endless spiritual energy between heaven and earth penetrated the blood mist and entered the human figure's limbs and bones. The human figure gradually emitted a faint golden brilliance. Chapter 1505. The pale golden brilliance continued to increase, forcing the blood-red fog to scatter and churn. After the time it took to eat a meal, the brilliance seemed to have reached its limit. With a sudden flash, it quickly converged, revealing the human figure within the pale golden brilliance. At this time, the human figure was no longer as withered as before. His limbs and body were full, just like an ordinary person. However, the head of this human figure was still blocked by some hazy brilliance, and the true face could not be seen clearly. Then the human figure stood up, raised his head and laughed. Ha ha. Countless years of hard work always failed at the last step. No matter how much I racked my brains, I never thought that, when I was at the end of my rope, there would be a turn for the better. Li Zongbao. Have you ever thought that I would have such a day? Old man? Damn it. Why do I always call myself that? Am I old? Then the human figure chuckled and said to himself, I'm a handsome young man. How can it be me? Although Qing Fengmin's face was like the full moon, his face was red and his eyebrows were extremely thick. How could he be liked by female cultivators? Humph, speaking of Qing Fengmin, I am angry. A 5th-level Qi refining cultivator actually wanted to possess me? I was just sleeping in the cave of Yellow Flower Ridge, and I was woken up by this guy. But it's good. The price of waking me up is to become my meal. As the human figure spoke, the brilliance on his head gradually dissipated, gradually revealing his true face. It was none other than Shang Hua Ming's second disciple, Xiao Hua's second senior brother, Zhang Qingxiao. Good, this 1,000-year-old mother and child spirit fruit is really powerful. It is actually the same as Qing Fengmin's memory, able to reshape the soul and erase all the filthy imprints. Especially the Devil General. Damn it, what Devil General? This guy is just a magical beast. All traces of magical beasts in the Devil realm are all destroyed. Otherwise, although I am now a human, there is a devil imprint in my soul, and it is hard to guarantee that I will not be discovered by a powerful expert one day. Now Qing Fengmin's memory has been merged with me, and my soul is also pure. I am really the same Zhang Qingxiao from before. Qing Fengmin has worked hard for hundreds of years. When you were working hard, did you not expect this result? Making a wedding dress for others for no reason. How pitiful. Damn it, why am I still in a daze? The 1,000-year-old mother-child spirit fruit can reconstruct one's face when the devil's seal is removed. If I don't get myself a gigolo now, I'm afraid I won't have the chance in the future. Zhang Qingxiao mumbled and immediately sat down cross-legged. Before the faint radiance on his face completely dissipated, he began to move. As expected, Zhang Qingxiao's fat, round, and slightly tanned face gradually became thinner. Although his face was still round, his skin was slowly becoming fairer, and his face became more handsome. Not long after, a handsome and confident pretty boy with sword-like eyebrows and starry eyes appeared. Looking at his elegant temperament, as well as the unruly and worried look in his eyes, he was more suitable than Yun Jicheng. In fact, Zhang Qingxiao's matter was not as simple as he mumbled. For Zhang Qingxiao, it was almost a narrow escape. That night, when Zhang Qingxiao and Gong Mingwei returned from 100 Herbs Gate, they encountered Sun Yunzi and the others killing the little white dragon. Zhang Qingxiao and Gong Mingwei were easily killed by Sun Yunzi's thunder palm. Gong Mingwei was unlucky and lost his life at that time, but Zhang Qingxiao was lucky and didn't completely lose her life at that time. She only fell from a distance and fell into the cold pond. It was the bone-piercing cold water of the cold pond that froze some of the thunder palm that was still wreaking havoc in Zhang Qingxiao's body. Otherwise, Zhang Qingxiao would have died in a moment. Of course, Zhang Qingxiao did not lose his life at that time, but he only had one breath left and was struggling at death's door. Coincidentally, the icy water of the cold pond had carried Zhang Qingxiao's body to the hidden cave that Xiao Hua had discovered earlier and stopped at the spot where the pond water had flowed back. This was also the reason why the 100 Herbs Gate and Xiao Xinrui were unable to find Zhang Qingxiao's body. Just like that, Zhang Qingxiao's body stayed in the cold pond water until Qing Fengmin's blood shadow escaped from 100 Zhang Peak and arrived at Yellow Flower Ridge. Qing Fengmin's soul was originally a demonic beast. He only possessed the body of a cultivator to cultivate. He couldn't possess a cultivator of too high a level, so he could only use the body of a low-level cultivator. This was why Qing Fengmin's cultivation was only at the 5th level of qi refining. Moreover, the injured blood shadow was even weaker. It didn't even dare to possess an ordinary person and could only search for a dying cultivator or an ordinary person. Coincidentally, when Qing Fengmin passed by Yellow Flower Ridge, he very keenly found Zhang Qingxiao in the cave. Seeing Zhang Qingxiao's cultivation at the 11th level of qi refining and only a sliver of vitality, how could he not be like a fly that had seen blood? Without any hesitation, he rushed into Zhang Qingxiao's primordial spirit and wanted to possess her. In the process of possession, Qing Fengmin inevitably awakened Zhang Qingxiao's primordial spirit. Needless to say, the two primordial spirits fought to the death. It could be said to be a perilous situation. However, to Qing Fengmin's surprise, Shang Huaming's cultivation method had traces of the demonic race. His primordial spirit was incomparably firm. Although Zhang Qingxiao looked very frivolous on the surface, her heart was tenacious and she cared most about her family. Thinking back to when Xiaohua showed a little bit of alchemy to Shang Huaming, Zhang Qingxiao warned Xiaohua, "Shang Huaming and Yellow Flower Ridge are the places where I grew up. Master, senior brother, and junior sister are the people closest to me in this world. I will never let them get hurt. No matter who, if anyone dares to hurt them, even if I go to the 9 heavens, the 9 underworlds, the devil Dao, or the ghost Dao, I won't spare them." Therefore, although Zhang Qingxiao was on the verge of death, a trace of stubbornness in her heart had been persevering. At this time, when she saw that someone wanted to possess her, she naturally poured out her anger on Qing Fengmin's primordial spirit, devouring his primordial spirit until nothing was left. However, what Zhang Qingxiao obtained was not only Qing Fengmin's memories, but also the demonic marks in his primordial spirit. This kind of demonic mark was the brand in the souls of the demonic beasts and demons of the demonic realm. Qing Fengmin had gone through many possession attempts, and it was already very faint. He also didn't know where he got the information that the mother and child spirit fruit, used to refine the embryonic breathing pill, had another unknown effect. Therefore, after a period of recuperation, when his cultivation gradually recovered to about the 10th layer of the qi refining stage, he quietly sneaked out of Yellow Flower Ridge and went to the place Qing Fengmin had arranged to find the mother and child spirit fruit. Of course, the mother and child spirit fruit in Weiming Mountains had already been plucked by Xiaohua. Zhang Qingxiao had no choice but to try his luck at the auction in Yenyuan City. It was also fate that the mother and child spirit fruit in Xiaohua's space was actually 1,000 years old, which was really beyond Zhang Qingxiao's expectations. When the mother and child spirit fruit was in his hands, he made other preparations. It was only until today that his preparations were complete. Zhang Qingxiao held the idea of giving it a try and nervously gave it a try. As expected, she succeeded. Then she was overjoyed and changed her face. Firstly, it was to not let her enemies know her identity. Secondly, naturally, ha ha ha. Zhang Qingxiao waited for her face to be fixed before she stood up again. She took out a set of Taoist robes from the storage bag on the ground and put it on. She waved her hand in front of her, and a faint water ripple appeared out of thin air in front of Zhang Qingxiao. Zhang Qingxiao's entire body was reflected in the water ripple. Zhang Qingxiao looked up and down, left and right, front and back. Then, she flicked her sleeve with great satisfaction and removed the water ripple. Her face revealed a cold smile. "Humph, although this young master doesn't know which expert destroyed my Shang Huaming's nascent soul, there are only so many nascent soul experts in the country of Xi. This young master doesn't have such a high cultivation now, but it doesn't mean that there won't be in the future. You just wait and see. This young master has been reborn. You better wash your neck clean and wait to eat this young master's sword." He Xiaohua, my cute and mysterious little junior brother, is actually abandoned by the heavens. Granny, fortunately you met Li Zongbao. Otherwise, you would also be devoured by this old man. Io, that's not right. Although you haven't entered my Shang Huaming, you have cultivated 2 levels of Shang Huaming's cultivation method. But based on these 2 levels of cultivation method that are related to the demon realm, you won't be devoured. But I'm afraid you won't be able to escape death. And, since you have fallen to such a state, this old man probably can't suspect you anymore. I'm afraid that nascent soul is not someone you can summon. But, my Shang Huaming's strange cultivation method, how did I end up in such a state? Senior sister, oh senior sister you. Zhang Qingxiao's mind seemed to be in a mess. She muttered to herself incoherently, as if she was thinking of the past and the future. Suddenly, her heart was in a mess. Forget it, forget it. Now that senior sister is together with Jiang Fan of the 100 Herbs Gate, you can be considered free and unfettered. This old man will let the 100 Herbs Gate go. But if senior sister feels wronged in the slightest, 100 Herbs Gate, oh 100 Herbs Gate, you must kneel and kowtow to her. This old man had better cultivate. I just cultivated to the 12th level of qi refining. It's really a pity for this body of mine. Master, oh master, why are you so stingy? While thinking, Zhang Qingxiao sat down cross-legged again. But then her brows relaxed and she beamed with joy. Hee, I wonder who the mysterious cultivator who exchanged the mother-child spirit fruit for this old man is? That heavenly laws embodiment technique is the real deal. But it's said to be a cultivation method modified from the overseas celestial clan's cultivation method. It's not suitable for the mortals of the cultivation world at all. I wonder if that fellow is regretting it after spending so much effort to cultivate it and not gaining anything in the end. Of course, this old man is not lying. That is, of course, the complete cultivation method. In fact, this old man even added a lot of things to it. It's just that the token that I got together with the cultivation method looks similar to the good fate token, but this old man has been looking for it for so many years and still hasn't found its origin. It's just that Li Zongbao has benefited from it. That's right, there's also the heavens relinquishment. This thing is extremely good. I can't waste it. When this old man has succeeded in cultivating it, I'll make good use of it. Chapter 1506. Rumble, rumble, rumble. Countless beads condensed from heaven and earth spiritual qi suddenly appeared in the air. The heaven and earth spiritual qi within a radius of several dozen li in the tranquil valley was instantly sucked dry, as if being pulled by a huge suction force. All of it poured into the mountain peak. In the cave inside the mountain peak, the bloody fog had already been forced to the four corners of the cave by the hurricane formed by the heaven and earth spiritual qi. Zhang Qingxiao was currently sitting cross-legged, his face expressionless. As the pressure on his body continued to increase, the heaven and earth spiritual qi poured in from the top of his head and was absorbed into the meridians in his body. The droplets slowly revolved around him, and from time to time, many of them merged into his body. After waiting for several days, the cave slowly regained its tranquility. The bloody fog once again spread towards the center of the cave, but this time, there seemed to be an invisible restriction around Zhang Qingxiao's body, forcing the fog several zhang away. The bloody fog couldn't get close. Ha ha ha, Zhang Qingxiao's figure slightly moved, and he flew up from the ground. His face was intoxicated. Oh my, so foundation establishment is like this. Li Zongbao, oh Li Zongbao, I've also built my foundation. When will you be able to eat my sword as well? Io, that's not right. The one who gave me a sword seems to be Xiaohua. My little junior brother, if I stab him, wouldn't his soul scatter? Forget it. And, counting with my fingers, it's been more than a year. From the 12th layer of qi refining to foundation establishment is really an extremely difficult step. If it weren't for the accumulation of heavens forsaken, I wouldn't have been able to set foot into foundation establishment so easily. When Zhang Qingxiao thought of this, he suddenly frowned and said in a low voice, "This guy, why is he here again?" As he spoke, a crimson-red messaging talisman flew in and landed in front of Zhang Qingxiao. Zhang Qingxiao coldly glanced at it, then stretched out his hand. With a crisp crack, he crushed the messaging talisman and sent a message. "Jihao, come in." After which, he looked around and saw the blood fog in the cave. With a wave of his large sleeve, the blood fog in the cave, as well as the fog outside the cave, were all sucked into his large sleeve. Not long after, the entire mountain stream was restored to its original beautiful scenery. He saw a cultivator in the 5th layer of qi refining, about 20 years of age. He wore an ordinary Taoist robe, had delicate features, and a scholarly face. At this moment, the cultivator's face was filled with respect, and there was a hint of admiration in his eyes. He quickly walked in from outside, bowed his head, and said, "Junior Zhang Jihao greets Your Excellency." "This junior congratulates Your Excellency. Congratulations, Your Excellency." A strange expression appeared on Zhang Qingxiao's face. She quickly waved her hand and said, "My goodness, Zhang Jihao, can you not be so rotten? My teeth are about to fall out. There are no outsiders here. You can speak as you please." Zhang Jihao, he. Master, your ins, that's. In the past, when we were struggling between life and death, we were rude. Now that Master's cultivation has improved, it's the beginning of our glory. This kind of etiquette is to show Master's majesty. It's only right. Fine, I can't win against you. Do as you wish, Zhang Qingshao said, reaching out his hand from his sleeve. At this time, his hand was holding a fist-sized bead. This bead was blood-red and translucent, emitting a bewitching color. It was condensed from the bloody fog from before. When Zhang Jihao saw the blood bead, his eyes involuntarily showed a trace of greed. Zhang Qingshao narrowed his eyes and looked at Zhang Jihao's expression. With a wave of his hand, the blood bead flew in front of Zhang Jihao and steadily stopped in front of him. Master. Zhang Jihao smiled apologetically. Master, this is… Zhang Qingshao waved his hand and said, Nothing else, I've made progress. I can't let you envy me for no reason. I have no use for this thing. You can have it. Master. You really are. Zhang Jihao's face showed a shocked expression, I thought. Ha. Zhang Qingshao laughed and said, It's exactly what you thought. Don't worry, you will be you in the future. You don't have to worry about me taking you back. Master. Zhang Jihao once again kowtowed in front of Zhang Qingshao with tears flowing down his face. This little one, thanks Master for your grace. Humph, I knew you were different from Luo Jessen. You were always unconvinced, but you didn't want to. Zhang Qingshao sneered. I don't dare. Zhang Jihao quickly kowtowed. This little one, is really a small shrimp in Master's hands. From now on, you can stand up. Zhang Qingshao smiled and said, Right, you first put away the blood bead. I have something to ask you. Zhang Jihao carefully received the blood bead and said respectfully, Yes, this little one will listen to Master's instructions. Qing Fengmin is gone, but Tianqi is still here. I feel that it's a pity to disband Tianqi. Tell me, how can I use Tianqi again? Reporting to Master. Zhang Jihao bowed and said, In the past few years when Master was not around, this little one has been to Jingbei City and other strongholds of Tianqi. This little one admires Master's foresight. Tianqi is a loose organization of rogue cultivators. Although Master is no longer around, Tianqi does not seem to have completely disbanded. When those rogue cultivators see this little one, it is like seeing Master. They even hope that this little one can support Tianqi. Of course, this little one knows that Master is fine, so I did not dare to take over. Moreover, this little one has thought about it a lot in the past few years. I feel that Tianqi's original purpose was to be blood food for Master. If it is disbanded, then so be it. It is not important. But now, Master can no longer use it, then it cannot be disbanded. Moreover, this little one feels that, since Master wants to use Tianqi again, there is no harm in using it in a big way. Big way? Zhang Qingshao smiled and asked, How to use it in a big way? Why don't you tell me? Hee Master, aren't you testing this little one? This little one does not believe that Master has not thought about it. Just say it. Zhang Qingshao was displeased. Yes. Zhang Jihao panicked and smiled apologetically. The reason why Tianqi's rogue cultivators joined Tianqi is because there is no cultivation sect to take them in. And Tianqi has developed for so many years. Not only do I have cultivation techniques from the cultivation world, but also Master's cultivation techniques from the devil world. Hee Master, why don't you directly establish a cultivation sect? I believe those rogue cultivators are willing to join Master's sect. In this way, Tianqi does not need to be disbanded anymore. Everything abandoned by the heavens can be reused. What you said is exactly what I want. Zhang Qingshao smiled. Oh right, Master, you should stop calling yourself Lao Tzu in the future. I remember that you used to call yourself Lao Ai, which sounded very pleasing to the eye. But if Master wants to establish a sect in the future, it will always be Lao Tzu, which is impolite. Zhang Jihao said, Damn it, Lao Tzu used to call himself I. Zhang Qingshao muttered in his heart and nodded. Very good, I will be more careful in the future. Then he frowned and said, What is Tianqi's name in the future? You have some ability to play with words. Tell me about it. Heavenly Fiend Sect. Zhang Jihao said without hesitation. Presently, there are many fiendish cultivators in the Daybreak continent. This means that as long as they can cultivate, these cultivators will not care whether the cultivation method is from the fiend world or the cultivation world. It's just that these fiendish cultivators' cultivation methods are uneven and might not be able to achieve the great Tao. Since Master has a complete cultivation method, why not establish a fiendish sect and establish a fiendish sect? Recruit all these fiendish cultivators under your command? Furthermore, with these fiendish cultivators as examples, those rogue cultivators who don't have cultivation methods will also change their minds and switch to cultivating fiendish techniques? Great! Heavenly Fiend Sect. Zhang Qingshao clapped and said, "This sect is the sect master. Jihao, you are the deputy sect master." Haha, many thanks for Lord Sect Master's good intentions. But this lowly one's cultivation is shallow. Being the deputy sect master is not enough to convince the masses. Zhang Jihao shook his head and said, "Haha, don't worry about this. Today this sect master can change sects, so why can't you? When there's a chance, this sect master will help you erase the fiendish marks." Zhang Qingshao laughed loudly and said, "Many thanks, sect master." Zhang Jihao's face showed surprise, and he knelt on the ground once more. "No need to thank me. You and I are one." Zhang Qingshao waved his hand and said, "Heavenly Fiend Sect's matters are settled like this. This sect master will go and get started." Zhang Jihao said in shock, "How can this kind of thing be done by sect master personally? Of course, it's this lowly one who works for Ma Qian." "No need. You still have your own matters. The matters on your side are more important than establishing the Heavenly Fiend Sect." Zhang Qingshao said with a smile, "This sect master only needs to cast a spell and find a few people to use it." Zhang Jihao nodded when he heard and said, "That's the only way. This lowly one will concentrate on cultivating. After refining that blood bead, I will be able to find a suitable position over there and be of greater use to my Heavenly Fiend Sect." "Good. It's quiet here. You can refine the blood bead here. This sect master will also lend you a hand." Zhang Qingshao nodded and said, "Many thanks, sect master." Zhang Jihao was overjoyed. He sat down cross-legged and raised the blood bead in the air. His hands formed a strange seal, and he hit the blood bead with his spiritual power. After a while, the blood bead gradually melted and turned into a pool of viscous blood-red liquid. It started from the top of Zhang Jihao's head and wrapped around his entire body. Then, as Zhang Jihao operated his cultivation method, it squirmed around his body as if boiling. Seeing that Zhang Jihao's face was a little bitter, Zhang Qingshao's expression did not change. His hand also formed a strange seal. This seal was definitely not Shang Huaming's cultivation method. As the seal was formed, the thick blood-red liquid around Zhang Jihao gradually calmed down and thinned. It was slowly absorbed into Zhang Jihao's body. Looking at Zhang Jihao's appearance, Zhang Qingshao knew that he was fine. Then he turned around and flew up. His figure was a little clumsy at first, but it gradually became smooth, and he went straight to Jingbua City. A few days later, Zhang Jihao slowly opened his eyes. He looked around the empty cave and slowly walked out. Looking at the secluded forest of Bird Cry Mountain, he smiled. "Heavenly Fiend Sect. From now on, the demonic cultivators of the Dawn Rain continent can be righted. The sacrifices of my Devil Realm seniors for many years can be considered to have begun to reap the rewards." Chapter 1507. Mount Lamau was a famous mountain range in the west of the country of Shi. It wasn't as famous as the Sobbing Mountain Range or the Rising Dawn Mountain Range. Those two mountain ranges either had ferocious beasts or dangerous places that ordinary cultivators couldn't enter. The Mount Lamau was famous because of the Imperial Thunder Sect. The Imperial Thunder Sect was an anomaly in the cultivation world of the country of Shi. There weren't many disciples in the sect, less than 30% of the disciples in the Splendid Sect, Xuanyan School, or Qiqiao Sect. However, the strength of the Imperial Thunder Sect wasn't much weaker than the three great cultivation sects of the country of Shi. The reason for this was that the cultivation techniques passed down by the Imperial Thunder Sect had very high requirements. Therefore, they were very strict when it came to accepting disciples. It should be said that they were abnormally harsh. Of course, from the name of the Imperial Thunder Sect, it could be seen that the cultivation techniques of the Imperial Thunder Sect were of the thunder attribute. Finding suitable disciples for such a cultivation technique was probably even more difficult than finding Shang Huaming. Of course, Shang Huaming couldn't compare to the Imperial Thunder Sect. Not to mention the Mount Lamau's paradise, the numerous gold core and nascent soul elders in the Imperial Thunder Sect. The Imperial Thunder Sect had many secret cultivation techniques that weren't of the thunder attribute. It was enough to throw Shang Huaming 100,000 miles away. The climate of the Mount Lemma was like spring all year round. The scenery was also extremely beautiful. Flowers flourished and green grass grew like a carpet. It was truly a fairyland. However, this fairyland was different from other places. One didn't need to carefully observe the purplish-red soil and rocks beneath one's feet. It was enough to arouse one's curiosity. This wasn't the only special place in the Mount Lemma. The most peculiar thing was that the Mount Lemma was rarely visited by people for hundreds or even thousands of years. Thinking about the guest pavilion of the Washing Flower sect and Xuanyan school, which one wasn't magnificent? Which one wasn't lively and extraordinary? Which one didn't have disciples specially assigned to welcome guests and interact with other sects? But looking at the Imperial Thunder sect, halfway up the mountain, next to the purplish-red mountain path, there was a shabby pavilion. It had long been worn out by the wind and rain. There was even a plaque that almost fell off. On it, the words Guest Pavilion were written majestically. Of course, these 3 words, one had to use 120% of one's eyesight to recognize them. Perhaps this was because the cultivators of the Imperial Thunder sect were mostly of the lightning attribute. All of them were aloof and didn't interact much with ordinary cultivators. That was why this place was so rare. However, these were all the tranquility of the past. Now, it was completely different. At this moment, there were quite a few young cultivators on the main path leading to the Lemma Mountains. Their faces were filled with excitement and a bit of longing. They were happily making their way up the mountain. They were either in groups of 3 or 5, or by themselves. Their cultivations varied as well. The weakest were at the 2nd layer of Qi Practitioner, while the strongest were at the 10th layer. However, the lower-level cultivators were very self-aware. They walked on the right side of the mountain path, while the higher-level cultivators walked on the left side of the mountain path with their heads held high. The shabby guest pavilion halfway up the mountain was even more bustling at this time. There were already quite a few handsome people who had stopped there. They stood there very obediently in an orderly manner. A handsome peaked Qi practitioner with a grave and stern face stood expressionlessly in the shabby guest pavilion. He wore a purple-red Taoist robe and was wearing an expressionless face. Although the guest pavilion was shabby, because the young cultivator was standing there, it immediately gave birth to a kind of exuberant vitality. It gave birth to a kind of sharpness that made people unable to look down on it. Good heavens, this is a peaked Qi practitioner with half a foot in the Foundation establishment realm. He was actually sent here by the Imperial Thunder sect to receive guests. This guest pavilion is probably the most shabbiest, and most one that no one dares to look down on. Of all the guest pavilions I have ever seen, I'm afraid. Think about the Xuanyan School's guest pavilion, its oppressive wealth. Then think about the Huanhua sect's guest pavilion, it's full of grandeur. However, who would dare to treat this small pavilion as a guest pavilion? This Imperial Thunder sect is truly domineering. In front of the guest pavilion, the cultivators quietly stood there. Each of them had their own thoughts and expressions, but without exception, they were all respectful. Why hasn't he come yet after so long? The handsome cultivator standing there quietly frowned. His figure suddenly moved. Everyone's vision blurred slightly. The cultivator had already appeared in front of the guest pavilion. He turned his head to look at the Lemma Mountains in the distance. The cultivator rubbed his hands together, and an arc of lightning appeared between his fingers. Then he flicked his fingers, and the arc of lightning suddenly flew away, flying into the distance. Lightning sound transmission? One of the cultivators in the crowd cried out in a low voice. What? This is lightning sound transmission? A sound transmission technique 10 times faster than the 1,000-mile sound transmission talisman? Another few people cried out in a low voice. Silence! The handsome cultivator swept a glance at them and scolded. It's only an insignificant sound transmission technique. What's there to be shocked about? Wait until you enter my Imperial Thunder sect. There are many more high-level magic techniques than this. Yes, this disciple understands. A few tactful cultivators immediately bowed and saluted. The rest of the crowd came to their senses and regretted that they didn't immediately salute and speak to this senior brother of the Imperial Thunder sect. At this moment, a slight sound of thunder came from above the Lemma Mountains. A black dot flew from high up in the sky. It seemed to be moving very slowly, but in fact, it was flying very quickly. In the blink of an eye, the black dot turned into a huge flying boat. This flying boat was purple-red in color and was surrounded by tiny lightning bolts. Several children jumped off the boat. They were all in the 8th layer of chi refining. They bounced in front of the young cultivator and bowed. This disciple greets senior brother Kinluo. Get up. Why are you so slow? Kinluo waved his sleeves and said, It's just sending a few hundred cultivators up. How much trouble can it take? One of the children laughed and said, Senior brother Kinluo, my Imperial Thunder sect hasn't been this lively for a long time. Many senior brothers and senior uncles have come out of seclusion. Those cultivators were surrounded by them before they could even get off the Thunder boat. This disciple's status is low, so we didn't dare to say anything. We could only wait for them to leave before we dared to send those cultivators off the Thunder boat. It's too late. These old bastards. Senior Uncle Qian's whereabouts are unknown, but they aren't in a hurry to find him. Why did they come out for a few ordinary cultivators? Didn't they just want to find a disciple? Our Imperial Thunder sect's cultivation technique is very strict. It's good to have 1 in 10,000 disciples. The sect master hasn't even said anything yet. They look for an end. Kinluo said angrily. That's right. Those martial uncles have been searching for a long time, but they all shook their heads and got off the thunderboat while cursing. Disciples. The children were all talking at the same time. They don't know that disciples have been busy for several days. Just driving the thunderboat consumed a lot of magic power. Okay, you guys talk too much. This senior brother doesn't care. If you want to cry, find the senior uncles in Imperial Thunder sect. Kinluo waved his hand and said. The group of children pouted and looked at each other. They felt very bored. Okay. You guys work harder. Once these few days are over, I'll talk to your senior brother general, that should be fine. Kinluo said angrily. Haha. Thank you, senior brother Kansas. The children were all happy. They turned around and rushed to the waiting cultivators. They shouted, Hurry up, hurry up. Our Imperial Thunder sect's gate is already open to you. Let's see if you have any luck. The cultivators looked at the children who were about the same cultivation level as them and looked at each other. They obediently followed the instructions of the children and flew onto the thunder boat one by one. When the thunder boat was full, the children bowed to Kinluo and bid farewell. They then drove the thunder boat to fly up the Thunder Mo mountain range. After the thunder boat flew away, Kinluo sighed and turned to look at the scorching sun in the sky. He then looked into the distance and coldly said to himself, The 3 major sects of cultivation are really hateful. Not only did they stop my senior uncle Qing Hua, they even stopped my Imperial Thunder sect from recruiting disciples. If it was I would have already killed my way down the mountain. Who let you be so arrogant? Sure enough, a few hundred miles to the east of the Thunder Mo mountain range, a group of cultivators around the 5th level of chi refining were flying together. They were flying in the air. A cultivator with a delicate face said with a smile, Brother Mo, this time the Imperial Thunder sect is recruiting disciples. We all have a chance. Just thinking about it makes me feel like I'm dreaming. Next to him, a cultivator who looked very mature and had a face full of hardships nodded. That's right. The Imperial Thunder sect's recruitment is famous in the entire country of Shi for being harsh. If you don't have a 10th level of Chi refining, a constitution of thunder, fire, or other rare constitutions, they'll never take a look at you. Who would have thought that this year there would be a change? Cultivators of all attributes and all levels of cultivation, no matter if they are male or female, can participate in the selection. This kind of opportunity has never been seen in thousands of years. Sure. Another male cultivator heard this and looked around. He whispered mysteriously, I have heard some rumors about the Imperial Thunder sect's recruitment this time. Ah, is that so? Brother Zheng. Senior Brother Mo's face was full of curiosity. He whispered, Could it be that it's tailor-made for another cultivator? Or is there some other secret? TCH, the disciple in front immediately dismissed him. He waved his hand and said, What kind of sect is the Imperial Thunder sect? Why would they do such a dirty thing? Brother Zhang is right. There's nothing dirty about it. Brother Zheng smiled. Actually, this year's recruitment was supposed to be held 2 years ago. I heard from a reliable source that the lowest level of cultivation is the 8th level of chi refining. At that time, I was very depressed. But who would have thought that the recruitment that year would end without any results? A good friend of mine. Haha, you all know her too. She's the young miss of the Misty Mountain. She originally signed up, but in the end, she didn't make it. Hee, That's why I heard from her that the Imperial Thunder sect was recruiting disciples this year. That's why I hurriedly informed my friends. As he spoke, a cold and gloomy divine sense swept over them and locked onto them. Chapter 1508. These chi condensation stage cultivators were naturally unable to detect the spiritual will. However, a wave of suppressive aura came from afar, pressing down on them like a mountain. Ah? Foundation Establishment Senior? All the cultivators felt their limbs go limp under the pressure and almost fell from the sky. Fortunately, the Foundation Establishment cultivator didn't seem to have any ill intentions. They were barely able to remain standing in the air and respectfully bowed as they waited for the cultivator to appear. Not long after, an early-stage Foundation Establishment cultivator slowly walked over. It was Qiayu from the Shanghua sect who chased after Xiaohua. Qiayu's face was gloomy and his eyes were cold. Seeing the embarrassed state of the cultivators, he didn't withdraw his pressure. Instead, he walked in front of them and scanned them with his divine sense. He said to a fifth-stage Qi refinement cultivator, "Who are you? Where did you come from? Where are you going?" Brother Zheng stuttered, "Junior. Zheng Mian of the Qi Mountains Zheng family is going to the Imperial Thunder sect to become a disciple, to learn." With your cultivation, you want to enter the Imperial Thunder sect? Qiayu sneered and scanned Zheng Mian with his divine sense. He then disappointedly asked another, "What about you?" "Junior. Junior is from the Qingkuan's Mo family. Mo Mei also going to the Imperial Thunder sect. Mo Mei? Your name is really nice." Qiayu almost laughed out loud. Mo Mei didn't dare to correct him and only shrunk her neck back, looking very timidly at Qiayu. At this moment, Qiayu suddenly turned his head and looked at the other fifth-stage Qi refining cultivator surnamed Zhan. Qiayu didn't say anything and suddenly reached out with his hand. That cultivator surnamed Zhan's body flew up following Qiayu's hand gesture. He simply didn't have the strength to fight back as Qiayu grabbed his neck. "Say, Senior, save me." Cultivator Zhan's face turned red from Qiayu's grip. His two legs kicked in the air from time to time. At the same time, his two hands tightly grabbed Qiayu's hand and shook it with all his strength. Unfortunately, Qiayu's hand was like cast iron and didn't move. Mo Mei, Zheng Mian, and the others were shocked. They stood there at a loss, not knowing what to do. Then, Zheng Mian suddenly came to his senses and hurriedly bowed. "Senior, please spare our lives. Senior, please spare our lives. We are willing to give Senior everything in our storage bags." "That's right, we're all willing." Mo Mei and the others also came to their senses and hurriedly opened their storage bags. "Bullshit." With a shake of Qiayu's hand, Cultivator Zhan was thrown onto Zheng Mian's body. Zheng Mian hurriedly caught Cultivator Zhan. "Does I look like a robber?" Qiayu sneered, but this sneer concealed his deep disappointment. "Scram." Qiayu berated again. Yes, Junior will scram right now." Mo Mei and the others were still in a daze when Zheng Mian pulled them over, bowed deeply, and then flew away. Only after these people left did Qiayu let out a long sigh of relief. Looking at their backs, he said to himself, "Xiaohua, this bastard, where the hell did he hide? Shanghua sect, Xuanyan school, and Qiqiao sect have been searching for who knows how long. But why can't they find even a trace of him? He couldn't have escaped thousands of miles away that day. If the Imperial Thunder sect's elders took Xiaohua away, why didn't the Imperial Thunder sect retaliate against my Shanghua sect? Why would they lower their requirements to recruit disciples? Isn't this clearly showing that this opportunity was given to Xiaohua to climb the mountain? It's already been several days. I met who knows how many fifth-layer Qi refining cultivators. Every one of them was like a mouse seeing a cat when they saw I. I don't even need to look at their faces to know that it definitely isn't Xiaohua. How could Xiaohua be so afraid of I? While Qiayu was thinking, not far from him, there was a somewhat familiar figure hurriedly flying towards the Imperial Thunder sect. "Xiaohua." Qiayu's eyes lit up. Without hesitation, he swept his divine sense. However, when his divine sense swept over that cultivator, Qiayu frowned with a puzzled expression. "Stop!" Qiayu shouted and released his pressure at the same time. "Ayo! Say, Senior, you." That cultivator, who wasn't very tall, immediately trembled in the air. He bowed and respectfully looked at Qiayu. "Who are you? Where did you come from and where are you going?" Qiayu didn't relax his pressure at all and asked coldly. "Junior, Yun Jechong, from the Su Yenyun clan. I was ordered by my clan to go to the Imperial Thunder sect to become a disciple. That cultivator replied very naturally. Su Yenyun clan? Qiaoyu blinked and said in a low voice, I and the Yun clan are very close. How come? I've never heard of your name before. Senior. Senior, please bestow a name. Junior, travels less and can't compare to my brother Yun Jechong. I presume Senior knows my brother's name? That cultivator quickly said, I am Shanghua Sect's disciple Qiaoyu. Qiaoyu said, I heard Xuanyan School's disciples tell I that your brother just entered Xuanyan School with a 10th layer Qi refining cultivation. Congratulations. Xuanyan School? That cultivator was stunned and said somewhat embarrassedly, Senior Qia, please know that Yun Jechong is Junior's clan brother. He only has a 9th layer Qi refining cultivation. Junior isn't from the main branch and can't compare to my clan brother. Also, my clan brother didn't enter Xuanyan School but Huanhua sect. Xiaohua. Qiaoyu suddenly looked at that cultivator and called out. That cultivator didn't have any reaction and looked at Qiaoyu with some surprise. Then he looked around and said in a low voice, Senior, this is… Oh, it's nothing. Qiaoyu said with a smile. That's right, your clan brother only entered Huanhua sect when he was at the 9th layer Qi refining stage. You're at the middle stage of the 7th layer Qi refining stage. How can you enter the Imperial Thunder sect? Are you confident? That cultivator smiled bitterly. I also don't think I'm confident. However, the clan head thinks it's just an opportunity. Maybe this is Junior's opportunity. That's why he asked Junior to come. That's right. Do you want to enter my Shanghua sect? Qiaoyu said with a smile. Really? That cultivator's face was filled with pleasant surprise. He seemed to be enlightened and was about to kowtow and call Qiaoyu master. Who would have thought that just as he was about to kneel down, a huge force would bind him firmly, causing him to be unable to move at all. That cultivator didn't even have time to say the word master before his mouth was filled with wind and he couldn't say a single word. Qiaoyu had already flown away and said while flying, My Shanghua sect's disciples are all at the 10th layer Qi refining stage. You still need to cultivate for a few more years. This old man still has things to do. You should go to the Imperial Thunder sect. Senior. That cultivator's face was filled with disappointment. He chased after Qiaoyu for a while before resentfully stopping. Then he reluctantly flew towards Lei Mo mountain range. While flying, he glanced back several times, appearing extremely reluctant to part. Only after flying for several dozen li did that cultivator lower his head. He coldly snorted and said in a low voice, Qiaoyu, oh Qiaoyu, you want to play tricks with me? When I was at the 5th layer Qi refining stage, I wasn't afraid of you. Now that I'm at the 10th layer Qi refining stage, flying to Lei Mo mountain range from right in front of your eyes is as easy as blowing off dust. Why would I be afraid of you? Soon after, the cultivator's height slowly increased, and his very handsome face also slowly changed. In the end, he actually turned into Xiaohua's appearance. Moreover, Xiaohua's cultivation also increased bit by bit, all the way until he reached the 10th level of Qi refining before stopping. That's right, this cultivator was Xiaohua, the Xiaohua who just came out of seclusion underground. In the past 2 years, Xiaohua didn't take a single step out of his seclusion place. On one hand, he was afraid of being found by the Shanghua sect, Xuanyan School, and Qiqiao sect. On the other hand, this was a rare opportunity for him to cultivate. Not only did he have the heavenly law embodiment technique, he also had the fire marrow flame crystal in his meridians. In these 2 years, Xiaohua actually inconceivably cultivated from the middle of the 5th layer Qi refining stage all the way to the middle of the 10th layer Qi refining stage. Moreover, there was still a very small amount of fire marrow flame crystal in his meridians that hadn't been refined yet. If he could completely refine it, he could directly reach the 11th layer Qi refining stage. Xiaohua naturally wanted to continue cultivating, but he had no choice but to come out of seclusion. This was because the restriction placed by Qian Qinghua in his meridians had already loosened. Qian Qinghua was also amazing. The restriction placed on the clear flower pill's medicinal power was also genuine. This restriction actually didn't loosen at all under the fire marrow flame crystal's flame and the dragon transformation art's circulation. Only when Qian Qinghua's 2-year deadline was approaching did the restriction slowly start to loosen. After seeing the fire marrow flame crystal's fire attribute spiritual energy and thinking about Qian Qinghua's words, Xiaohua didn't doubt that if the clear flower pill's medicinal power was completely released, his meridians wouldn't be able to withstand it. One had to know that Qian Qinghua's restriction was undamaged by the flame. With such a powerful restriction protecting the clear flower pill's medicinal power, how could the medicinal power be simple? Of course, the fire marrow flame crystal was an ancient cultivation item. Perhaps the clear flower pill couldn't compare. However, only 10% of the fire marrow flame crystal's fire attribute spiritual energy was used by Xiaohua. The rest was divided equally between Xiaohua's body, meridians, and bones. Thinking about the possibility of his meridians exploding and dying, Xiaohua trembled with fear and didn't hesitate to come out of seclusion. The news of the Imperial Thunder Sect's disciple recruitment had spread throughout the entire country of Xi. Xiaohua only found out about it in the tea houses and wine shops very easily. If Qiu could guess it, how could Xiaohua not know? This opportunity was definitely created for him. Since the Imperial Thunder Sect did this, they must have their own difficulties. In other words, Qianhua Sect, Xuanyan School, and Qiqiao Sect would set up a defensive line around the Imperial Thunder Sect's mountain gate to prevent him from entering the Mount Lama. However, Xiaohua naturally had his own methods. In these 2 years, whether it was Kai Zhuoxia's stealing the sky or the corresponding crossing the sea by deceiving the heavens, Xiaohua was extremely familiar with them. Now, not only could he change the appearance of his face, he could also barely shorten his height. With only cultivation, it was even simpler. Xiaohua didn't need to reduce his cultivation too much. Just the late stage of the 7th level of qi refining was enough to make Qiu think that he was Xiaohua. After all, using 2 years to go from the middle stage of the 5th level of qi refining to the late stage of the 7th level of qi refining was already inconceivable for a rogue cultivator. As for why Xiaohua didn't use his original cultivation at the late stage of the 10th level of qi refining, was there even a need to say it? Qiu had heard of the 9th level of qi refining, so how could a random 10th level qi refining cultivator come out of nowhere? Chapter 1509. Meanwhile, Xiaohua was slowly flying towards Lama mountain range. While flying, he was slowly recovering his cultivation and slowly changing his face back to his original appearance. Seeing that Lama mountain range was already in front of him, Xiaohua naturally saw the difference in the location of Imperial Thunder School. My goodness, why is the color of Lama mountain range purplish-red? It's actually similar to Flame Forest Marsh's fiery red color. Could it be that there's also underground magma under Lama mountain range? But Lama mountain range's climate is mild, flowers and plants are everywhere, and green trees provide shade. It's not comparable to Flame Forest Marsh's Zhuozhuotong mountain. Mother! While Xiaohua was secretly pondering, Xiao Huang's voice suddenly sounded in his heart. Xiao Huang, how are you these days? Xiaohua was now accustomed to speaking to Xiao Huang attentively. Hearing Xiao Huang's voice, his face showed surprise and asked. 2 years ago, Goldie was already on the verge of death, but it was also strange. Ever since Xiaohua sent Goldie into the space, under the illumination of the reverse light, not only did Goldie not die as the Empress expected, but it also gradually recovered its vitality. Of course, this kind of recovery was very slow. In these 2 years, Xiao Huang was only able to preserve his life. If he wanted to return to his previous speed, it was still too far away. Mother! Very good. Here. It's really warm. Xiao Huang was somewhat gasping for breath. He couldn't even speak clearly. However, his tone was filled with endless joy. It seemed that as long as he was together with Xiaohua, it was the happiest thing in the world. And your body is still weak. You should cultivate first, Xiaohua said with heartache. Yes, mother. Xiao Huang was very obedient. He lay on his back, and as if he was basking in the sun, he instinctively breathed in reverse light. Right, mother? Little Black, did you find it? Xiao Huang suddenly asked. Xiaohua scratched his head and said awkwardly, No. Not yet, N. Xiao Huang was like a child. He had incomparable trust in his mother. He only felt that his mother was the greatest person in this world. If Xiaohua said there was no, then there was no. He also believed that his mother must be painstakingly searching for it. Xiao Huang, it's not that mother doesn't want to look for its mother. I can't remember what Little Black is. Could it be a little black sable like you? Xiaohua was speechless. Although Goldie's life was saved, it needed time to recover. Moreover, Goldie was only a little beast. It only knew that Little Black was Little Black, but it couldn't say what Little Black was. Xiaohua even tried to ask Goldie about his past. Unfortunately, Goldie was involved in Xiaohua's past and knew many things about Xiaohua. But Goldie couldn't express it. I can only assume that Little Yellow is a taciturn person. Xiaohua thought and raised his left hand. Looking at the crack in his left hand, he thought, good, Little Yellow's forehead has an eye. Could it be that this young master's left hand also has an eye? But why was Little Yellow able to open his eyes? But yours truly couldn't even feel anything at all. Hee, what's the use of having an eye on your hand? However, this young master's past experience. I'm really looking forward to it. Xiaohua's eyes looked at the Lei Mo mountain range in front of him. Indeed, in 2 years from the 5th level of qi refining, no, it should be from the middle of the 4th level of qi refining all the way to the late of the 10th level of qi refining. This kind of thing should be extremely rare in the cultivation world. According to common sense, from the 4th level of qi refining to the 10th level of qi refining, it should take close to 30 years. Even if it was a peerless talent, such as Li Zongbao, it would still take close to 10 years of hard work. How could it be heard that someone could achieve it in 2 years? Especially 2 years ago, he was still an 18-years-old loose cultivator? Kaizhuasha said that there were bottlenecks in the middle of every level. I didn't encounter any of them. It seems that this can only happen when one's level is high enough and their magic power is insufficient. In that case, I was already at the peak of qi refining before? But that so-called empress, didn't she say that she also didn't find any abnormalities in I? She's a cultivator with great magical powers. Come to think of it. Thinking of this, Xiaohua frowned again. That heavenly laws embodiment technique seems to have some problems. This technique is admittedly a genuine qi refining technique, but the essence seems to be leaning towards body cultivation. Moreover, in some key areas there are traces of blood shadow technique from time to time. If it wasn't for this young master being proficient in the blood shadow technique, this young master would really have fallen for it. Could it be that mysterious cultivator who wanted to obtain the mother-child spirit fruit is someone from the devil realm? It's extremely possible. Didn't the Forsaken Heaven sect have 3 initiators? Qing Fengmin and Luo Jessen are 2. Then what about the third person? If it wasn't that little blood shadow on the Thousand-Zhong Peak, then it must be someone else. You actually took this young master's spirit fruit and even plotted against this young master. If this young master has the chance in the future, this young master will definitely make you suffer a little. Forget it. The higher my cultivation, the more certain this young master will be to take revenge on the 100 Herbs Gate. Damn it, Jiang Jiantong, just you wait. Xiaohua's eyes flashed with a trace of severity. Xiaohua. Just as Xiaohua was venting his anger, someone behind him suddenly cried out in surprise. When Xiaohua heard this, he couldn't help but feel his hair stand on end. He didn't dare to look back and urged his flight technique to flee towards the Thunder Mo mountain range. However, that person continued to say, "Oh, sorry, fellow Taoist. I recognized the wrong person." Xiaohua stared blankly, inwardly saying, "This voice seems very familiar. Is it a female cultivator that this young master knows?" Shue. Xiaohua suddenly understood. Before he turned his head, he recalled the set of magic tools that Ling Jingyi maliciously gave him in the space. "Fellow Taoist Shue, long time no see. How are you now?" Xiaohua turned his head and asked very warmly with a smile on his face. Xiaohua. Shue's shock was even greater than before. Previously, she only felt that Xiaohua's tall and thin figure was somewhat familiar. However, when she saw that Xiaohua's cultivation was at the 10th layer of qi refining, she immediately realized that she recognized the wrong person. However, now that she really saw Xiaohua turn around, she confirmed that this late-stage 10th layer qi refining cultivator was really the same Xiaohua who was at the 4th layer of qi refining. Her eyes were wide open. One hand covered her cherry lips while the other hand was slightly raised and placed on her towering and violently shaking chest. "What? We haven't seen each other for only 2 years and fellow Taoist Shue has already forgotten I?" Xiaohua narrowed his eyes as if he was looking at Shue's shocked face. He also seemed to be looking at Xue Xue's snow-white chest and asked with interest. No, no. Xue Xue realized her rudeness. She took a deep breath, bit her lips, and bowed respectfully. How could I forget fellow Taoist Xiao? Didn't I just greet fellow Taoist Xiao from afar? Hee, that's good. Xiaohua looked at Xue Xue, who was still at the 8th level of qi refining, and said with a nod, Fellow Taoist Xue, since you've come here, do you also want to enter the Imperial Thunder Sect? Of course. Xue Xue took a deep breath again, and a trace of strangeness flashed through her eyes. She said with a smile, those who came to the Imperial Thunder Sect these past few days, other than to enter the Imperial Thunder Sect and learn martial arts, what else can they do? Mm. Xiaohua nodded noncommittally. That. Fellow Taoist Xiao. Xue Xue hesitated for a moment and said in a low voice, previously, my Misty Mountain. If there was anything we did wrong, I hope fellow Taoist Xiao can forgive us. Fellow Taoist Xue. What do you mean? Xiaohua's eyes turned and he said with a smile, when Ai's cultivation fell, fellow Taoist Xue helped me. Now that Ai's cultivation has completely recovered, fellow Taoist Xue also contributed. I don't even have enough time to thank you, so how can I forgive you? This. Xue Xue's face was a bit unnatural as she said in a low voice, I was talking about Misty Mountain. Ha ha ha, so fellow Taoist Xue was talking about your uncle. Xiaohua suddenly understood. Senior Ling thought highly of me and gave me a fake magic tool refined by the Misty Mountain. So of course I am grateful. What's there to forgive? Xue Xue sighed and said, Fellow Taoist Xiao, with your cultivation, you really hit it from a few days ago. If my Misty Mountain has done anything inappropriate, I hope that fellow Taoist Xiao can take into account the fact that you and this poor Taoist are connected by incense and incense. Forgive us. Fellow Taoist Xue's words are getting more and more outrageous. I am really confused. Xiaohua pretended not to know. Hee, it's nothing. Xue Xue raised her head and said with a smile, with fellow Taoist Zhao's cultivation, you definitely have a deep background. Moreover, you came to Sky Thunder Peak this time with full confidence, so the identity of a disciple of the Imperial Thunder Sect. I'm afraid you can't run away. I will greet fellow Taoist Xiao in advance. If fellow Taoist Xiao becomes a disciple of the Imperial Thunder Sect in the future, it will be too late to talk. Xiaohua naturally understood what Xue Xue was talking about, but he had already made up his mind not to return the magic tool, so how could he admit it? However, after hearing Xue Xue's words, his heart was moved. He came to the Thunder Mountain Range with the intention of returning the bead to the Imperial Thunder Sect, and then asked the seniors of the Imperial Thunder Sect to refine the medicinal efficacy of the clear flower pill. He never thought about joining the Imperial Thunder Sect. At this time, he couldn't help but think, that's right, this young master is originally a loose cultivator. I've already cultivated the Heavenly Laws embodiment technique to the 10th layer of the Qi refining realm. With 2 more layers, the remaining flame in my meridians and the medicinal efficacy of the clear flower pill will be enough to cultivate to the peak of the Qi refining realm. At that time, wouldn't this young master have no more techniques to cultivate? Joining the Imperial Thunder Sect is actually a good path. Fellow Taoist Xiao? Seeing Xiaohua deep in thought, Xue Xue was a little nervous. She looked around and saw many cultivators rushing over and called out. Xiaohua raised his head and said with a smile, some things are not good to be too obvious. I don't think I'm a meddlesome person, and I presume Senior Ling is also like this. If some things Senior Ling can forget and fellow Taoist Xue can never mention it again, I think. That would be the best. Chapter 1510. Hearing Xiaohua's words, Xue Xue's heart calmed down. She stared deeply at Xiaohua and cupped her hands. Fellow Taoist Xiao is so broad-minded. I really admire you. Is that so? Xiaohua smiled. Why didn't I feel it myself? Xue Xue didn't know that Xiaohua had already understood Ling Jingyi's thoughts. She was just afraid that Xiaohua would pursue this matter in the future, so she apologized first to pave the way. As for the specific reason, she wouldn't be stupid enough to say it now. So she smiled and said, when I saw fellow Taoist Xiao that day, I felt that fellow Taoist was unusual. I always felt that fellow Taoist's temperament didn't match fellow Taoist's cultivation. Now it seems that's the case. Haha. Xiaohua laughed, looked up at the sky, and said with a smile, Today is probably the last day of the Imperial Thunder Sect's disciple recruitment. Let's go up the mountain quickly. Don't delay the time. Shue nodded and looked around again. Just a moment ago, it was still a bit lively, but now it was already the last moment. Fellow Daoist Xiao, please. Shue waved her hand and said, Flying on Sky Thunder Peak is not allowed, we have to walk. Okay, fellow Daoist Shue, please. Xiaohua smiled and descended with Shue, following a few cultivators who were in a hurry up the Sky Thunder Peak. At this time, the sun had already set. In front of the Imperial Thunder Sect's guest pavilion, the handsome Imperial Thunder Sect disciple, Qinluo, was still standing with his hands behind his back. However, at this time, he was squinting his eyes and looking at the red sun that was about to fall on the Thunder Mountain range in the west. The red light of the setting sun shone on his handsome face, making him look even more spirited. Xiaohua came to the guest pavilion at this moment. Just like the others, Xiaohua was also rather surprised when he saw the shabby state of the Imperial Thunder Sect's guest pavilion. However, he immediately understood something. A mountain is not high, but it has an immortal. A water is not deep, but it has a dragon. Compared to absolute strength, all the decorations, all the prosperity, were insignificant. Therefore, although Huanhua sect was famous and had many disciples, compared to the Imperial Thunder sect, it was still a lot worse. Rinsing Flower sect. Xiaohua thought to himself. He wondered if Fairy Hongxia had already joined the Rinsing Flower sect? Fellow Daoist Xiao? Shue stood at the side and whispered, Let's stand over there. Xiaohua stared blankly. Following Shue's finger, he saw more than a dozen cultivators in the 8th layer of aura refining and above standing far away from the guest pavilion. Around him were several dozen cultivators in the 4th or 5th layer of aura refining. There were even a few in the 2nd layer of aura refining. These cultivators had some reverence in their eyes. Standing next to Xiaohua and Shue, they were very reserved. Damn it! I accidentally became a high-level cultivator too. Xiaohua doesn't have the awareness of a high-level cultivator. He smacks his lips and walks towards those 8th layer aura refining cultivators. Greetings, fellow Daoist. Xiaohua chuckles as he walks over and greets those cultivators. Unexpectedly, those cultivators are also somewhat afraid. They only cupped their hands and saluted but didn't say anything to Xiaohua, making him feel very bored. Seeing Xiaohua's somewhat gloomy expression, Shue chuckles and says, Fellow Daoist Xiao, all the high-level cultivators have already come here a few days ago. Fellow Daoist is about to reach the 11th layer of aura refining. You're the bane of these 8th and 9th layer aura refining cultivators. Think about it, the Imperial Thunder sect has a limited number of disciples. You're their strongest opponent, so why wouldn't they avoid you? Oh, Xiaohua touches his nose and nods, saying, I still can't get used to it. His words are a bit vague, so Shue doesn't ask much. Like the other cultivators, she stands quietly and waits for the Imperial Thunder sect's disciple to make arrangements. Xiaohua's thoughts are naturally somewhat different from theirs. He looks at Qinluo, thinks for a moment, and walks over. Fellow Daoist Xiao. Shue hurriedly calls out in a low voice. Xiaohua turns his head and slightly nods at her, but his footsteps don't stop. However, before Xiaohua can approach Qinluo, an invisible force blocks Xiaohua in front of him, preventing him from approaching. If there's nothing else, stay there first. Just as Xiaohua wants to speak, he hears Qinluo say coldly, although your cultivation is the highest here, but you still don't have the qualifications to talk to me. If you want to take advantage of I here, you'd better save your effort. Xiaohua opens his mouth, not knowing what to say. If I were you, I'd obediently stand there and wait. Today is the last day of the disciple recruitment. You just have to endure for another hour, and my Imperial Thunder sect's disciple will come to take you up the mountain. If you continue to be noisy, be careful I don't kick you out of the mountain. Qinluo doesn't use sound transmission to say these words. Instead, he clearly says them. Everyone in the surroundings of the guest pavilion can hear it. Everyone's gazes are a bit gloating, a bit mocking, and a bit sympathetic. These words make Xiaohua blush. He flings his sleeves and turns around. He doesn't say a word and just stands there quietly. Qinluo is very annoyed. Since the Imperial Thunder sect announced the start of the disciple recruitment, today is already the 5th day. In these 5 days, who knows how many extremely discerning cultivators have shown off in front of him. He originally thought that these people would have some kind of relationship with Qian Qinghua, But after interacting with them for a long time, it turns out that they are all flatterers. They are far from what he imagined, so later on, he has to deal with them half coldly and half passionately. And now, it is already the last moment, and the Imperial Thunder sect still hasn't obtained the information they want. How can Kinluo not be annoyed? Seeing Xiaohua come forward, he immediately stops him. After saying some cold words, he sends his divine sense down the mountain. He wants to see if there are any more cultivators on the gradually desolate mountain path. Alas, I can't blame Kanluo, and I can't blame Xiaohua either. Because those who can think of showing off in front of Kanluo are all 10th layer aura refining cultivators, even 11th layer aura refining cultivators. They are all people who have the possibility of winning the disciple selection. Only these people have some lively thoughts, and only these people think they are qualified to speak a few more words with the Imperial Thunder School's disciples. And Xiaohua just happens to be the same as these disciples. Seeing that dusk is coming, Kinluo sighs softly. His gaze swept over the group of low-level cultivators again. He stretches out his hand, but before he can use thunder sound transmission, he hears a buzzing sound in the air. It is the sound of the thunderboat flying over. When the thunderboat lands, Kinluo waves his hand and yells, "Everyone get on!" Then he takes the lead and flies to the front of the thunderboat. Good heavens, this flying boat isn't just ordinarily cool. Xiaohua flies onto the thunderboat while looking at the flickering lightning around the boat with envy. Hee, fellow Taoist Xiao, this thunderboat is unique to the Imperial Thunder sect. Don't be fooled by its size, its flying speed is absolutely first class. Only the 7 possibilities sect's flowing cloud flying boat can compete with this thunderboat. Hearing this, Xiaohua's heart is moved. He says with a smile, I've heard that the Imperial Thunder sect's thunder escape technique is world famous. Is this thunderboat also born from the thunder escape technique? At this moment, Xue and Xiaohua have already landed on the thunderboat. The thunderboat is empty, with only a few dozen people standing on it. In the center of the thunderboat is a protrusion of about 10 feet. This protrusion is a depression. In the depression, there is a faint blue magic formation. At this moment, it is faintly shining. Occasionally, there are small arcs of lightning flying out from it. Around this protrusion, there are more than 10 children around the age of 10. Their faces are somewhat tired and they are scattered around. Hearing Xiaohua's words, Xue points with her finger and says in a low voice, the Imperial Thunder sect's thunder escape technique is their secret technique. Ordinary people can't see it. As for whether this thunderboat is born from the thunder escape technique, I don't know. However, Misty Mountain and a cultivator from the Imperial Thunder sect have some old ties. I have also heard about this thunderboat before. Fellow Taoist, do you see the depression in the thunderboat? Xue says in a low voice. Yes, I see it. Xiaohua nods and says, that is probably the driving formation of the thunderboat, right? Yes, fellow Taoist Xiao is right. Xue gives a thumbs up and says in a low voice. However, the driving formation of the Imperial Thunder sect is different from others. This driving formation is a lightning pool. Lightning pool? Xiaohua is shocked. He looks at the magic formation in disbelief and asks, is that lightning inside? I only said that the driving formation is a lightning pool. I didn't say that this is a lightning pool. Xue says with a smile, the lightning pool on this thunderboat is the simplest one. I'm afraid that it is driven by lightning spirit stones. It can only be used for flying, so it can't be considered a real lightning pool. Then she lowers her voice and says mysteriously, it is said that there is a real lightning pool in the Thunder sect's Thunder Mo Mountains. It provides spiritual power for all the magic formations and restrictions of the Imperial Thunder sect. This is exactly because of the lightning pool. In every generation of the Imperial Thunder sect disciples, there are always a few outstanding ones. They can almost beat the outstanding disciples of the 3 major sects. Speaking of the lightning pool, Xiaohua naturally thinks of the bead that Qian Qinghua asked him to bring. That bead might be called the lightning bead. Maybe it is in the lightning pool. While Xiaohua and Xue are talking, all the cultivators have come up. A slightly older boy comes up to report to Kinluo. Kinluo releases his spiritual sense and scans the bottom of the mountain for the last time. Then he waves his hand and says, let's go. There are no more cultivators at the bottom of the mountain. Yes, senior brother Kinluo. The boy bows and returns. With an order, 8 out of the 10 boys stand up and stand around the lightning pool. Then, One of the disciples makes a hand sign and hits a corner of the lightning pool with spiritual power. Then the other 7 disciples also make different hand signs, but they hit different places. Wang Wang. As the hand signs are hit, the lightning pool actually becomes dull, and the blue lightning inside gradually increases. As the Wang Wang sound becomes louder, the thunderbolt slowly rises. When it is in the air, it immediately turns around and flies in the direction of Sky Thunder Peak like lightning. Chapter 15:11. Xuanyan Sect's Xuanyan Mountain had a towering mountain range surrounded by many other mountains. There were countless exotic flowers and grasses on this mountain peak, and all kinds of rare birds and beasts were leisurely strolling around the foothills. Many auspicious clouds were like brocades that covered many parts of the mountain range, making it seem boundless and ethereal. Occasionally, a flying crane would appear, making the mountain peak seem like a fairyland. This mountain range was Xuanyan Sect's main peak, Gold Mountain Range. Under the cover of the auspicious clouds, there were many majestic palaces scattered all over the mountain range. At the highest point, where the auspicious clouds were the densest, there was a majestic palace. It was the Wild Goose Spirit Palace of Xuanyan Cult. At this time, on the high platform of Yanling Palace, Fairy Yingzhua's face was as cold as ice. She sat on a gorgeous warm jade chair, and her eyes were like lightning, coldly looking below the high platform. Below the high platform, there were more than 10 cultivators sitting majestically. They all looked down, as if they were meditating. Elder Yixian, about the Thunder Pearl. Is there still no progress? Fairy Yingzhua looked below the platform for a long time, sighed softly, and asked coldly. A thin young man with a Midyuanian cultivation raised his face slightly, moved his body, and cupped his hands. Yes, I will let you know about the Thunder Pearl. My Xuanyan sect knew about it too late. Shanghua sect got it first, but it was taken by Imperial Thunder sect's Qian Qinghua. I know all of this. 2 years have passed. Where is Qian Qinghua? Where is the Thunder Pearl? Just because I didn't ask doesn't mean I don't care about it. Fairy Yingzhua sneered. Don't you know what the Thunder Pearl is? If Imperial Thunder sect gets it, I'm afraid there will be some twists and turns, right? Haha. Elder Yixian smiled apologetically. Of course I know. Otherwise my Xuanyan sect wouldn't have intervened. But there is no news of Qian Qinghua, and the whereabouts of the Thunder Pearl are unknown. On that day, a cultivator saw a vagrant cultivator named Xiaohua meet Qian Qinghua. However, this Xiaohua mysteriously disappeared while being chased by our 3 sects Foundation establishment disciples. I presume that this Thunder Pearl was taken by this Xiaohua. The problem is that the Imperial Thunder sect has now opened their doors to accept disciples. They want to use this opportunity to avoid the joint blockade of our 3 sects and let this Xiaohua go up the mountain. This also showed that the one who took Xiaohua away was not a disciple of the Imperial Thunder sect. Then who is it? Today is the last day for the Imperial Thunder sect to accept disciples up the mountain. According to the disciples of my sect in the Lei Emo mountain range, they didn't find that rogue cultivator up the mountain. I'm afraid that the Imperial Thunder sect will have worked for nothing. If the Imperial Thunder sect worked for nothing, wouldn't our 3 sects also work for nothing? Fairy Yingzhua sneered and said, a few Foundation establishment disciples can't even catch a single qi refining loose cultivator. What do you want me to say to you? It's really getting worse with each generation. Elder Yishuan's face didn't change, and said, according to what I know, this Xiaohua is probably a trick of Qian Qinghua. How can he give such a precious Thunder Pearl to a qi refining loose cultivator? As for Qian Qinghua himself, it is said that he was seriously injured by the Qianhua sect's disciples. If he is not in seclusion somewhere to recuperate, he will die. I don't know if the life spirit tablet of Qian Qinghua in the Imperial Thunder sect has been damaged. In that case, send more people to watch this matter. It's only been 2 years. If Qian Qinghua wants to recover, it will take at least 8 to 10 years. This Thunder Pearl must not be allowed to be taken up to the Sky Thunder Peak smoothly. Yes, I will follow the sect master's order. Elder Yishuan said with his hands folded. Zhenren Yishuan said it. Elder Jeqiong, how is the matter on your side? Fairy Yingzhua turned and asked. A young and beautiful female cultivator next to Elder Yishuan was slightly surprised and bowed and said, I don't know what the sect master is talking about. Fairy Yingzhua frowned and said unhappily, Fairy Jeqiong, although cultivation is important, but the important affairs of the sect must also be taken care of. Otherwise, how can my Xuanyan sect survive for tens of thousands of years in the country of Xi? Yes, I understand. Although Fairy Jiecheng didn't agree, she still nodded and said, I have been practicing a kind of magic art for nearly 10 years. Now I have gradually made some progress, so I don't have to worry about it. Well, I'm asking about your hunting seedlings. How is it going? Fairy Yingzhua said softly. Oh, sect master is talking about that matter. Fairy Jiecheng heard and said with some disdain, hunting seedlings is just an attempt, but the situation is not good. While speaking, Fairy Jiecheng waved her sleeve, and in midair, a huge mirror appeared out of thin air. Inside the mirror, there was really a cold ice cave. There was a thick layer of ice inside the cave, and from the top of the cave, there were hundreds of huge ice thorns hanging down. On the ice layer, there were more than 10 young cultivators of different ages, all of them sitting cross-legged. Their bodies were constantly trembling, and there was a faint ferocious look on their faces. Sect Master, this hunting seedlings of our sect has 99 disciples participating. As early as when the fire marrow flame crystal was integrated into the meridians, there were 62 disciples who exploded due to the violent fire spiritual energy of the fire marrow flame crystal. Not only their meridians, but their entire bodies were torn apart. Is it because too much of the fire marrow flame crystal was integrated? Fairy Yingzhua frowned slightly and asked. Sect Master, the fire marrow flame crystal has been divided into 99 portions by me. It really can't be divided anymore. Fairy Jiecheng replied, I think it's not about the amount of fire spiritual energy in the fire marrow flame crystal. The key is the spiritual energy in the fire marrow flame crystal. It's different from the fire spiritual energy that we usually absorb into our bodies. Fairy Yingzhua's expression was indifferent, and she did not comment. Fairy Jiecheng did not pay attention to Fairy Yingzhua's reaction and continued. Also, the physique of those disciples, or their meridians, cannot be reconciled with the fire spiritual energy in the fire marrow flame crystal. Once the fire spiritual energy entered their bodies, before they could use the cultivation method that was taught previously, their meridians would be torn apart, and the ice spiritual energy in the cold cave did not have any effect at all. Then what about these disciples? Fairy Yingzhua looked at the mirror. Among the remaining 37 disciples, other than the 3 disciples on the left, the other 34 disciples are a little special. These disciples were sent by the sect master to participate. I don't know why nothing happened to them. What's so special about those 3 disciples? Fairy Yingzhua was slightly stunned and asked curiously. These 3 disciples are called Pan Hao, Feng Linbua, and Xiao Mao. Before the first 2 entered my Xuanyan school, they were outstanding disciples of a declining body cultivation sect. Xiao Mao is nothing special. He entered my Xuanyan school since he was young, but his aptitude is not good, so he signed up this time. His aptitude is not good. Fairy Yingzhua sneered. Not cultivating fast does not mean that his aptitude is not good. This Xiao Mao was able to survive when the others exploded and died. How can his aptitude be bad? Yes, I understand. Fairy Jiecheng nodded and then slightly opened her mouth, wanting to say something but hesitated. Is there a problem? Fairy Yingzhua saw clearly and asked. Yes, I want to ask these 34 disciples that the sect master brought. What's so special about them? Fairy Jiecheng replied. I won't answer you first. You tell me what's the difference between them and the others. Then I'll embarrass myself. Fairy Jiecheng thought for a moment and said, these 34 disciples seem to have traces of body cultivation, but they are not body cultivation. Also, their meridians seem to have cultivated our sect's secret technique, so they are much wider than the other disciples. What Elder Jiecheng said is about right. Looking at Fairy Jiecheng's eyes, Fairy Yingzhua smiled and said, Do you remember the dragon blood and dragon meat that I brought back 5 years ago? It seems. I have some impression of it. Fairy Jiecheng's face was blank. Looking at Fairy Jiecheng's vague expression, Fairy Yingzhua didn't know whether to laugh or cry. She laughed and said, These 34 disciples used dragon blood to mold their body and dragon meat to replenish their energy. So it's like this. Fairy Jiecheng cupped her hands and said, Sect Master's foresight is far beyond what I can achieve. While they were talking, on the mirror, on the upper right hand, a disciple's body suddenly lay on the ice surface. His 4 limbs twitched violently and his face showed an extremely painful expression. Not good. quickly. Seeing this, Fairy Jecheong immediately knew that something was wrong. She waved her sleeves and was about to make a move, but a pung sound was heard, and that disciple's body exploded. His flesh and blood turned into a blood mist and scattered in all directions. At this moment, a dark red brilliance flashed, and that blood mist was blocked by this brilliance. Then the whole brilliance rolled up and collected all the blood mist. It drilled into the ground and disappeared. On the ground and on the surrounding people, there was not a single trace of blood left. This, Fairy Ingjua's somewhat excited mood was instantly extinguished by cold water. She looked at the mirror in a daze. Sect Master, I think that there is no shortcut in the path of cultivation. You can only rely on your own diligence and hard work to steadily improve your cultivation. This kind of hasty method, I'm afraid there is no hope. That secret technique that uses fire essence flame crystal, I'm afraid it's useless. Before Fairy Jecheong's words fell, on the mirror, another disciple exploded and died. Fairy Ingjua shook her head slightly and said, at the beginning of the ancient era, there were no cultivators in the world. Most of them were wild spirits. Their bodies were tyrannical and their abilities were natural. And this fire essence flame crystal was what they used to refine their bodies and meridians. Also, this secret technique that uses fire essence flame crystal was obtained from an extremely reliable person. I think it's useful. Fairy Ingjua smiled and said, this hasty method can be considered hasty for now. In the future, I'm afraid it will be used normally. So, Elder Jecheong, don't delay the future development of my Xuanyan school by doing unnecessary things. Sect Master, what do you mean? Fairy Jecheong was stunned and asked. This matter, how should I put it? Fairy Jecheong, have you noticed that the spiritual energy of heaven and earth seems to be different from before? If you like this work, you are welcome to come to Qidian. Chapter 15:12. What? There's a change in the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. Not only Jecheong Fairy, but the other nascent soul cultivators also changed their expressions. These people looked at each other, and their eyes were full of horror. One of the white-haired nascent soul cultivators stood up and asked, Master, we are all nascent soul cultivators, and the babies in our bodies are formed by the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. If there's a change in the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, how can this baby exist between heaven and earth? How can we use this baby to communicate with heaven and earth? How can we use this baby to control the spiritual energy of heaven and earth? Fairy Ingjua's face showed a trace of melancholy and whispered, I only heard some rumors, and even with my cultivation, I didn't feel the change in it. I'm just asking everyone, if there's no change, then it's the best. Oh, everyone was relieved, but there were still some doubts in their eyes. What is the spiritual energy of heaven and earth? This was the foundation of the Daybreak Continent's cultivation world. The refinement stage was to draw energy into the body, which was the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. The foundation establishment stage was to refine the true qi in the body into a liquid state. This true qi was formed from the spiritual energy of heaven and earth that was drawn into the body. The golden core stage was to condense the liquid true qi in the dantian into a golden core, which was used as the embryo to cultivate the nascent soul. This series of processes relies on the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. If there's a change in the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, it will not only affect the cultivation of a cultivator, but also the existence of the entire cultivation world of Xiaoyu continent. For such an important matter, how could Fairy Ingjua ask about it casually? Although Jecheong Fairy is obsessed with cultivation and doesn't like worldly affairs, but her mind is very fast. Just when she was relieved, she suddenly realized something and jumped up from her chair. She stuttered and said, Sect Master, could it be subordinate's divine ability has always been? Fairy Ingjua frowned slightly and said in a low voice, Elder Jecheong, I have already said that this kind of thing. I also don't know. If the magical power that you practice is really closely related to the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, you might as well take my words as a suggestion. Fairy Jecheong thought for a while and nodded. I understand. But then Elder Yixian asked again, Master, this method of picking seedlings, is it related to these? Hee. Fairy Ingjua stood up and said, even if the spiritual qi of heaven and earth has changed, it will not affect everyone in a short period of time. Perhaps it will take tens of thousands of years, or even millions of years, before the things that you are thinking about will happen. Furthermore, we are merely nascent soul cultivators. There are deity transformation cultivators above us. This is something that they should be worried about. Our Shi country's cultivation world is weak. Whether it is the Lien country or the Meng country, they are all stronger than our Shi country. They will definitely be more careful. Sect leaders' words are reasonable. At this time, the Immortal Alliance has not been disbanded. If there are any changes, they will know even more clearly. We don't have to worry for nothing. The old man with white hair and beard said with a smile. Fairy Ingzhua raised her head and looked at the situation in the mirror. She pointed with her finger and said, "No matter what, if this grasping seedling can succeed, it will be a great opportunity for our Shuanyan school to increase our strength. Elder Jie Qiong, don't be careless. Always pay attention to the situation of these 30 disciples." Yes, subordinate understands. Jie Qiong Fairy bowed respectfully. While the Shuanyan cult was having their meeting, on the thunder immortal peak of the Lei Mo mountain range, there was a simple and unadorned house. 8 transparent pillars were erected from the ground, each of them reaching a height of 1 zhang. These 8 pillars were arranged in a very mysterious manner. Furthermore, at the top of each pillar, there was a dark green praying mat. There was no moonlight stone in the house. The transparent pillars flashed with lightning from time to time, illuminating the entire house. At this moment, there were 8 male and female cultivators sitting cross-legged on top of the praying mats. Among these 8 cultivators, 6 were nascent soul cultivators. The other 2 looked rather old, but they were gold core cultivators. Among them, a middle-aged cultivator with a red face had a calm expression. He seemed to be meditating. However, when a flash of lightning appeared from the pillar below him, his eyes suddenly opened. Within his deep eyes, there was a faint flash of light. This middle-stage nascent soul cultivator was the sect leader of the Imperial Thunder sect, Qian Lazy. "Miyu, is there still no news of Qinghua?" Qian Lazy's voice was extremely loud as he asked a handsome young cultivator not far away. That young cultivator was also a middle-stage nascent soul cultivator. The young cultivator was Daoist Miyu. Hearing Qian Lazy's question, she also opened her eyes and replied, "Sect leader, we only know that Qinghua went missing near Shihuang town. There is no other news." "Xianhua, Qinghua's life spirit tablet is still intact, right?" "Sect leader, it's still the same as before. It's completely intact." Another middle-stage nascent soul cultivator said with a smile. "Good." Qian Lazy clapped his hands and said, "As long as Qinghua is fine, then what's the point of Shanghua sect, Qiqiao sect, and Shuanyan school tormenting each other?" "Sect leader, even we can't find any trace of Qinghua. I'm afraid because Qinghua was heavily injured, he used our sect's soul concealing technique to conceal his life force and aura. Not to mention divine sense, even the naked eye can't find him. If our sect's disciples don't use the corresponding technique to awaken him, then Qinghua will." Daoist Miyu reminded, "If we can find him, then wouldn't Shanghua sect have found him long ago?" Qian Lazy said with a smile, "Since they're still setting up defenses around our Lei Mo mountain range, that means Qinghua is still very safe. As for how to awaken Qinghua, sigh, that will depend on Qinghua's luck. Sect leader, Shanghua sect, Shuanyan school, and Qiqiao sect are really hateful. They actually dared to make a move near our Imperial Thunder sect." "We." Daoist Miyu frowned. "Hee Miyu, you're also a nascent soul cultivator. Why are you still so impulsive? Although our Imperial Thunder sect is strong, if we face the 3 sects together, we won't have the strength to fight back. We're just guessing. Let them do their work for now. Patience, you know? Only those who can endure can become powerful." Do you think we're afraid of them? Martial uncles and the others. Martial uncles and the others are in seclusion to comprehend life and death. They won't act unless our Imperial Thunder sect is in absolute danger. Moreover, the other 3 sects also have something to rely on. That's right, how's the disciple recruitment this year? Has it started? Qian Lazy said a few words to Daoist Miyu. Then he thought of something and asked, "Sect leader, today is the last day. The new disciple recruitment will begin tomorrow." A gold core cultivator who was far away from Qian Lazy quickly said, "Oh, Zhen Sheng, I've done as you said and opened the door for all cultivators in the country of Shi to participate in the selection. I wonder, did you find anything?" "Sect leader, in the past 5 days, I've already asked Kinkuan. but it seems that I didn't find anything. The cultivator named Zhen Sheng blushed and said in a low voice, I wonder if on the last day. Hee, your idea is very good. Unfortunately, with Qing Hua's fiery temper, how could he come up with such a wonderful idea? Moreover, it's unlikely that he'll find a suitable candidate. Besides, many Foundation establishment late-stage disciples from the 3 sects have gone to Shihuang Town. Your idea is a bit whimsical. Taoist Miu said with a smile. Martial Ant, I just feel that the 3 sects' actions in Shihuang Town are understandable. But later on, they sent many disciples to other places. This makes me very puzzled. If it's not another cultivator entrusted by Qing Hua, it's hard to explain. Zhen Sheng bit his lips and argued. It's fine. Anyway, the disciple recruitment is a matter between you and Duijia. Aren't you afraid that things will get complicated? What will I say later? Qian Lazy said with a smile. In the past, our Imperial Thunder sect's disciple recruitment was too strict. As a result, our strength was limited. Even if we knew that the 3 sects were doing something strange, we didn't have the power to investigate. While they were talking, Qian Lazy raised his head and said with a smile, All right, this is Kinkuan. Zhen Sheng, you asked him to come, right? Let's see if your plan works. Sure enough, not long after, Kinkuan arrived outside the room. He stood there respectfully and didn't dare to make a sound. Zhen Sheng looked at Qian Lazy anxiously. It seemed like he was asking for permission. Qian Lazy nodded slightly. Zhen Sheng shouted, Kinkuan, come in. Yes, disciple obeys. Kinkuan bowed and replied. After entering the room, Kinkuan didn't dare to raise his head. He only bowed and said, Disciple Kinkuan greets sect master and martial ancestors. Qian Lazy and the others didn't say anything. Only Zhen Sheng hurriedly said, Kinkuan, did anyone bring back news about your martial uncle Qing Hua? Martial ancestor, there were a few groups of cultivators who came to talk to me today. However, none of them mentioned martial uncle Qing Hua to me. Kinkuan replied respectfully. Are you sure? Zhen Sheng looked a little disappointed and asked again. Martial ancestor. Kinkuan was speechless. Just as he was about to say something, Qian Lazy scolded. Zhen Sheng. Yes, disciple knows his mistake. Zhen Sheng's face immediately turned serious. He cupped his hands and replied. Okay, you guys can leave first. Duijia will be recruiting disciples tomorrow. You guys will have to work hard. Try to be more diligent. This year, we might as well relax a little and recruit a few more disciples. Yes, disciple understands. Another Golden Core stage female cultivator stood up and bowed. After Zhen Sheng, Duijia, and Kinkuan left, Qian Lazy waved his hand and cast out a spell. The entire room flashed with light. Qian Lazy then said, Xianhua, what's the situation with the lightning pool? Sect Master, the situation with the lightning pool is very different from 10 years ago. It seems like the lightning from the heavens can't completely merge with the lightning pool. Also, the new lightning water has a destructive effect on the old lightning water. It has decreased the power of the lightning pool by a lot. If we can't find a way to fix it, within a few thousand years, the lightning pool will. Fairy Xianhua's words were vague, but everyone heard it clearly. They couldn't help but worry. It's that serious? Qian Lazy was even more shocked. He said anxiously, 5 years ago, we discovered the abnormality of the lightning. That's when we thought of the lightning pool. The lightning pool has been in our sect for countless years. How can it have such a change? Lei Meng, a few years ago, I remember when you went to Thunder Accumulation Mountain, the Thunder Accumulation Cave also changed. Qian Lazy asked another young cultivator. That young cultivator was the early Yuanying stage cultivator that Xiaohua met in Thunder Accumulation Mountain. Sect Master, disciples of the Thunder Accumulation Cave used to go there often. However, when I went there last time, the lightning was indeed different from before. However, I couldn't tell exactly what the difference was. Lei Meng Daoist cupped his hands and said, Qing Hua left a message saying that it was related to the lightning. He didn't explain it clearly. This guy has always been so reckless. Miu said. Chapter 1513. The night was as dark as ink, dyeing the entire Lei Mo mountain range black. The thunderboat, carrying Xiaohua and the others, landed in front of a mountain peak. The mountain peak was several hundred zhang tall, and its peak was above the black clouds, making it impossible to see its full appearance. Under the black clouds, It was gloomy with countless shadows, making it even harder to see its outline. The thunderbolt flashed with lightning as it gradually approached the mountain peak. Ripples appeared in the air, and the thunderbolt was like a stone thrown into the water, stirring up the entire space. Xiaohua stood on the thunderbolt and looked at this strange scene. He already understood that the Imperial Thunder Sect must have placed a restriction on the mountain peak. Sure enough, when the thunderbolt completely disappeared, Xiaohua's eyes lit up, and his vision suddenly became clear. This was a mountain peak filled with lush flowers and plants. Although it was already late at night, there were many large balls hovering in the air above the mountain peak. Within those balls, there were countless crackling lightning bolts that emitted a light blue luster. These lights illuminated the entire mountain peak. Other than the fact that everyone's faces were blue, there was no difference from the clear blue sky. Looking at the mountain peak, there were many cultivators scattered all over the mountain peak like ants. These cultivators were either resting with their eyes closed, discussing in twos and threes, or walking back and forth. Good, this Imperial Thunder Sect is really generous. Not to mention the restriction on the mountain peak, just the number of disciples who came to participate in this selection should be in the tens of thousands, right? Xiaohua was shocked. Shui obviously didn't expect such a spectacular scene. She stared blankly, and was even more absent-minded than Xiaohua. Seeing the thunderbolt land, Shui came back to her senses, and complained in her heart. This time, the Imperial Thunder Sect delayed the selection of disciples for 2 years, and they also greatly relaxed the conditions. I admittedly got some opportunities, but to stand out from the tens of thousands of cultivators, it's really not possible. Then she glanced at Xiaohua, whose expression was as usual, and her heart was moved again, and she had some plans. The thunderbolt landed, and Kinluo flew down, directly flying away. The several children's faces were full of exhaustion. The leader cupped his hands and said, "Fellow Taoists, this is my Imperial Thunder Sect's Thunderclap Mountain. Tomorrow's selection will be held here. This time, too many disciples have come to my Imperial Thunder Sect to become apprentices. My Imperial Thunder Sect doesn't have that many idle disciples to entertain you. Please stay here for the night. Please forgive me if I have been rude in any way." When the cultivators saw the boys' exhaustion, they knew that these tens of thousands of people were brought up the mountain by these disciples using the thunderboats. How could they not know the hardships involved? They all bowed to express their gratitude. Then, they flew down from the thunder ship and found a quiet place to rest. Xiaohua and Shui were the last to disembark from the thunderboat. After the thunderboat flew away, Xiaohua cupped his hands and said, "Taoist Shui, I am tired from the journey, so I need to take a rest. See you at the selection tomorrow." "Fellow Taoist Xiao," Shui hurriedly said when she saw Xiaohua asking her to leave. "Fellow Taoist, do you know the content of tomorrow's selection?" Xiaohua was dazed. "You don't know?" Afterwards, his brows raised, and he laughed. "Could it be that fellow Taoist Shui knows? Hee, I won't hide it from fellow Taoist Xiao. As early as 2 years ago, I met fellow Taoist I wanted to participate in the Imperial Thunder Sect's disciple selection. However, I don't know why it has been delayed until today. In order for I to enter the Imperial Thunder Sect, my Misty Mountain has put in a lot of effort. Therefore, if fellow Taoist Xiao doesn't mind, I am willing to discuss the situation of tomorrow's selection with fellow Taoist Xiao first." Xiaohua looked at Shui up and down a few times in a daze, and said curiously, "Since it's something from your Misty Mountain, then I can't listen to it for free, right?" According to what fellow Taoist Xiao said, fellow Taoist Xiao has given my Misty Mountain a lot of benefits. This little bit of information, if it is said today, it might have some value. When tomorrow's selection begins, it won't even be worth half a spirit stone. How would I dare to take fellow Taoist Xiao's benefits? Xiaohua's impression of Shui was quite good. Especially last time in the Flame Forest Swamp, she had obviously spoken up for him. Therefore, although Xiaohua understood Shui's meaning, he still laughed and said, "In that case, I will take advantage of fellow Taoist Xiao for free." Bah! Hearing the somewhat ambiguous words, Shui unconsciously spat in her heart. Her face was slightly red, and she said with a smile, "Then, fellow Taoist Xiao, please wait for I to tell fellow Taoist Xiao in detail." The two of them found a quiet place and sat down cross-legged. Above their heads, there was an azure ball floating up and down. Shui cleared her throat, used a silence talisman, and whispered the rules of the Imperial Thunder Sect's disciple selection. The Imperial Thunder sect's disciple selection was different from the Cleansing Flower sect's. The Imperial Thunder sect's cultivation methods were somewhat special. Many of them required a thunder attribute physique, and this thunder attribute was extremely rare among the cultivators. It could even be said that there was 1 in 10,000 cultivators. However, as long as a thunder attribute cultivator was selected by the Imperial Thunder sect, then, basically, this cultivator was already half a step into the ranks of Foundation establishment cultivators. Although these cultivation methods had harsh requirements, they were very fast to cultivate. In addition, the Thunder Mountain Range's unique conditions were very beneficial for cultivating thunder attribute cultivation methods. With these conditions added together, it was impossible for the Imperial Thunder sect's disciples to cultivate slowly. It was precisely because of this that the Imperial Thunder sect paid special attention to the physique of the disciples. The first selection method was to test one's physique. The thunder attribute was subordinate to the fire attribute of the 5 elements. A fire attribute physique could also cultivate the Imperial Thunder sect's cultivation methods, but it wouldn't be as fast as a pure thunder attribute. In the first test of physique, other than the thunder and fire attributes, the Imperial Thunder sect didn't want any other attributes. Of course, occasionally, some disciples with special attributes would be favored by the Imperial Thunder sect's disciples and would be recruited into the Imperial Thunder sect. The attribute test is using that kind of ball. When Xiaohua heard this, his first reaction was that when he was in Yellow Flower Ridge, Xiao Hongyue took out the ball to test his physique. Good to let fellow Xiao know, that kind of attribute crystal ball is used to test the 5 elements. A thunder attribute physique inside the crystal ball can only show a fiery red color, no different from the fire attribute. I'm afraid that it won't be able to detect the difference. Shui smiled and said, the Imperial Thunder sect uses a kind of crystal rod, which is more sensitive. Moreover, that crystal rod can show different lengths of color according to the purity of the physique. Purity of physique? Xiaohua was somewhat puzzled and asked, what do you mean by this? Shui glanced at Xiaohua, not sure whether he really understood or not. However, she still explained, all cultivators are in the 5 elements, so the entire body of the 5 elements exists. Saying that it's the water attribute only means that the water attribute of the 5 elements is more prominent than the other elements. When cultivating a water attribute cultivation method, it's even more effective. This crystal rod's length and color bars represent the different degrees of the 5 elements in the cultivator's body. Oh, so it's like this. Xiaohua understood, but thinking of the scene of his first test, he couldn't help but ask, then are there any cultivators without any of the 5 elements? Impossible. Shui said flatly, maybe some cultivators don't have any reaction when using the attribute crystal ball to test, and are thought to have no attributes. But under the attribute crystal rod's test, the 5 elements are definitely about the same level. It should belong to the range of the 5 elements balance. Cultivators with balanced 5 elements can cultivate any cultivation method? Xiaohua asked soon after. Fellow Taoist Xiao is right. These people with complete 5 elements can cultivate any cultivation method. Shui smiled and said, but it's very difficult for them to reach the peak of any cultivation method, and it's very difficult for them to step into the high level of qi refinement. Xiaohua nodded and asked, then what about the second test? The second test is a battle of spells. It's to test the degree of familiarity with the spells, the meticulous control of magic power, the battle experience, and so on. Shui said without hesitation. In the past, when the Imperial Thunder sect recruited disciples, they always took the top 10. After that, unless the Imperial Thunder sect's elders personally picked them, the other cultivators were all eliminated. 10 disciples? Xiaohua sucked in a breath of cold air and said with a bitter smile, this time there are several tens of thousands of people, only 10 disciples. Doesn't the Imperial Thunder sect feel that it's too wasteful? Maybe. Shui shrugged and said, the Imperial Thunder sect has never cared about this. Because as long as they can be recruited by the Imperial Thunder sect, they will eventually have achievements. Just based on this alone, every year, many disciples flock to the sect. Like a few years ago, when I knew that I had no hope of entering the Imperial Thunder sect, I didn't dare to think too much. Only when my cultivation improved did I dare to have this extravagant hope. Shui said with a bitter smile. Anything else? Xiaohua asked. This. Shue thought for a moment and said in a low voice, "To be honest, a few years ago, my Misty Mountain befriended a disciple of the Imperial Thunder Sect. He just happens to be a disciple of the Imperial Thunder Sect's 8 Great Thunder Palaces, and often participates in the disciple selection. So, fellow Taoist Shue can get some extra help." Xiaohua said with a disapproving smile. Hee. Shue was a little embarrassed and said with a smile, "Exactly. The Imperial Thunder Sect's 8 Great Thunder Palaces?" Xiaohua narrowed his eyes and looked at the many balls of lightning in the air and said with a smile, "Which Thunder Palaces are they?" "Fellow Taoist Xiao, you don't know?" Shue was a little surprised. The Imperial Thunder Sect's 8 Great Thunder Palaces are famous in the cultivation world. I just don't know. Xiaohua said with a smile, "Fellow Taoist Shue, please enlighten me." Shue nodded and pointed with a finger, saying that high mountain in the distance should be the main peak of the Imperial Thunder Sect. The Sky Thunder Peak is used to welcome guests, and is also where the Imperial Thunder Sect's mountain gate is located. However, the Imperial Thunder Sect's Heavenly Thunder Palace is not on it, but on the Thunder Immortal Peak. The Heavenly Thunder Palace is controlled by the Imperial Thunder Sect's Sect Master, and the disciples there are all direct disciples of the Imperial Thunder Sect. Most of these disciples have the surname Qian. These disciples with the surname Qian were born from the dual cultivation of male and female disciples of the Imperial Thunder Sect. Since birth, they have been specially trained. Qian. Xiaohua was stunned, but immediately understood that Qian Qinghua was a direct disciple of the Heavenly Thunder Palace, and his identity was indeed of great origin. Immediately after, Shue gave a simple introduction of the other 7 Thunder Palaces of the Imperial Thunder Sect. Only then did Xiaohua know that the Imperial Thunder Sect's 8 Great Thunder Palaces were Heavenly Thunder Palace, Earthly Thunder Palace, Canlay Palace, Distant Thunder Palace, Shocking Thunder Palace, Gen Thunder Palace, Sun Thunder Palace, and Exchange Thunder Palace. These 8 Great Thunder Palaces were located on different 8 mountain peaks, and each had their own duties. Among them, Gen Thunder Palace and Exchange Thunder Palace were responsible for the recruitment of disciples of the Imperial Thunder Sect. Moreover, these 2 Great Thunder Palaces only recruited disciples of the Foundation establishment stage and below. It's just that Exchange Thunder Palace mainly recruited female cultivators, while Gen Thunder Palace recruited young male cultivators. Chapter 1514. After hearing about the 8 Great Thunder Palaces of the Imperial Thunder Sect and thinking about Shang Huaming's 3.5 disciples, Xiaohua sighed with emotion. There was no need to say anything. Shang Huaming's fate was to be exterminated by the 100 Grass Sect, but the Imperial Thunder Sect only needed to recruit a single disciple, and the 3 great cultivation sects of the state if she only dared to send disciples to intercept them, not daring to openly provoke them. Right. Why did only fellow Taoist Shue come to Misty Mountain? Xiaohua looked around and whispered, "How could Senior Ling give up such a good opportunity?" Shue smiled bitterly. "The reason? Could it be that fellow Taoist Xiao doesn't know?" "I know." Xiaohua was slightly stunned. He pointed at his nose and said in bewilderment, "How could I know about your Misty Mountain?" Looking at Xiaohua's bewilderment and the tens of thousands of cultivators on Thunderclap Peak, Shue felt a burst of guilt. Yes, she was only at the 8th level of qi condensation. Although she could rank in the front among these tens of thousands of cultivators, the Imperial Thunder Sect only recruited 10 disciples. It was simply impossible for her. Look at Xiaohua, he was at the 10th level of qi condensation. His chances of passing the selection were several times higher than hers. As long as Xiaohua passed the selection, he would become a disciple of the Imperial Thunder Sect. For Imperial Thunder Sect disciples, Foundation establishment was just within reach. And for Misty Mountain, a Foundation establishment cultivator was truly a colossus. Thinking for a moment, Shue clenched her teeth and sent out a silence talisman. She smiled apologetically and said, "Fellow Taoist Xiao, actually." Then, Shue actually spoke of Ling Jingyi's thoughts in full detail. She didn't hide anything. Unexpectedly, Xiaohua wasn't as angry as she imagined. There wasn't even a trace of expression on his face. Perhaps there was only a trace of a strange expression in his eyes. Could it be? Shue suddenly felt a burst of absurdity in her heart. She couldn't help but whisper, "Could it be that fellow Taoist Xiao already knew?" Moreover, When that fire ape escaped from the earth fire, fellow Taoist Xiao was nearby. Hee hee, Xiaohua laughed. I was only at the 4th level of qi condensation that day. How could I dare to appear in front of a Foundation establishment cultivator? Furthermore, I didn't know about it because of this. Otherwise, they wouldn't have come to the Imperial Thunder sect without knowing that the Misty Mountain's disciples had suffered heavy casualties. Thus, Xiaohua didn't hide anything and told him about what he had heard in the Flame Forest swamp. Ling Chengya. This guy is actually a member of Flying Phoenix Ridge's Pooh family. Hearing Xiaohua's words, Xue gnashed her teeth, wishing she could immediately send a message to Misty Mountain. Hee hee, don't tell me that the Flying Phoenix Ridge doesn't have any spies from the Misty Mountain? Xiaohua laughed. Xue was embarrassed, but she didn't say anything. All right, fellow Taoist Xue, rest early. There's a selection tomorrow. As long as fellow Taoist passes the selection, what's the point of being afraid of Flying Phoenix Ridge? Xiaohua advised. Yes, I was too focused. Xue cupped her hands and said, the matter of the magic tools ends here. I will inform Uncle when I have the chance. Those things are all fellow Taoist Xiaos. My Misty Mountain will never mention another word to fellow Taoist Xiao. Xiaohua slightly nodded. Seeing Xiaohua's somewhat indifferent appearance, Xue once again said in a low voice, the fire ape is a spirit beast comparable to late-stage Foundation establishment. If fellow Taoist Xiao is able to subdue it, it can be said to be a great help. Fellow Taoist Xiao, don't be careless. This magic tool is precisely the fire ape's soul-suppressing magic tool. As long as fellow Taoist Xiao comprehends the method within, you can definitely subdue the fire ape. Xiaohua waved his hand and said, fellow Taoist Xue, just as you said, the fire ape is late-stage Foundation establishment. If I want to subdue it, I'm afraid that I's cultivation must also be late-stage Foundation establishment. I don't need to say what happened to Flying Phoenix Ridge's Pu Jianyuan and Misty Mountain's Uncle Gui, who subdued the fire ape. They both failed. I haven't thought about it at all. Xue's face turned red. That's right, people's greed is the most terrifying. When they see something useful, they want to take it for themselves. They never consider their own ability. Flying Phoenix Ridge's Pu Jianyuan lost the fire ape's soul-suppressing magic tool only because he was a bit greedier than Ling Jingyi of Misty Mountain. Now that it has fallen into Xiaohua's hands, he can no longer have the opportunity to subdue the fire ape. And right now, Xiaohua's cultivation is even worse than Pu Jianyuan's. Xue's persuasion. Doesn't it have another meaning? All right, fellow Taoist Xue, remove this silence talisman. Xiaohua said with a smile, I know what you mean. The fire ape's chances will depend on the future. Yes. Xue removed the silence talisman. The two closed their eyes and adjusted their breathing, quietly waiting for the arrival of dawn. Gradually, the night became even darker. Xiaohua closed his eyes and cultivated. The dragon transformation art within his body was still circulating. After these 2 years of cultivation, the dragon transformation art had a little bit of success. The current Xiaohua could barely control his meridians and could enlarge and shrink them a bit. Of course, compared to the little white dragon in the past, which could casually expand into a dragon and shrink into a snake, there was still a huge difference. But just this alone let Xiaohua know that he didn't cultivate the dragon transformation art incorrectly. However, cultivating the dragon transformation art caused Xiaohua to have new doubts. Because following the cultivation of the dragon transformation art, Xiaohua had gradually sensed more meridians. And these meridians were not recorded in the heavenly law embodiment technique. Although Xiaohua was still not sure how many meridians there were, he already knew that these meridians, whether big or small, were extremely numerous. Could it be, these meridians are for the Foundation establishment stage, Gold Core stage? I need to temper them in the future? Many times, Xiaohua would ask himself this. Unfortunately, Xiaohua didn't have any Foundation establishment stage techniques, so it was impossible for him to have any explanation. At this time, Xiaohua was cultivating as usual. The alien starlight ignored the restrictions outside the thunderclap peak and directly shot down. The reverse light also stopped revolving, absorbing the starlight like a bottomless black hole. Xiaohua had already recovered his ashen white bones, and was absorbing the starlight 3 times faster than before. There seems to be divine sense. While Xiaohua was cultivating, suddenly, dozens of divine senses were sent out from the thunderclap peak, sweeping in several directions like a waterfall. Xiaohua opened his eyes. The reverse light in the space returned to its original state, and the alien starlight also disappeared. At the same time that Xiaohua opened his eyes, several middle and late 11th level qi refining cultivators also discovered the divine senses. These cultivators were all outstanding cultivators from cultivation families. Although they hadn't reached the peak of the 12th level of qi refining, they had all taken pills similar to the revolving illumination pill from their families, and had long since developed their divine senses. At this time, although their divine senses had yet to take shape, it wasn't difficult for them to sense the divine senses of others. The divine senses sweeping across the peak were very fast, but they were fast and not chaotic. Almost every cultivator's body was slightly paused, as if they were choosing something. One of the divine senses naturally swept across Xiaohua's body, but that divine sense only swept slightly, and then immediately swept past, sweeping towards Xue Xue. Xue Xue was cultivating at this time, so she didn't know. After the divine sense swept past Xue Xue, it paused for a moment, then swept again several times, and then continued to sweep below. Moreover, when the divine sense swept across Xue Xue's body, Xiaohua suddenly felt a strange fluctuation. Huh? What's going on? Xiaohua was a bit puzzled. Before the divine sense left Xue Xue's body, Xiaohua very recklessly released his perception, wanting to see what the fluctuation was. Unfortunately, Xiaohua looked for a long time, but didn't see any clues. Strange. Xiaohua scratched his head, but suddenly Xiaohua woke up. Damn it, what's so strange? Isn't this a divine sense marking? When Shanghua Sex Chiayu was tracking me, didn't he use this divine sense marking? If it wasn't for that empress, I would have already fallen into their hands. How did this divine sense mark Xue Xue's body? AI, is there still a need to say? Didn't Xue Xue say it before? Misty Mountain and a disciple of the Imperial Thunder sect have a very deep relationship. Presumably this is the master that disciple entrusted. Xiaohua's heart was bitter, and he thought of the 4th level qi refining Yutong he met in the Rinsing Flower sect. Comparing people to people is infuriating. Thinking that he was already at the 10th level of qi refining, but still couldn't enter the eyes of the Imperial Thunder sect, and Xue Xue was just at the 7th level of qi refining, and was chosen by the master of the Imperial Thunder sect before she was selected, Xiaohua's heart had a trace of jealousy, a trace of helplessness, and even more bitterness. Just as Xiaohua was looking around in self-pity, suddenly, Xiaohua thought of something, and he immediately broke out in a cold sweat. Just now, I seem to have used my perception to explore their divine sense. They actually didn't discover it. Xiaohua actually used his own perception to explore when they used their divine sense to mark Xue Xue Xue. What made Xiaohua feel the most incomprehensible was that the divine sense actually didn't detect it. What's going on? Xiaohua was alarmed, and he thought again, could it be this perception that I cultivate? Isn't it the embryonic form of divine sense? After all, Xiaohua's perception was something that he used some nameless chant to cultivate when he was at the 4th level of qi refining. This had never been heard of in the cultivation world of the Dawn Rain continent. Immediately, Xiaohua was ecstatic. Ha ha! This is great, this young master can perceive divine sense, but divine sense can't perceive this young master. This is such a wonderful thing. However, while he was happy, Xiaohua was also apprehensive. Since this perception was different from divine sense, then, what about true divine sense? How would Xiaohua cultivate in the future? When Xiaohua reached the 12th level of qi refining, where would his divine sense come from? Could it be that there would be another type of divine sense? My head hurts. Xiaohua really frowned. He raised his eyes to look at the cultivators all over the mountain. His perception was still sweeping down the mountain like the wind, and Xiaohua's mind was in chaos. Clearly, he wasn't in the mood to cultivate in peace. Time flew by quickly, and the sky to the east showed a smear of white, and the sun began to gradually rise. Many cultivators sat facing the east and began to breathe, using different methods to absorb the essence of the sun. What can I do? Let's go and see. Xiaohua shrugged his shoulders, and a trace of laziness appeared on his face. He opened his mouth, and a bit of essence was sucked into his mouth, fellow Taoist Xiao. Xue Xue suddenly exclaimed from the side. Chapter 15:15. Fellow Taoist Xiao, Xue Xue called out in a low voice, giving Xiaohua a big fright. He suddenly came to his senses and looked all around. The languid expression on his face had long since disappeared. But when he saw that there wasn't the slightest bit of abnormality around him, he turned his head and asked curiously, "Fellow Taoist Shui, is there something wrong?" "No, nothing." Shue's face blushed and her eyes flickered. She hurriedly covered it up and said, "I just woke up and casually called fellow Taoist Xiao." "Is that so?" Xiaohua was somewhat puzzled. But when he looked around again, there was indeed nothing to pay attention to. When he wanted to ask more, his gaze was attracted by a few children in front of him. Those children were only 4 or 5 years old. Beside them, there were a few low-level refinement middle-aged men accompanying them. Their faces were full of spirit, and they were curiously looking around. Fellow Taoist Shui, are these children also participating in the selection?" Xiaohua pointed and asked. "Oh, those children." Shue's face was still slightly flustered. She used her hand to stroke the hair in front of her forehead and laughed softly. "Of course. Didn't I say last night? The first test of the Imperial Thunder Sect's disciple selection is to test the attributes of the body. As long as one has the lightning attribute, they will be accepted by the Imperial Thunder Sect. These children are young. Their body attributes should meet the requirements of the Imperial Thunder Sect, right? If it is a fight, how can they be the opponent of others?" Oh, Xiaohua nodded. Recruiting 4 or 5-year-old children was a common method of all sections. The Imperial Thunder Sect was naturally not an exception. Looking at Xiaohua, Shue's heart was churning. Fellow Taoist Xiao, why did he return to his old self? He looks really ordinary like this. If he was always like that lazy, how good would that be? Although Xiaohua's perception was powerful, he still could not penetrate Shue's heart. How could he know what Shui was thinking? At this time, the sun had already risen high in the east, illuminating the entire Thunderclap Peak with golden light. Looking outside from the foot of the Thunderclap Peak, it was no different from usual. There was no restriction at all. And at this time, the light of the round ball that was used as a moonstone last night was gradually disappearing. Only traces of lightning still appeared from time to time. Fellow Taoists, suddenly, a deafening voice resounded throughout the Thunderclap Peak. "Ah?" This sudden voice startled Xiaohua. What level of cultivation was this? That voice was deep and resounding, like rolling thunder that spread throughout the entire Thunderclap Peak, causing all the cultivators on the Thunderclap Peak to be shocked. However, this fellow Taoists left Xiaohua puzzled, and when the second sentence was heard, Xiaohua couldn't help but smile. "Thank you all for coming to my Imperial Thunder Sect. I am Zhen Yeming, a disciple of Zhenlei Palace. I will be in charge of today's selection." As it turned out, this voice was coming from the many balls in the air. No wonder it could be heard everywhere. It was clear that the cultivation level of this voice was profound. The first test is to test your physical attributes. If you meet the requirements of the Lightning Controlling Sect, the disciples of the Lightning Controlling Sect will give you a numbered medallion. This medallion will be used to identify you in the disciple selection. When the selection is over, the disciples who didn't pass the selection can take this token with them. Let me tell you, fellow Taoists, this token contains a defensive yellow talisman. Perhaps it can save your life when you're in danger. Upon hearing this last sentence, Xiaohua smiled even more. This tone and the faint pride in these words were probably not something a Foundation Establishment senior would reveal. All right, fellow Taoists, please stand where you are and don't move. The disciples of Zhenlei Palace and Converging Thunder Palace will appear by your side soon. The voice was slightly exaggerated and even dragged out. As the voice fell, the many balls in the air emitted dazzling lightning. As the lightning flashed, several small figures appeared in each of the balls. These figures were like pieces of light that flashed across the entire Thunderclap Peak. However, among these light figures, there were many boys and girls around the 6th layer of Qi refining, who were no more than 11 or 12 years old, who landed on the foothills of the Thunderclap Peak. Although these boys were a bit young, they were all extraordinary. Needless to say, the boys and girls were all pretty and delicate. With a single glance, one could tell that they were people with excellent foundations. Just by standing there, they had an extraordinary bearing, which made the tens of thousands of cultivators on the Thunderclap Peak admire them. Fellow Taoists, I have been sent by my senior brother to test your physical attributes. I hope that you will cooperate. The boys, regardless of whether they were facing a 10th layer Qi refining cultivator or a 1st layer Qi refining cultivator, all bowed respectfully and spoke in a humble tone. Xiaohua and the others secretly cheered in their hearts, and also bowed respectfully. All right, fellow Taoists, please test according to the arrangement of the Imperial Thunder Sect. Fellow Taoists who have not passed the test, please go to the west side of the Thunderclap Peak. My Zhenlei Palace disciples will escort you out of the mountain. The voice sounded again. Immediately after, a young cultivator around 30 years old wearing a purple Taoist robe with a 12th layer qi refining cultivation appeared in the air. This young cultivator's face was crimson red and his forehead was full. He wore a slight smile on his face and very conceitedly looked towards the Thunderclap Peak. This is Zhen Yeming. Xiaohua had long felt it. He stood in the middle of the group of cultivators and narrowed his eyes. 30 years old, 12th layer qi refining. Compared to Li Zongbao, he is still lacking. I am now in the 10th layer qi refining. In another 10 years, I should be able to reach the 12th layer qi refining. At that time, I's age seems to be hard to calculate. If we count from the time I was 18 years old at Yellow Flower Ridge, I should be 23 years old right now. But I still seem to be 18 years old. If I tell people that I am still 18 years old, they should be able to deceive them. Even if I reach the 12th layer qi refining at 33 years old, I can still be considered amazing. Not to mention Xiaohua's narcissism. The children of the Zhenlei Palace and the converted Thunder Palace had already started testing the cultivator's attributes. Sure enough, as Shui said, the magic tool of the Imperial Thunder Sect was different from usual. It was not in the shape of a ball, but rather in the shape of a flute. At one end of the flute, there was a handle-like groove. Fellow Taoist, please use your hand to hold the groove of the mirror spirit. Do not use magic power. The child closest to Xiaohua was a girl from the converted Thunder Palace. Her voice was very clear and pleasant to the ears. At this moment, she was talking to an 8th layer qi refining cultivator several zhang away. The male cultivator cupped his hands and said with a smile, "Many thanks, fellow Taoist. I want to see if I meet the requirements of the Imperial Thunder Sect." With that said, the cultivator took the mirror spirit from the girl's hand and placed his hand on the groove. A strange thing happened. A light blue brilliance appeared from the groove in the cultivator's hand and slowly spread to the other side. However, after just a few inches, the light blue brilliance stopped and refused to move forward. When the male cultivator saw this, although he didn't know how to use the mirror spirit, he knew something was wrong when he saw that the light blue brilliance occupied less than half of the entire mirror spirit. Without waiting for the male cultivator to speak, the girl said with a smile, "My apologies, fellow Taoist. You don't meet the requirements of our Imperial Thunder Sect. Please go to the west side of the shocking Thunder Peak. In a moment, a senior martial brother from the Zhenlei Palace will escort you out of the mountain." The male cultivator wanted to ask for the reason, but when he saw the girl's hand, he let out a sigh and handed the mirror spirit over. He then turned around and walked to the west. A 5-year-old boy next to the male cultivator blinked his eyes and cutely asked, big sister, how about I take the test?" A 2nd layer qi condensation cultivator next to the boy poked him and scolded, "Call her fellow Taoist." The boy pouted and looked at the cultivator with a wronged expression. He helplessly said, "Fellow Taoist, big sister." Puffed. Everyone around them burst out laughing. The cultivator's expression was very unnatural. He glared at the boy and said, "Little brother, you want to take the test too? You have to perform well. If you don't pass, big sister won't let you pass." The girl saw how cute the boy was and smiled like a flower. She handed the mirror spirit over. When the boy's chubby hand grabbed the mirror spirit, a ray of purple and red light appeared. It was extremely dazzling and flowed to the other side of the mirror spirit like water. It only stopped halfway through the mirror spirit. "Excellent." The girl clapped and smiled. "Little brother, you are the first person big sister took today." "Ah, really?" The boy didn't say anything, but the cultivator was so happy that he almost jumped up. "Little brother, give the mirror spirit to big sister." The girl smiled and asked, "How old are you this year?" The boy handed the mirror spirit to the girl and smiled. "I am 5 years old and 2 years old." 5 years old and 2 years old? The girl was clearly stunned and asked, "Then you are 7 years old?" The cultivator quickly explained, No, he is 5 years old this year. He just had his birthday 2 months ago." "Ah, haha." The girl was clearly amused. She covered her mouth and laughed. "Okay, since little brother is only 5 years old, he doesn't need to pass the second test. Oh right, fellow Taoist, is he fellow Taoists? The girl turned and asked the cultivator. He is I's son, my son. The cultivator happily said. Has he cultivated any techniques? Yes. I taught him the basic techniques half a year ago. He is almost at the first layer of qi refining. The cultivator proudly said. You taught him a technique? The girl frowned. What? Did I do something wrong? The cultivator became anxious. Of course you did something wrong. Very wrong. The girl mercilessly said, What technique is your technique? What technique is my Imperial Thunder Sect's technique? Is it better to use your technique to let this child enter the sect, or use my Imperial Thunder Sect's technique to let him enter the sect? The cultivator's face turned ashen after hearing this. Chapter 15:16. Fortunately, he hasn't entered the first layer of qi refining yet. Moreover, he has a thunder attribute physique, so he meets the requirements of my Imperial Thunder Sect. Otherwise, as the girl spoke, she patted her hand and took out a message talisman from her storage pouch. She used her magic power to activate it, and it flew away. Then she said to the cultivator, Fellow Taoist, are you also participating in the selection? Me. The cultivator pointed at his nose and bitterly smiled. I's age and cultivation. How can I enter the Imperial Thunder Sect? Fellow Taoist is quite self-aware. However, this is a rare opportunity for my Imperial Thunder Sect. Anyone who comes to my Thunderclap Peak can take the test. Fellow Taoist might as well give it a try. The girl spoke in an orderly manner, causing the people nearby to be convinced. Even though Xiaohua was a bit far away, he could still inwardly nod his head. Hearing this, the cultivator also nodded his head and took the mirror spirit. After taking it, a dark red light flashed and slowly flowed less than an inch before stopping. When the cultivator saw this, his face flushed red. Oh, fellow Taoist is of the fire attribute. The girl nodded her head and said, Fellow Taoist, you can try activating your magic power. I can activate magic power? Why didn't that cultivator move aside? Xiaohua's eyes turned and he understood. That cultivator just now had a light blue brilliance. According to the 5 elements, it should be of the water attribute. It was the opposite of the Imperial Thunder Sect's cultivation method, so there was naturally no need to use magic power. The cultivator activated his magic power, but when the cultivator's face flushed red, the light red light only moved half an inch. All right, fellow Taoist, you don't meet the requirements of my Imperial Thunder Sect. Please go to the west side of the Thunderclap Peak. The girl took the mirror spirit with a smile and spoke very naturally. But what about my son? He doesn't seem to have received a command medallion yet. The cultivator looked at the boy with reluctance and asked pitifully. This little brother is below 5 years old and doesn't need to pass the 2nd and 3rd tests. Therefore, you don't need to give out a token. I have already sent a message to the senior martial brothers in Zhenlei Palace. They will send people over to pick this junior martial brother up. Zhenlei Palace will have a special test for this junior martial brother. And this test is very simple. If you follow it shouldn't be a problem. Oh, that's right. This is the token of a relative of a disciple of the Imperial Thunder Sect. Take it and register it in the Imperial Thunder Sect's disciplinary hall. The external affairs disciple of the disciplinary hall will explain to you how to visit this junior martial brother in the future. The girl clapped her hands and a small square token was handed over to the cultivator. Good. The cultivator's face was filled with tears as he stroked the boy's hair a few times and whispered, Awa. Listen to your senior sisters in the Imperial Thunder Sect. Cultivate well for your father. You must make your father proud. The boy seemed to understand, but he didn't. He opened his eyes wide and nodded obediently. While they were talking, a 10th layer qi refining cultivator flew out from the nearest ball and landed beside the girl. Senior martial brother Zhen Yun, it's this boy. The girl cupped her hands and bowed. She pointed at the boy and said, The cultivator looked at the boy, and without another word, he reached out and grabbed the boy's arm. Then he flew into the air and entered the ball. Awa! The boy's father stopped after chasing for half a step and couldn't help but call out in a low voice. Xiaohua watched from afar. On the entire Thunderclap Mountain, there were also a few disciples of the Imperial Thunder Sect flying out from several places. They also brought a few boys and girls into the ball. Innate attributes are still the most important. Xiaohua sighed inwardly. Hee hee, fellow Xiao, you don't have to be envious. Seeing this, Shui smiled and said, although this boy is of the thunder attribute and can cultivate the cultivation method of the Imperial Thunder sect, it's only a possibility. As for whether he can cultivate or not, it'll still depend on his future cultivation to prove it. And then, is there a method that can be used like testing the 5 elements? As long as it can be tested, it'll definitely be able to cultivate? Xiaohua suddenly thought of something and asked. Fellow Xiao, this is a good question. Shui was stunned and said, I have never thought of this before. I was just casually saying it. Xiaohua said with a smile. After the boy's father left, the female disciple of the Imperial Thunder sect continued to test the other cultivators. The next few cultivators didn't have the thunder attribute or the fire attribute. Although one of them was yellow in color, that cultivator said, Fellow Taoist, I have always cultivated the fire attribute cultivation method. Moreover, the elders in the clan also said that I have the fire attribute. Can you let I activate my magic power? The girl shook her head and said, Fellow Taoist, my Imperial Thunder sect naturally recruits disciples based on my Imperial Thunder sect's spirit. Even if fellow Taoist believes that you have the thunder attribute, if my spirit can't flash a purple light, then you can't have the thunder attribute. Then she looked at that cultivator's cultivation and said softly, Moreover, even if fellow Taoist is of the thunder attribute, with such a young age and cultivation, I'm afraid that you won't be able to pass the 2nd and 3rd tests. Fellow Taoist should go to the west side of the Thunderclap Peak. There's a 3rd test. Xiaohua was stunned and turned to look at Shui. As expected, Shui's face was also filled with surprise. The next cultivator was of the fire attribute. A blood-colored light traveled for about 2 inches. That cultivator's face turned ugly, but the girl didn't think so and said with a smile, Fellow Taoist is of the fire attribute. You can activate your magic power. That cultivator activated his magic power, and the blood-colored light, as if taking a Peiyuan pill, suddenly traveled 50% of the distance. Good. Fellow Taoist, congratulations on passing the 1st test. Seeing this, the girl clapped her hands and took out a number plate from her storage pouch. She lowered her head and looked at it, then handed it over. Fellow Taoist's number plate is number 24. Please keep it well. That cultivator's hands were trembling. He still didn't believe it and took the number plate. He brought his arm to his mouth and fiercely bit it. Ouch! By the time that cultivator cried out in pain, the girl had already taken the spirit mirror to test the next cultivator. Although the process of the test was very simple, there were really too many cultivators on the Thunderclap Peak. That was tens of thousands of cultivators. There were probably over 100 cultivators surrounding the girl. Xiaohua and Shui were standing not too far away from the girl. Seeing that less than 10% of the cultivators passed the test, and the other 90% of the cultivators left dejectedly for the west side of the Thunderclap Peak, their hearts were also restless. The 1st test of the Imperial Thunder sect actually didn't look at cultivation, only the body's attribute. Moreover, the way they determined the attribute was different from outside. Many cultivators also thought that they were of the fire attribute, but they were all denied by the girl. Therefore, Xiaohua's heart was restless. Previously, when Xiaohua was at Yellowflower Ridge, he didn't test any attribute. He even tested that he was of the water attribute. It was only later that he learned that he was of the fire attribute when he practiced the raising fire to burning heaven. Unfortunately, the Imperial Thunder sect didn't allow him to use his magic power at the beginning of the test. Xiaohua seemed to have seen the light blue brilliance of the spirit mirror when he received it. 4 hours passed very quickly. The number of people around the girl became fewer and fewer. Almost everyone had passed the test. The girl raised her head, looked around, and said with a smile, Is there anyone else who hasn't taken the test? Fellow Taoists, don't think that you're lucky. In a while, my Imperial Thunder sect will conduct the 2nd test. If you don't get a token, when the restriction of the Thunderclap Peak activates, you will lose your life. Sure enough, as the girl said, there were a few people hiding at the side who wanted to make up the numbers. At this time, they had no choice but to come out and take the test. Let's go, fellow Taoist Shui. Even if we have to wait until the end, we still have to take the test. Xiaohua looked at Shui, who was also a little flustered, and said in a low voice, AI, let's go together. Shui replied, I have the earth attribute, I'm afraid I won't be able to pass this test. When Xiaohua and Shui arrived at the girl's side, the few cultivators who passed off as fish eyes had already dejectedly headed to the west side of the Thunderclap Peak. Fellow Taoists, who will go first? The girl had already seen Xiaohua and Shui and asked with a smile. Fellow Taoist Shui, you go first. Xiaohua took half a step back and said with a smile. Okay. Shui smiled bitterly. She stretched out her white and tender right hand and took the spirit mirror from the girl. Shui closed her eyes. Ah! Just when Shui closed her eyes, a sound of astonishment immediately came from all around. Fellow Taoist Shui, you have the lightning attribute. Quickly open your eyes. Xiaohua's cheerful and envious voice sounded in Shui's ears. Ah, really? Shui's heart was immediately filled with joy. She couldn't wait to open her eyes. Sure enough, the spirit mirror in Shui's hand was emitting a bright purple-red brilliance. That brilliance was already more than half of its length. Hee, congratulations, fellow Taoist, you have the mythical thunder physique, which is precisely the requirement to become a disciple of my Imperial Thunder sect. Please take this token and wait for the second test. The girl clapped her hands and smiled. She took out the token from her storage pouch and handed it to Shui. Then, she took the spirit mirror from Shui's hand and turned to Xiaohua and said, Fellow Taoist, you should be the last one to take the test. Please take the test. The second test of my Imperial Thunder sect should begin in an hour. Xiaohua looked at the spirit mirror in front of him and took a deep breath. He nodded slightly and said, Yes, I will take the test now. However, Xiaohua stretched out his hand, but before he could touch the spirit mirror, he stopped again. There was a feeling of loss and gain in his heart. Hee, fellow Taoist, you're already at the 10th layer of the Qi refinement realm, but your Tao heart is still not stable? If this continues for a long time, I'm afraid your realm will become unstable. The girl smiled sweetly and stuffed the spirit mirror into Xiaohua's hand. However, a strange thing finally happened again. That spirit mirror in Xiaohua's hand actually didn't have the slightest reaction. It was exactly the same as when the girl held it in her hand just now. The girl frowned slightly and said in displeasure, Fellow Taoist, don't try to show off some divine ability. If this spirit mirror doesn't have any reaction, you will also be eliminated. If you like this work, you are welcome to come to Qidian. Chapter 15-17. Seeing that the situation he was most worried about was indeed happening again, Xiaohua inwardly cursed. However, he shook the mirror spirit in his hand again and again, but the mirror spirit still didn't move at all. Seeing Xiaohua like this, the girl very justly smiled and said, Since fellow Taoist, wait a moment, fellow Taoist. Seeing that the girl was about to announce his elimination, Xiaohua immediately said anxiously, I didn't use any secret technique to hide my attribute. This mirror spirit, is it broken? Think about it. I came all the way to the Thunderclap Peak. How could I possibly make things difficult for myself? The girl looked at Xiaohua. Sure enough, he didn't show any signs of using magic power. She immediately scratched her head and said, That's right, this concealment technique was only taught by martial uncle half a year ago. Even this poor Taoist had to practice for several months before being able to grasp it. How do you know the secret technique of my Imperial Thunder sect? Could it be, it's really broken? As she spoke, the girl took the mirror spirit. The magic power in her body slightly moved and a faint purple light flashed on the mirror spirit. That light quickly rushed to the mirror spirit's position, about 60%. The girl's expression slightly changed. She didn't hand the mirror spirit over to Xiaohua and only said, Fellow Taoist, I'm very sorry. You don't meet the conditions for my Imperial Thunder sect to recruit disciples. Fellow Taoist, please go to the west side of the Thunderclap Peak. In a moment, my Zhenlei Palace's senior brothers will. Xiaohua was naturally very anxious and said loudly, Fellow Taoist. I was watching from the side just now. I only know that among the 5 elements, cultivators with metal, wood, water, and earth attributes don't meet the conditions for your sect to recruit disciples. But I didn't hear that cultivators with no attributes don't meet the conditions for your sect to recruit disciples. How about you let me try again by pouring magic power into the mirror spirit? The girl slightly shook her head and said in all seriousness, Fellow Taoist is wrong. I received an order from my master that those with lightning, wind, yin, yang, and other extremely rare attributes can all pass the first round of selection. Those with fire attributes can pour magic power into the mirror spirit to test the strength of the fire attribute. If it's more than half, they can pass. However, they never said that cultivators with no attributes can pass the selection. Xiaohua shakes his head. But your esteemed teacher didn't seem to say that if the mirror spirit didn't react, we shouldn't try again using transcendence energy, right? The girl shook her head like a rattledrum. I have never heard of a physique with balanced 5 elements, much less a physique without any 5 elements. Fellow Taoist, you don't meet the requirements of my Imperial Thunder sect. Please leave the mountain as soon as possible. Motherfucker, Xiaohua was furious. However, the other party was only a 12-year-old girl. Perhaps she was a genius in cultivation, but in terms of conduct, he was afraid that he couldn't ask for too much. Just as the little girl turned around and was about to leave, Xiaohua's figure moved slightly, and like a gust of wind, he stretched out his hand and seized the mirror spirit. The girl was shocked. It wasn't that she didn't pay attention to the outside world, but she had been busy for more than 2 hours. Her previous curiosity had long disappeared, and she had already felt a little sleepy and had lost some of her vigilance. The most important thing was that Xiaohua's movements were too fast, and there wasn't even a trace of spiritual power fluctuation. Before she could react, the mirror spirit was already in Xiaohua's hands. What are you doing? The girl abruptly turned around, clapped her hands, and shouted with a thunderous voice. But just as she said these words, a scene that made the surrounding people dumbfounded appeared. The mirror spirit in Xiaohua's hands suddenly flashed with an extremely brilliant purple-red brilliance. That brilliance was like the scorching sun at noon, dazzling everyone's eyes. This. Before the girl could say a second sentence, she heard Xiaohua say in a very panicked voice, "This? What's going on?" Immediately, that scorching sun flew into the air, and with a boom, that scorching sun actually exploded in midair. Ah? Not only was the girl dumbstruck, but Shui, who was sweating profusely for Xiaohua, and the surrounding cultivators who were watching the show were all dumbstruck as they stood there. Xiaohua's face was even more embarrassed, and he was at a loss for what to do. You dare to destroy I's mirror spirit. The girl immediately understood, and the tears in her eyes immediately gushed out. She clapped her hands, and several 5 lightning yellow talismans flashed with traces of purple lightning and scattered towards Xiaohua. Xiaohua knew that he was in the wrong. His figure moved slightly, and he quickly dodged the lightning talisman. In midair, he called out very innocently, "Fellow Taoist." This poor Taoist only poured in a trace of magic power. This mirror spirit of your sect is really weak. You still dare to quibble. It must be because you were eliminated by my Imperial Thunder sect, and your heart was dirty, so you destroyed my Imperial Thunder sect's magic tool. How could the girl be willing to let it go? Her mouth berated, and her hands didn't stop. One of her hands took out a yellow talisman from her storage bag, and the other hand used palm lightning and other spells to bombard Xiaohua's body. Xiaohua was helpless, and he couldn't fight back. He could only use his flying technique to shuttle between the girl's spells and painstakingly think of a way to escape. Dui Ling, what's going on? A voice came from midair. It was Zhen Yeming, who was in charge of the first round of selection. Senior brother Zhen. Seeing Zhen Yeming come over, Dui Ling's small mouth became even more depressed, and he almost cried. This guy destroyed this disciple's mirror spirit. Senior brother Zhen, you have to help this disciple. Don't let this disciple go back to master to be punished. Sweat, Xiaohua felt ashamed in his heart. Of course, he had earned a trace of a chance to pass the Imperial Thunder sect's selection. But this chance came at the cost of destroying Dui Ling's magic tool. He had really let her down. However, after Xiaohua felt ashamed, he also loudly complained about the injustice. It was just as he said, he had only poured his magic power into the mirror spirit, and although he didn't have the trace, he said, but who would have thought? The light that appeared was so bright, and the speed of the light was so fast. In the blink of an eye, it rushed to the other side of the mirror spirit, and the origin of the mirror spirit wasn't enough. The entire mirror spirit shook violently, and the light seemed to want to break through the mirror spirit. Xiaohua hurriedly withdrew his magic power, but the light was still there, and the vibration was still there. He could only throw the mirror spirit into the air. Don't cry. Today is a big event for the Imperial Thunder sect. Everyone here is here for the first time, and there are many cultivators who didn't pass the selection. Your crying will make the Imperial Thunder Sect lose face. Zhen Yiming glanced at Xiaohua and said to Dui Ling, hearing that it would affect the Imperial Thunder Sect's reputation. Dui Ling's face tensed up, and he hurriedly stretched out his arm to wipe away the tears on his face, revealing a tenacious expression. What's going on? How did you destroy the mirror spirit? Zhen Yiming said coldly to Xiaohua. Although fellow Daoist came to the Imperial Thunder Sect to participate in the selection and is considered an important guest of the Imperial Thunder Sect. If you don't put the Imperial Thunder Sect in your eyes, we won't treat fellow Daoist with the hospitality of a guest. Oh, senior brother Zhen, disciple Xue Xue was at the side the whole time. Xue Xue hurriedly stepped forward. Zhen Yiming glanced at the number plate in Xue Xue's hand and didn't refute. He nodded and said, Yes, Xue Xue, tell me about it. Xue Xue recounted everything that had happened just now, without adding or deleting any details. Hearing Xue Xue's words, Zhen Yiming frowned and looked at Xiaohua with a complicated gaze. He then turned to ask Dui Ling, Is what fellow Daoist Xue said true? Yes, what fellow Daoist Xue said is true. Dui Ling nodded and said, This cultivator called Xiaohua doesn't have the lightning attribute, nor the fire attribute. He also doesn't have any other rare attributes. Therefore, disciple followed the orders of my teacher and eliminated him. But your teacher? Zhen Yiming was halfway through his sentence when he saw Dui Ling's eyes turn red again. How would he dare to continue? He knew that they were just inexperienced children who treated the words of their teacher as the golden rule and didn't know how to be flexible. He rephrased his words and said, Cultivators with balanced 5 elements should have a white brilliance during the test. Didn't the teacher of the Imperial Thunder Sect mention it? Dui Ling's face was blank as he shook his head and said, They didn't mention it. Oh, it's no wonder. There is only one person with balanced 5 elements in this world. My Imperial Thunder Sect has never encountered such a person when recruiting disciples. If I wasn't in charge of the first round of selection this year, and specially read through all the ancient records, I might not have known about it. Zhen Yiming sighed. So you don't blame me? Dui Ling raised his small face and smiled through his tears. No. Leave this fellow Daoist to senior brother. Do you have any other cultivators to test? Zhen Yiming smiled. No, this is the last one, Dui Ling said with a smile. The panic on his face had long disappeared. Zhen Yiming turned to Xiaohua and said, Fellow Daoist Xiao, I have never seen a cultivator with balanced 5 elements, but a cultivator without any 5 elements, let alone even my teacher's ancient records don't have any records of such a person. Could it be that fellow Daoist is an anomaly? As he spoke, Zhen Yiming clapped his hands and took out another mirror spirit. He handed it over and said, Fellow Daoist, don't use your magic power. Let I take a look. Yes. Xiaohua accepted it. Just as Xue Xue said, the mirror spirit didn't move at all. There wasn't even a trace of light flashing, not even the so-called white light. Strange. Fellow Daoist Xiao, could it be that you are really an anomaly? Although Zhen Yiming had already stopped Xue Xue's description, seeing that the mirror spirit didn't move and Xiaohua didn't have any magic power fluctuations around him, he couldn't help but ask in astonishment. Do you need I to channel my magic power? Xiaohua probed. Fellow Daoist, please wait. Zhen Yiming shook his head and asked again, since fellow Daoist is already at Qi refining stage 10, then which sect do you belong to? What kind of cultivation technique do you practice? This. Xiaohua frowned slightly. The cultivation technique, Heavenly Laws Embodiment Technique, had caused a lot of trouble in Yenyuan City. It was even related to the 1,000-year-old mother and son spirit fruit. He really didn't want to talk about it. Oh, if you don't want to talk about the cultivation technique, then tell me which sect do you belong to? Zhen Yiming tactfully asked. Fellow Daoist Zhen, please know that I am a loose cultivator. Xiaohua said helplessly, I have practiced a fire-type cultivation technique called raising fire to the heavens. Chapter 15:18. What? Loose cultivator? Zhen Yiming was stunned and said with surprise, How? How is this possible? Xiaohua smiled bitterly. I am of course a loose cultivator. Otherwise, why would I enter the Imperial Thunder Sect? May I ask how old you are? Zhen Yiming asked curiously. I should be around 23 years old. Xiaohua did not dare to lie and said truthfully. Oh, then fellow Xiao must have taken some pill to retain your youth? Zhen Yeming was not surprised and looked at Xiaohua with a smile. Fellow Taoist is very lucky. Pills to retain one's youth are very hard to find in the cultivation world. And yes, I guess. Xiaohua's reply was very vague, but his heart was moved and he thought to himself, I was wondering why my face did not change. So it was a pill to retain one's youth. It seems that it is really hard to find, otherwise I would have known. Pill to retain one's youth? Xue Xue's face was also filled with envy as she stared at Xiaohua's young face in a daze. Of course, eternal youth was the highest realm that all women, regardless of whether they were immortal or mortal, pursued. Oh right, fellow Taoist Xiao just said, what kind of fire attribute technique did you cultivate? Zhen Yeming asked again. Fellow Taoist Xiao, as a loose cultivator, actually reached the peak of Qi refining stage 10 at the age of 23. It can be said that you are a peerless genius. I am rather interested in fellow Taoist's technique. Raising fire to the heavens. Xiaohua said with a smile. Raising fire to the heavens? Zhen Yeming thought for a while and said curiously, I don't seem to have heard of such a technique. All right, I will let fellow Taoist Zhen know. This is a shallow technique. Xiaohua said with a strange smile. Zhen Yeming looked at Xiaohua, as if he was considering the authenticity of Xiaohua's words. However, the real thing was that his heart was in turmoil. No attributes. No attributes of the 5 elements. What does this mean? As the saying goes, jump out of the 3 realms and not in the 5 elements. Become a free immortal and live as long as the heavens. No attributes of the 5 elements. Doesn't that mean that you are not in the 5 elements? Of course, in the cultivation world of the Dawn Rain continent, there were no cultivators without attributes of the 5 elements. However, that did not mean that there were no legends of the 5 elements. No, it couldn't be said that it was the same as the legends. Because those legends without the 5 elements were all stories of great divine abilities and great cultivators. But there had never been any records of low-level cultivators. But this little rogue cultivator in front of him actually had no attributes of any of the 5 elements. What could this mean? Perhaps he was a genius in cultivation, or perhaps he was trash in cultivation. Forget it. No matter what, this Xiaohua can be considered a strange person. My Imperial Thunder sect has to be extra careful. Even if he's a piece of trash, I'm afraid he'll have to stay on my Sky Thunder peak. Zhen Yeming made up his mind. He looked at the dozens of cultivators who wanted to gather around him and waved his hand. This has nothing to do with you. You can leave now and find a place to rest. The second round of the test is about to begin. Today we will be recruiting 100 disciples. Although the quota is 10 times more than before, the real test is yet to come. Yes, when the surrounding cultivators heard that Xiaohua wanted to recruit 100 disciples, their faces showed a pleasant surprise. How could they still care about what attribute Xiaohua's physique was? Fellow Taoist Xiao, please follow me. Zhen Yeming smiled and waved his hand, indicating for Xiaohua to stand beside him. When Xiaohua walked over, Dui Ling blinked her eyes and said, Senior Marshal Brother Zhen, this disciple will also go over? Hee, Junior Marshal Sister Dui Ling, your matter is already done. This Senior Marshal Brother will report your matter to the Marshal Ancestor. You can return with the other Senior Marshal Brothers of the Converging Thunder Palace. After Zhen Yeming finished explaining everything, he waved his hand and cast out a spell that was flickering with lightning. A bright light flashed around the 2 of them. Following that, a bright light shot out from the nearest round ball, and the 2 of them disappeared from their original spot. Xiaohua only felt his vision darken. When he opened his eyes again, his figure had actually appeared halfway up a mountain. He saw towering palaces, pavilions, and all kinds of winding corridors and small pavilions. Occasionally, immortal birds would chirp and fly out from the dense fog that was rising from the mountain. Oh my, it really is like a celestial place. Xiaohua's eyes were envious, and he couldn't help but praise in his heart. Zhen Yeming sent out a communication talisman. When he saw the communication talisman flying out of the palace, Zhen Yeming smiled and said, Fellow Taoist Xiao, please follow me. I will listen to fellow Taoist Zhen's instructions. Xiaohua cupped his hands and said. Then, Zhen Yeming led Xiaohua through a few winding corridors and passed through a few clusters of exotic flowers and plants. Gradually, they walked into the white fog. The wisps of white mist were like smoke and cotton, drawing Xiaohua's line of sight. A strange fragrance spread out from the little flowers on the ground, and Xiaohua's ears actually recalled the melodious sound of a flute. Xiaohua's eyes turned, and saw that Zhen Yiming's footsteps were steady, and he seemed to have turned a deaf ear to the flute. He knew that Zhen Yiming was used to it. Xiaohua couldn't help but be curious. Who is the person playing the flute? Yiming, what's the matter? The flute sound suddenly stopped, and a clear voice sounded. Zhen Yiming bowed respectfully and said in a concise manner, reporting to Martial Ancestor, "During the first round of the disciple selection today, I discovered a cultivator without any of the 5 elements." Didn't have any of the 5 elements? The voice was clearly stunned, and he asked in surprise, "Are you sure?" "Of course I'm sure." That cultivator held the mirror spirit in his hand, and the mirror spirit didn't have any reaction. Zhen Yiming said word by word, "Furthermore, that cultivator poured his magic power into the mirror spirit, and the mirror spirit actually exploded." "How is that possible?" As he spoke, a figure suddenly appeared from the white fog and stood 10 feet away from Xiaohua. Ah, a golden core cultivator? Although Xiaohua was already mentally prepared when Zhen Yiming called him Martial Ancestor, when he saw that he couldn't detect that cultivator's cultivation, his heart couldn't help but jump. Previously, when he was on his way to Jinghua City, he had seen a golden core cultivator, but after all, it was only by chance, and he didn't have any direct knowledge of golden core cultivators. It could be said that the ignorant were fearless. After going through these 3 years of tempering, Xiaohua had experienced the fierceness of peak aura refining realm cultivators and the fierceness of foundation building realm cultivators. As for the divine abilities of Jindan realm cultivators, he only needed to think with his heel to know. Without any hesitation, Xiaohua bowed and said, "Junior Xiaohua greets Senior." That cultivator looked to be around 50 years old. He was thin, and the green robe he wore was very ordinary. The cultivator's face was clean and his eyes were slightly sad. Half of his long black hair was already white, but the white hair didn't make his sharp eyebrows and eyes lose their color. Instead, it made him even more charming. The cultivator waved his hand and said faintly, "N." It could be considered as returning the greeting. The sharp nails on his slender fingers were very eye-catching. Good boy, Xiaohua's heart trembled. He had never seen a male cultivator with such long nails. "Yi Ming, give him the mirror spirit," said the cultivator. "Yes, Martial Ancestor." Zhen Yiming didn't dare to be negligent and hurriedly gave his mirror spirit to Xiaohua. Xiaohua took it and looked at the mirror spirit that didn't react. He then looked at the golden core cultivator. As expected, a strange expression flashed through the golden core cultivator's eyes. Then he waved his hand casually. Xiaohua felt his body tighten, and the true qi in his body was imprisoned. This mirror spirit really didn't react. The golden core cultivator waved his hand again, and the imprisonment on Xiaohua's body suddenly disappeared. "Pour your magic power into the mirror spirit." The golden core cultivator's tone was unquestionable. "Yes, Junior." Xiaohua wanted to remind him, but he immediately shut his mouth and carefully poured a strand of magic power into the mirror spirit. Sure enough, just like before, a bright purple-red light flashed and suddenly rushed to the top of the mirror spirit. It didn't allow Xiaohua to withdraw his magic power. Seeing that the mirror spirit was about to explode again, Xiaohua held it in his hand and didn't know whether to throw it away or not. It was very awkward. After all, he was an Aurus core stage cultivator. With a wave of his hand, Xiaohua felt a wave of magic power. A restriction that flashed faintly with electric light was set up around the mirror spirit. Moreover, it seemed to have some kind of power. It took the mirror spirit from Xiaohua's hand. Xiaohua took the opportunity to release his hand and saw the light in the restriction scatter. Another mirror spirit was destroyed by Xiaohua. When the light flashed, the golden core cultivator used his eyes to look at the remains of the mirror spirit. He nodded slightly and rubbed his hand. The lightning in the restriction flashed, and all the remains turned into nothingness. Martial Ancestor. Zhen Yiming saw this and reminded, "Did Xiaohua pass the first round? The second round of the disciple selection is about to begin." Nonsense. The golden core cultivator glared at Zhen Yiming and said, "Although the mirror spirit showed that Xiaohua didn't have any of the 5 elements, this mirror spirit is after all a low-grade magic tool. The result is only for reference. It can't be confirmed that Xiaohua doesn't have any elements. But didn't you see it for yourself? Xiaohua's fire attribute cultivation technique is very good. Even the mirror spirit couldn't determine the purity of his fire attribute. Such a cultivator couldn't pass the first round of the test. Could it be that the Imperial Thunder sect only accepts lightning attribute disciples? Yes, yes. This disciple understands. Zhen Yiming hurriedly bowed and replied. However, if he doesn't have any elements, the purity of his fire attribute cultivation technique shouldn't be so high, right? The Golden Core cultivator waved his hand and said, I will record this matter when we return. You can go and select disciples now. Yes, this disciple understands. Zhen Yiming turned his head and said, Xiaohua, follow me. Xiaohua's mind raced. He was considering whether or not he should tell the Golden Core cultivator about the pearl. The Golden Core cultivator took the pearl and turned around, leaving behind a lonely scene. His figure gradually disappeared. All right, let's talk about it later. Xiaohua muttered as he followed Zhen Yiming back to the pavilion. Zhen Yiming clapped his hands and took out a number plate and handed it over to Xiaohua. Fellow Taoist Xiao, this is your number plate. Please keep it well, and don't keep it in your storage bag. I look forward to your performance, and hope that you can join my Imperial Thunder sect as soon as possible. Thank you for your kind words. Xiaohua clasped his hands. Following Zhen Yiming's hand seals, Xiaohua returned to the thunderous peak. Chapter 1519. How can there be people in this world who don't have the 5 elements? It's just that the fire element is hidden. The figure of the gold core cultivator appeared in a small pavilion in the depths of the dense fog. There was a trace of a smile at the corner of his mouth. As he spoke, he waved his hand and took out a very simple bamboo flute from his sleeve. It did not have the slightest trace of magic power fluctuations. He placed it in front of his eyes and looked at it deeply. Then, he placed it by his lips and a melodious flute sound slowly rang out. When Xiaohua returned to the thunderclap peak, it was already past noon. The sun above his head had already set slightly in the west. Fellow Xiao. Seeing Xiaohua's figure appear on the thunderclap peak, Shue's heart inexplicably relaxed. She immediately jumped up and raised her hand. Here. Xiaohua saw Shue jump up and down on the spot. His eyes unconsciously narrowed, and he also licked his lips inexplicably. His feet didn't stop, and he walked towards Shue's direction. Fellow Xiao, did you pass the selection? Shue asked somewhat impatiently. Her eyes were also nervously looking at Xiaohua. Since I went out, how can I return empty-handed? If I was eliminated, I would naturally go to the west side of the thunderclap peak. How can I appear here? Xiaohua said proudly. Seeing Xiaohua's proudness, Shue didn't feel annoyed. Instead, a trace of expectation appeared in her heart. It was as if Xiaohua was originally supposed to be like this. Shue curled her lips and said, Humph, just now you were almost there. If you weren't smart, you would have been sent away by the thunder boat. Who am I? That little bit of intelligence is just a casual thing. It's nothing, Xiaohua said with a smile. Moreover, this Dui Ling is just a little brat. How would he know I's methods? I can deal with him, but it's just a piece of cake. Xiaohua's words were very self-satisfied and frivolous. However, Shue loved Xiaohua's words. She narrowed her eyes and said charmingly, Really? Who is it just now trembling in fear? Who? Xiaohua shook his head left and right as if trying to find the person Shue was talking about. Haha, Shue giggled and covered her mouth. After a while, she asked, Who did Taoist Zhen bring you to see? What did he say? Others? Xiaohua's heart jumped, and he secretly said, What? Others are others, then what about you and me? However, he said, It's nothing much. I just went to see a senior in the Golden Core stage and destroyed another mirror spirit. Then he let I pass. Then you really have no attributes? Shue asked with her eyes wide open. Xiaohua smiled and said, I naturally don't belong to any of the 5 elements. Only whether or not it has any attributes. I can't say for now. Seeing Xiaohua's complacent appearance, Shue didn't believe him. But seeing that Xiaohua didn't say anything, Shue's heart became even more nervous. She said with disdain, If you don't want to say it, then don't say it. Who cares? Right at this moment, a loud and clear voice came from the many balls again. Fellow Taoists, the second round of the disciple selection is about to begin. Fellow Taoists, please place the number plates you just received in front of your chests and follow the disciples of the Imperial Thunder sect to Thunder-Seeking Valley. Thunder-Seeking Valley? Xiaohua was slightly stunned. However, he saw that Xue Xue's face was already slightly pale. What? Fellow Taoist Xue, is there some kind of trick to this thunder-seeking valley? Xiaohua couldn't help but ask. Alas, of course. Xue Xue saw that everyone had stood up. She slapped a flying talisman on her body and flew away with the disciples of the Imperial Thunder sect in front of her. She said in a low voice, according to the information I got from the Imperial Thunder sect, Thunder-Seeking Valley is a dangerous place in the Imperial Thunder sect. It's the place where the disciples of the Aura Refining Realm have to undergo trials when they reach the peak of the Aura Refining Realm. Ah, reach the peak of the Aura Refining Realm? Xiaohua was shocked and shouted, then, what kind of dangers are there? Xue Xue shook her head blankly and said, that day, I only listened to it like a story. I didn't ask in detail. Stupid. You obviously want to participate in the disciple selection of the Imperial Thunder sect. Why didn't you ask more? Xiaohua criticized without the slightest hesitation. I only know that the Imperial Thunder sect's disciple selection has to pass 2 rounds. This round wasn't included. Xue Xue said with some grievance. If I had known earlier, I would have asked earlier. If I had known earlier, you would be a Foundation Establishment senior now. Xiaohua retorted. Xue Xue was very unhappy. Just as she was about to retort, she felt the entire Thunderclap Peak shake. From the top of the restriction on the Thunderclap Peak, several waves of magic power flashed like ripples. As the waves of magic power swept past, Xue Xue and Xiaohua's number plates also flashed with 2 faint brilliance. The brilliance of the light actually blocked the magic power waves. The magic power waves very calmly swept past the 2 of them. With a rumbling sound, a thunderbolt struck from the top of the restriction. It hit a cultivator about a dozen feet away from Xiaohua. That cultivator was about the 9th level of qi refining, but because he didn't wear a number plate, when the wave of magic power flashed past, it triggered the restriction. That thunderbolt was extremely fast and fierce. The 9th level cultivator didn't have any time to react before he was struck and turned into charcoal in an instant. Huh, what's wrong? Does this cultivator not have a number plate? Xue Xue asked curiously. Or did he put his number plate in his storage bag? Hee, is there even a need to say it? The 9th level of qi refining is the high level of qi refining. I'm afraid his physique doesn't meet the requirements of the Imperial Thunder sect. That's why he took the risk to stay and see if there's a chance. Xiaohua had a look of sympathy on his face. Thinking back to himself just now, wasn't that exactly the case? While they were talking, a few Imperial Thunder sect disciples flew over. They looked at the charcoal, cleaned up the mess, and flew away again. A 9th level qi refining cultivator. Gone just like that. Xiaohua and Xue Xue flew further and further away, occasionally turning back to sigh. The lightning-seeking valley was located within the Lei Mo mountain range. The towering mountain ranges on both sides were like 2 open doors. The entrance to the lightning-seeking valley was also square. From outside the valley, one could see the lush flowers within the valley. This place looks very beautiful. Could it be that there's a hidden danger? Xiaohua muttered in his heart as he looked at the seemingly ordinary thunder-seeking valley from afar. There were about 3,000 cultivators selected in the first round. Xiaohua and Xue Xue were flying at the very front. When they arrived at Thunder-Seeking Valley, the sun was already setting. The Imperial Thunder sect disciples led everyone to the entrance of Thunder-Seeking Valley. They turned around and flew away. At the same time, a figure flashed out from the sky with a thunderbolt. Thunder evasion. Xue Xue exclaimed. Ah, that's thunder evasion? Xiaohua suddenly remembered what Qian Qinghua said when he met him in Shihuang town. Your flying technique is very strange. It's even faster than the thunder escape of my Imperial Thunder sect. Yes, that's the secret thunder evasion of the Imperial Thunder sect. It's said to be the fastest evasion technique in the cultivation world. Xue Xue slightly nodded and said. Xiaohua's gaze fell on the figure that flashed out. The cultivator who used thunder evasion was actually at the middle stage of Foundation establishment. He was about 40 years old. Greetings, senior. The cultivators were very tactful and bowed to pay their respects. The cultivator slightly nodded and released his divine sense to scan everyone. He waved his hand and said, Yes, not bad. You're all handsome cultivators from my country of Xi. Then he pointed at Thunder-Seeking Valley and said, Your second test is to pass Thunder-Seeking Valley. This old man is the host of the second test. As for my name, if you pass, you'll naturally know. If you don't pass, then even if I tell you, it's useless, so I won't say it. This. Xiaohua secretly laughed in his heart. Why is this foundation establishment senior so long-winded? As if he could understand Xiaohua's thoughts, the cultivator said again, this old man won't be long-winded with you. The second test is very simple. It's tomorrow morning. If you can smoothly pass Thunder-Seeking Valley, then you've passed the second test. This old man wants to remind you that Thunder-Seeking Valley is very dangerous. You must bring enough yellow talismans with you. It's just like when you're training in a dangerous place. You can't be careless, otherwise, the cultivator said he wasn't long-winded, but he actually reminded a lot of things. It was like a senior warning a junior about to go out and train. Only when everyone was a little tired of it, the cultivator said. Finally, this old man wants to say that the second test has a risk to your life. If you want to withdraw, then you don't have to enter the valley. All right, everyone, if you're ready, then enter the valley. It wasn't easy to wait until the cultivator said these words. Several cultivators in front of Xiaohua couldn't bear it anymore. Their figures immediately flew up, and they rushed into Thunder-Seeking Valley. Although Xiaohua and Shui weren't in a hurry, they also followed the crowd and slowly flew in. Sigh, if you don't listen to the advice of an old man, then you'll suffer. Seeing everyone fly into Thunder-Seeking Valley, the cultivator sighed slightly. These 3,000 people, I'm afraid, half of them will die inside. But why don't these cultivators believe this old man's words? Soon after, the cultivator's figure swayed, and a thunderbolt flashed again. The cultivator quickly flew forward, passing over the nearby mountain peak, and headed towards the end of Thunder-Seeking Valley. Xiaohua and Shui flew closer to Thunder-Seeking Valley. Seeing everyone flying forward like a swarm of bees, Shui also followed closely behind. Xiaohua said in a low voice, Fellow Taoist Shui, please wait a moment. Why? Although Shui slowed down, seeing everyone flying further and further away, she was somewhat puzzled. Many people make light work. Although this Thunder-Seeking Valley is dangerous, with many people passing through, we can naturally overcome these difficulties. Why don't you follow the crowd? You know full well that Thunder-Seeking Valley is dangerous. It's the place where the high-level disciples of the Imperial Thunder Sect train. Can the dangers inside be dealt with by many people? Xiaohua was unhurried. Moreover, the second stage's requirement is only to pass through Thunder-Seeking Valley in the wee hours of the morning. It's not like it depends on who gets there first. Wouldn't it be fine as long as we safely arrive before daybreak? Soon after, Xiaohua looked ahead and said with a smile, Of course, if fellow Taoist Shui doesn't agree, then you can fly away with them first. Chapter 15:20. Looking at the crowd not far away, Shui hesitated for a moment and sighed. Forget it, I'll listen to you this time. However, fellow Taoist Shui has to be responsible for I. What? Xiaohua was stunned and thought to himself, these words, don't they have some other meaning? These words were very ambiguous. After Shui finished speaking, she immediately came to her senses and said hesitantly, If there's danger, those cultivators will only care about their own safety. Who would care about I? It's better to obediently walk at the back. Since fellow Taoist Shui understands, that's good. Xiaohua nodded and then looked to the left. The two of them weren't the only smart ones. About 10 meters away from them, there were also dozens of cultivators who were either crossing their arms, standing with their hands behind their backs, or floating in the air. They were all coldly looking at the people flying in front of them. Fellow Taoist Xiao, what should we do? Shui also looked and asked in a low voice. Act according to the circumstances. Xiaohua smiled mysteriously. Act according to the circumstances? Isn't that the same as not saying anything? Shui pursed her lips and clapped her hands. She took out some yellow talismans from her storage pouch and handed them to Xiaohua. If you don't want to say it, then don't say it. You're acting like you're very profound. But, as soon as these words left her mouth, Shui felt some regret. It seemed she still hadn't figured it out. Xiaohua was now a late-stage 10th layer qi refining cultivator, not the low-level 4th layer qi refining cultivator she saw before. How could she be so impudent? Fortunately, Xiaohua didn't care and also didn't notice Shui's gaze. He looked at the yellow talismans handed over and took out 2, saying, Flight talismans. I don't need them. You can use them yourself. Shue Shue opened her cherry lips slightly, and her mind spun rapidly. If he doesn't need the flight talisman, doesn't that mean he knows the flight technique? The flight technique. How could a 10th layer Qi refining cultivator know it? Even a 12th layer Qi refining disciple from a cultivation sect might not be able to grasp it, right? Xiaohua, a loose cultivator actually has this kind of divine ability? Unexpectedly, just as Shue Shue was thinking this, Xiaohua took out several yellow talismans from his storage pouch again and said with a smile, I don't have many yellow talismans, but I have a lot of flying talismans. It's precisely for escaping. You. Shue Shue didn't know whether to laugh or cry, but there was a trace of disappointment in her heart. It seems like Xiaohua should be able to fly. All right, fellow Taoist Shue, the cultivators in front of us have already disappeared. The ones behind us are still wasting their time. We'll take our leave first. Let's see what dangers this Seeking Thunder Valley has. Xiaohua waved his hand and used a flying talisman on himself. Shue Shue also calmed herself down and nodded. I will listen to fellow Taoist Zhao's instructions. As he spoke, he followed behind Xiaohua. The scenery of Seeking Thunder Valley was beautiful. Countless fresh flowers and green grass covered the ground. Countless oddly shaped trees grew diagonally on both sides of the valley. Occasionally, there were even a few small streams flowing out from the caves of the valley. They flowed along the slopes of the valley. One could only hear the gurgling sound of the water, but one couldn't see the end of the stream. At this time, it was already dusk. Seeking Thunder Valley was located in an east-west direction. In the western horizon, countless clouds were like shredded cotton, covering the entire sky. The dim sunset was blocked by a thick layer of clouds. From time to time, a dark red light would seep through the gaps between the clouds, but before it could illuminate the valley, it was already diffused by the darkness of the night. It's a bit strange. Xiaohua paid attention to the surrounding scenery, but apart from being beautiful, he didn't see any danger. He couldn't help but ask in a low voice, Fellow Taoist Shue, are you sure this is the trial grounds of the Imperial Thunder Sect's high-level disciples? Fellow Taoist Shue? Xiaohua asked a few questions. Seeing that no one answered, he couldn't help but turn his head and ask again. Ah? When Xiaohua turned his head and saw that there was no one behind him, he couldn't help but get goosebumps. Just now, wasn't she still following behind me? How come she disappeared without a word? Xiaohua took a deep breath, calmed himself down, and looked around. However, there was only the sound of the wind behind him, and only the scenery that he had just walked over. Where could he see half of Shue Shue's figure? Fellow Taoist Shue? Fellow Taoist Shue? Xiaohua raised his voice and shouted a few more times. Moreover, he turned around and flew back. The valley was still as quiet as before. There was no one in sight, nor was there. Not good. Xiaohua suddenly realized that the scene he saw when he was flying back was exactly the same as the scene he saw when he was flying forward. Not good. It can't be an illusion formation, right? Xiaohua immediately thought of what he encountered on Thousandjiang Peak. Sure enough, when Xiaohua turned around and flew forward again, the scenery around him was the same as the scenery he saw when he turned around. When Xiaohua raised his head to look at the west, the sun had already set, and the hazy stars gradually began to appear. I'm afraid, Xiaohua thought. When he turned his head to look at the other side of the valley, it was absolutely strange. The stars in the valley also had the same appearance, but they revealed a dim starlight. Xiaohua sneered. He stood up, urged his magic power, and used the flight technique. His entire body was like a meteor, flying towards a section of the valley at extreme speed. According to Xiaohua's thoughts, when he was at the second level of Qi refining, he could rely on his flying speed to break through Yulian Mountain's bewildering fog beast. This Seeking Thunder Valley's illusion formation should also be able to be broken through with the flight technique, right? Unfortunately, Xiaohua flew extremely fast. When he saw that the surrounding scenery was somewhat blurry, and it seemed like it was about to be torn apart by Xiaohua, the space around Xiaohua suddenly moved. For some reason, the surrounding scenery became clear again, as if Xiaohua simply didn't fly away. Good heavens, this Seeking Thunder Valley's illusion formation is really powerful. It's worthy of being a place where peak Qi refining cultivators train. Seeing this, Xiaohua stopped. He frowned and thought to himself, there's no need to say anything. Shue Shue is probably the same as me. Oh, all the cultivators must have fallen into this illusion formation. But, how do I break this illusion formation? Xiaohua's figure floated in midair. His hands crossed in front of his chest, and he frowned as he thought, illusion formation, illusion formation. Io, how could I forget? Don't I still have my perception? Xiaohua suddenly thought, and immediately released his perception. Sure enough, in Xiaohua's perception, although he couldn't see any restrictions, he could still feel the outline of Seeking Thunder Valley. Therefore, Xiaohua slowed down his flying speed and slowly advanced in the direction of Seeking Thunder Valley. However, when he flew a few feet in a straight line, he encountered another restriction. In his perception, every time he flew half a foot forward, his body would abruptly return to its original spot. It seemed like this was some kind of spatial restriction technique. Oh, so that's how it is. Xiaohua landed on the ground and took a step forward. From what the naked eye could see, he took this step firmly. However, from what the naked eye could sense, this step only swayed in the air for a moment before landing on the ground again. I found the location of the formation. But how do I break the restriction? Xiaohua only practiced the art of making talismans and alchemy. This art of formations, he still didn't have the opportunity to come into contact with it. Xiaohua stood on the ground, frowning. He released his perception and used his hand to touch his nose as he walked back and forth. After walking for a while, Xiaohua discovered that this space was only about 100 zhong wide. Moreover, this restriction also had the effect of isolating divine sense. Even if Xiaohua's perception it was blocked and couldn't pass through. Huh, that's strange. If this is an illusion formation, then shouldn't Shui be at the same distance as me? But why isn't there anything around me, but I don't know if there's anything behind me? Xiaohua was somewhat puzzled. Besides, where are the thousands of people in front of me? How? Haha, Xiaohua suddenly laughed and walked back to the location of the restriction with large strides. He released his perception and used his feet to continuously walk back there. 1 step, 2 steps, each step brought him back to its original position. Huh, could it be that I'm wrong? Xiaohua scratched his head, but just as he was hesitating in his perception, he actually took a step forward. Haha, didn't I say so? This restriction definitely works sometimes, or else Shui and I would definitely be together. Xiaohua laughed loudly and released his perception. Sure enough, within this 100 zhong, Shui was like a headless fly, flying everywhere, and her face was abnormally panicked. Xiaohua flew up to Shui's side and said with a smile, "Fellow Taoist Shui." "Ah? Fellow Taoist Xiao, where did you come from?" Shui cried out in pleasant surprise, but when her gaze searched for the origin of Xiaohua's voice, there was actually a blank space? Huh, what's going on? Xiaohua withdrew his perception. Sure enough, where he looked, Shui's figure also disappeared. Damn, this illusion formation is really powerful. It can actually meet but can't see. Xiaohua cursed in his heart and released his perception again. He thought for a moment and said with a smile, "Fellow Taoist Shui, don't panic. I will go over and pull you." Okay. Shui responded, but there was an indescribable feeling in her heart. However, when she felt 2 fingers tugging at her sleeve, there was a trace of disappointment for no reason. "Fellow Taoist Xiao, can you see me?" I can vaguely see a bit." Xiaohua said vaguely, "This is an illusion formation, follow I." "Okay." Shui responded and followed Xiaohua's pull, slowly moving forward. Rumble right at this moment, a burst of fireball talismans exploded behind Shui, shaking the surrounding valleys to the point of shaking. It was reckoned that Xiaohua and the other cultivators behind him had also fallen into the illusion formation. "Fellow Taoist Xiao, quickly leave. This illusion formation can be forcefully broken with magic power, but if it can't be broken, its counterattack power will be even stronger. This kind of Seeking Thunder Valley is a place of trial for high-level disciples of the Imperial Thunder sect. It's not something we can break by force. We can't let other people ruin our good fortune. Damn it, we just entered the valley. With such a powerful illusion formation, how can people survive?" Xiaohua couldn't help but curse. Hearing Xiaohua's words, Shui's heart stirred, and she said in a low voice, "Fellow Taoist Xiao, in front. Do you see other cultivators? Seems like there aren't any." Xiaohua seemed to have thought of something as well. "If you like this work, you are welcome to come to Qidian." Chapter 1521. I'm afraid I was harmed by you. Shui's expression was indescribable. Her pair of beautiful eyes stared at Xiaohua as if she was blaming him, and also acting coquettishly. But could she see Xiaohua? Xiaohua didn't think so much, but his face was still embarrassed. He smiled apologetically and said, I was too cautious. I didn't expect that this thunder-seeking valley was used by Imperial Thunder Sect's peak aura refining disciples. Most of us cultivators are in the middle stage or early stage. How can we compare to Imperial Thunder Sect's late stage aura refining disciples? If this thunder-seeking valley's restrictions were all opened, I'm afraid there wouldn't be many who could pass through, right? Therefore, some of the restrictions in this thunder-seeking valley are open, and some are closed. This illusion formation was probably closed when the cultivators passed through. Shue added. At this time, she didn't have the slightest intention of blaming him. And that's right. Xiaohua nodded slightly. At this time, the two of them had already walked to the front of the restriction. Xiaohua smiled and said, Fellow Taoist Shue, please wait a moment. After a while, when the restriction in the space stopped, Xiaohua pulled Shue's sleeve and walked forward again. Why did you stop for a while? The two of them walked silently for a while. Shue looked at Xiaohua and asked in a low voice. Oh, nothing. I just found that illusion formation. Xiaohua said casually. But when he spoke, he suddenly realized that he could see Shue's face. That pair of joyful and worried eyes were staring straight at him. Oh! Xiaohua immediately withdrew his hand and shouted, Fellow Taoist Shue, you can see I? Seeing Xiaohua's somewhat nervous appearance, Shue laughed and said, I could see fellow Taoist after we stopped for a while. It's just that fellow Taoist was busy rushing, so I didn't mention it. Haha. Haha. Xiaohua rubbed his hands and pointed. Then we'll just keep going forward. Go forward? Shue said curiously. That's obviously a stream, fellow Taoist Xiao. Xiaohua patted his forehead and said with a smile, Fellow Taoist Shue, just listen to I. If we don't move forward, I'm afraid we'll still be flying around like before. You're the one who's flying everywhere. Shue seemed to have also heard the word fly in Xiaohua's words and rebuked him, raising her hand and saying, What? Xiaohua was a little stunned as he looked at Shuai's snow-white wrist. Nonsense, you have to pull me. Otherwise, I know where to go. Shue laughed. Xiaohua's eyes flickered. His left hand hesitated by Shue's wrist for a moment, but he still reached back and grabbed Shue's Taoist robe. The two of them walked for a long time, stopping and walking like this, not saying anything else. Shue only followed Xiaohua. Even if it was a stream, even if it was a mountain wall, she didn't avoid it at all. She opened her eyes wide and only cared about walking. From the looks of it, she was extremely reassured by Xiaohua. The night breeze gently blew, and the starlight became even more brilliant. The atmosphere between the two people was somewhat strange. It seemed to be a kind of tranquility, and also seemed to be a kind of tacit understanding. In short, Shue didn't ask Xiaohua why he could see through this illusion array, and also didn't ask how he passed through this seeking thunder valley. We're here. Hearing Xiaohua's words and feeling Xiaohua's hand let go of her, Shue felt a burst of disappointment in her heart for no reason, as if she really hoped that the illusion array of this seeking thunder valley was as long as possible. What's wrong with me? Shue's face was slightly red, and she couldn't help but ask herself in her heart. However, before her thoughts turned, Xiaohua asked with concern, Fellow Taoist Shue, what's wrong with you? Did I make a mistake? Could it be? Oh no, nothing. Shue hurriedly covered it up. She raised her eyes and looked at the somewhat spacious area in front of her. There weren't any flowers or plants in the valley. I'm just very curious. This place is very different from what I saw just now. Why are there all bare stone walls? I don't know, if we're still in the illusion array. Following Shue's gaze, Xiaohua said with a smile, If fellow Taoist Shue sees bare stone walls, then you're right. This place has already left the illusion array. Shue felt a burst of regret for no reason in her heart. Why didn't I say that the flowers and plants are still lush? Soon after, the two of them flew up one after the other. However, just after flying for several tens of feet and turning a few corners, Xiaohua suddenly stopped. Shue was somewhat absent-minded and almost bumped into Xiaohua's back. The strong aura on Xiaohua's body caused Shue to feel a burst of impatience, and her eyes flickered incessantly. Fellow Taoist Shue, Xiaohua asked again with concern. Was it, just now in the illusion array, Xiaohua obviously discovered Shue's abnormality? No. Shue's figure took a deep breath, and the slightly clear cold wind made Shue slowly sober up. Xiaohua was a bit worried and warned. Fellow Taoist Shui, I don't have any heart-clearing yellow talismans here. If you have any in your storage bag, it's best to use one. An illusion array? Maybe there's some hidden restriction within it. Seeing Xiaohua so concerned, Shui felt sweet in her heart and smiled. And I'll do as you say. As he spoke, he slapped his hand and took out a rarely seen soul-cleansing talisman from his storage bag. He urged his magic power, and the soul-cleansing talisman turned into a sparkling stream of water that poured down on Shui's head. With a pshwab sound, Shui seemed to have suddenly woken up. Her mind was clear, and those beautiful thoughts in her heart just now all disappeared. I'm ashamed, Shui secretly shouted in her heart. Needless to say, everything just now was caused by the illusion array. Was there even a need to say it? The illusion array of Seeking Thunder Valley was used to test Imperial Thunder Sect's 11th level Qi refinement disciples. How could it be just a mere maze? More importantly, it was the erosion of the mind. Just now, Shui was running around randomly in the illusion array, and her mind was lost. She had long been confused by the illusion array, and an inner demon was born. In addition, she relied on Xiaohua, so of course her feelings were secretly born. If it wasn't for Xiaohua's timely reminder, this inner demon would have become even stronger, and in the end affect her cultivation. Many thanks, fellow Taoist Xiao. The trace of confusion in Shui's eyes disappeared, and with some lingering fear, she cupped her hands and smiled. If it wasn't for fellow Taoist Zhao's reminder, the consequences would have been unimaginable. Hee, there's no other reason, we're just mutually supporting each other, that's all. Xiaohua waved his hand, and then pointed ahead and said, I'm afraid that ahead is the true place to test the new disciples. Oh, is that so? Shui's face turned cold, and looked in the direction Xiaohua pointed. She saw that in front of the bend, there were scattered some rags, some worn-out talisman papers, and even a small storage pouch. Let's carefully go over and take a look. Xiaohua extended his right hand's finger and slightly pointed. Seeing Xiaohua's finger move slightly, Shui's heart also slightly jumped, and then she was greatly shocked. Could it be the effect of the illusion array still hasn't been removed? However, the feeling of her heartbeat was so enjoyable that Shui couldn't help but stare at Xiaohua's thin and tall back. That back seemed lonely, but in the loneliness, there was a kind of indomitable feeling. Alas, the feelings and inner demons of this world, who can clearly say which is real and which is fake. I'm afraid that when the fake is real, the real is fake, and when the real is fake, the fake is real. Fellow Taoist Shui, look. Xiaohua very carefully flew to the corner. Looking ahead, he saw that the valley, which was about 100 meters long, was perfectly straight. However, this perfectly straight valley was in a complete mess. Yes, at this time, Shui also restrained her emotions and flew to Xiaohua's side. After looking, she nodded and said, This should be the Imperial Thunder Sect's test. This is an offensive formation. If you can resist it, then you can enter the next section, otherwise. Yes, since there aren't any corpses, presumably the Imperial Thunder Sect also left a way out. That number plate should have a protective function. What that senior said just now should be to guard against us. Yes, fellow Taoist Xiao, we have the number plates on our bodies. If we activate the protection of the number plates, we should be teleported out of this thunder-seeking valley, and thus lose the qualifications to be selected. Shui's face was also solemn. Looking at the debris left in this valley, she knew that this offensive formation must be incomparably powerful. Xiaohua clapped his hands, took out several yellow talismans, and placed them on his body one by one. Shui also did the same. AI, if only I had some kind of protective magic tool. Xiaohua's heart was moved as he thought to himself. Unfortunately, there were many things in Xiaohua's space, and there were also a few magic tools. For example, the Spirit Husbandry Sect's Triangle, Yanwei's Ring, Ling Jingyi's Shadow Moon, and Xiaonan's Chung family's soul-absorbing bell. Unfortunately, these things all needed to be refined using the secret techniques of their respective sections. Xiaohua didn't have the technique to refine them, so he couldn't refine them. The only magic tool he could refine was Ling Jingyi's Shadow Moon, but Xiaohua had some misgivings about it, so he naturally couldn't refine it. Therefore, Xiaohua still lacked a suitable magic tool. What about the others? They were all things he took from low and middle level Qi refinement cultivators, so it was impossible for there to be any magic tools. As for the storage bag he got from the talisman puppet, Other than some yellow talismans and spirit stones from the Fu family, there was nothing else. Let's see how it goes. If it doesn't work, I can only fly a bit faster. Xiaohua made up his mind, turned his head and said, "Fellow Taoist Shui, stay closer to me. If it really doesn't work, I will fly a bit faster and see if I can pull you and escape." "Okay." Shui nodded. She stretched out her hand, took out several yellow talismans and flew to Xiaohua's side. "Let's go," Xiaohua ordered, and the two of them flew inside at the same time. Woo, when Xiaohua and Shui just passed the corner, a gust of wind blew, and the sky above lightning-seeking valley was instantly filled with many dark clouds. Kacha, immediately, several hair-thin lightning bolts struck down. "Are you kidding me? It's actually heavenly lightning?" Xiaohua and Shui were dumbstruck. This kind of lightning, which Qi refinement cultivator could dodge it. Fortunately, the lightning bolts didn't directly strike Xiaohua and Shui. Instead, they struck the stone walls on both sides. Zalalap, the heavenly lightning struck down, and countless tiny lightning bolts appeared on the stone walls. A purple brilliance gradually emerged from the stone walls, forming a net. Then, it flew out from the stone walls in all directions, covering Xiaohua and Shui. "Damn it!" Seeing this, Xiaohua couldn't help but curse. The entire valley is covered with this kind of forbidden technique. No matter how fast I fly, it's impossible for me to fly out in an instant. Those thousands of people. Alas, aren't they suitable for this kind of forbidden technique? Thinking quickly, Xiaohua waved his hand, and dozens of top-quality fireball talismans were taken out by him. He urged his magic power, and threw them towards the sky above his head. Shui was the same. Several yellow talismans flew out, and a fire net flew into the sky. Chapter 15:22. Rumble. A series of loud noises rang out. The fireball talismans that Xiaohua threw out were extremely powerful, blasting away the lightning bolts that were falling down from above, creating a large gap. When Shui's fire net talisman flew into the air, the brilliance and power of the fire net talisman was far inferior to Xiaohua's fireball talisman. Top-grade fireball talisman? Shui was so shocked that she covered her mouth. She was very clear on how much spirit stones this thing was worth. She had never seen someone throw out so many without any heartache. Of course, you get what you pay for. Seeing that the lightning restriction was broken by Xiaohua, Shui was also delighted after her shock. Damn! Just as a smile appeared on Shui's face, an extremely large amount of spiritual energy of heaven and earth began to gather at the spot where the lightning had already dissipated in the air, setting off gusts of wind. One could see with the naked eye that in the gap created by the fireball talisman, flashes of lightning gradually appeared once again. Another complete lightning net quickly gathered together, and without any change in its trajectory, it spread towards the entire lightning-seeking valley. Moreover, this time, the lightning net was much closer to Xiaohua. Damn it, how did the cultivators in front pass through? Xiaohua cursed in a low voice. With a wave of his hand, he immediately threw out a dozen fireball talismans. Rumble! A loud sound rang out, and another large gap was created. Go! Xiaohua shouted and pulled his hand, grabbing Shui's sleeve. The two of them quickly flew towards the gap in the air, and before the lightning net could recover, they flew to the top of the lightning net. Hurry up and fly over there. Xiaohua pointed forward. Shui understood and urged her magic power to fly forward at high speed. Before they could fly more than 30 meters, a few more lightning bolts struck the stone wall. Another wave of lightning net formed above Xiaohua and Shui's heads, and once again scattered down. Xiaohua had no choice but to fly down a bit and throw out fireball talismans again. Fellow Taoist Xiao, quickly look below. Shui was very alarmed, and she lowered her head and shouted, Are you kidding me? Xiaohua slightly lowered his head, and immediately saw that the lightning net that fell on the ground just now was once again covering the ground, and it was not far from their feet. Without hesitation, Xiaohua threw out a bunch of fireball talismans again. After dodging 2 lightning nets, Xiaohua was just about to breathe a sigh of relief. Who would have thought that the 3rd lightning net would fall after it struck the stone wall? It's not over. Xiaohua was greatly shocked. If this continues, wouldn't this lightning net be endless? AI, why didn't I think of flying up? Xiaohua looked at the 2 gaps created by the explosion. He waved his hand and pulled Shui's Taoist robe upwards. How Xue Xue did not expect Xue 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 would suddenly. Xiaohua's figure did not catch up. In a hurry, the Taoist robe in Xiaohua's hands was about to slip. Xiaohua's movements were also fast, and he grabbed Xue Xue's wrist. At this time, Xue Xue was also shocked, and she also reached out to grab Xiaohua's wrist. In an instant, the two of them grabbed each other's wrist at the same time. Xue Xue and Xiaohua were both shocked, and they wanted to let go at the same time. However, just as they let go, they felt that the other party wanted to let go. Their hands tightened again, and they grabbed each other's wrists again. Forget it. Xiaohua did not have time to say anything. He let Xue Xue grab his wrist, and he also grabbed Xue Xue's wrist, and suddenly flew towards the top of Thunder-Seeking Valley. Xiaohua's flying technique was extremely fast. In just a breath's time, he had already rushed out of the lightning net and reached the top of the valley. Hee, if I had known this would happen, I would have. Xiaohua's heart flashed with a trace of hope. Suddenly, a few strands of lightning as thick as hair flashed from the low clouds. These lightning bolts didn't strike the stone walls of the Thunder-Seeking Valley, but directly fell towards Xiaohua. Ouch! Xue Xue could not help but cry out in alarm, and she grabbed Xiaohua's wrist even closer. Damn it! Xiaohua immediately waved his hand, and a pile of fireball talismans appeared again, exploding a gap under their feet, and the two of them fell into the lightning net again. Those lightning bolts fell on the lightning net, and in an instant, the gap created by Xiaohua's explosion was filled. What should we do? Xiaohua stopped in midair and looked at the distance of Thunder-Seeking Valley, and then looked at Xue Xue. Xue Xue's face was red, and she quickly wanted to let go of his hand. However, Xiaohua did not let go and said in a low voice, "Fellow Taoist Xue, if you trust one, then close your eyes. Don't use any magic power, and I will bring you out of here." Okay, I will listen to fellow Taoist Zhao's instructions. Xue Xue's heart felt warm, and her heart was calm. She closed her eyes, and the hand that had just let go grabbed Xiaohua's wrist again. Rumble. There was a loud sound, and then Xue Xue felt like she was a kite, flying up and down. The speed of flying up and down was extremely fast, and a burst of violent wind sounded in her ears. The wind was biting cold, and it blew Xue Xue painfully. She originally wanted to use her magic power to protect herself, but when she thought of Xiaohua's warning, she did not dare to use the defensive yellow talisman. Fortunately, this time was not long. Without waiting for Xue Xue to count to 10 in her heart, Xiaohua's figure stopped. However, after a while, Xiaohua still did not let Xue Xue open her eyes. "Xiaohua, can I open my eyes?" Xue Xue could not help but ask. "Oh, of course you can." Xiaohua's voice sounded, and then Xiaohua's hand slowly loosened. Ouch, is he doing it on purpose? Xue Xue's heart suddenly panicked, and she forgot to open her eyes. Fellow Taoist Xue, use the flying talisman. There is no problem here. Xiaohua's tone did not have any joy. Okay. Xue Xue activated her magic power, and at the same time opened her eyes. She did not know if it was intentional or not, but her hand did not let go of Xiaohua's wrist. When Xue Xue opened her eyes and saw the scene in front of her, Xue Xue could not help but cry out in alarm. About 10 feet away from the two of them, there was a lightning net flashing with a faint purple brilliance, blocking the entire passage of Thunder-Seeking Valley from top to bottom. There was simply no gap for them to fly through. Fellow Taoist Xue, let go of your hand first. Xiaohua's expression was somewhat gloomy, and he said in a low voice. Yes, Xue Xue's voice was like a mosquito's buzzing. She let go of his hand, but at the same time, she could not help but look back. Not far away, there was also an extremely large amount of rolling lightning net that had not completely disappeared, and its power was still not reduced, sealing off Thunder-Seeking Valley. Alas, if it was not for Xiaohua, this trial, I'm afraid it would be impossible for me to pass. Such a long distance, I don't know how did he fly so fast? It seems like he flew faster than Uncle? Xue Xue rejoiced, and also thought of those cultivators behind them just now. She did not know what method those people used to pass through here. Fellow Taoist Xue, this lightning net is from top to bottom. If we directly fly over it, I'm afraid the lightning within the clouds will strike down again. Xiaohua frowned and said, and this lightning may not necessarily take our lives, but if we are hit, the thunder-controlling sex number plate will definitely be activated, and our qualifications will also inevitably be lost. Fellow Taoist, do you have any methods? Hee hee, Xiaohua, only now did you think to ask me? Shue's face revealed a smile, and she clapped her hand. An embroidered ball-like magic artifact appeared. On the round embroidered ball, there were extremely many openings, and all around the openings were fine runes that faintly flickered with magic power. This is... Xiaohua's brows relaxed, and he asked in a low voice. This is naturally my Misty Mountain's ancestral magic artifact, Jade Glyph. Shue said proudly. Ah, Jade Talisman? Xiaohua was greatly shocked, and he looked at the Jade Glyph very eagerly. Of course not. Shue said sweetly. This is only a magic artifact, not a Jade Talisman. But magic artifacts need divine sense. You're only at the 7th level of Qi refining. How can you control it? Xiaohua asked even though he already knew the answer. Hee hee, Xiaohua, are you really a loose cultivator? Haven't you heard that the ancestral magic artifacts of cultivation aristocratic families all have a kind of secret method to control them? Shue didn't conceal anything, and she took out an old yellow talisman from her storage pouch, waving it as she said, This yellow talisman was made by our ancestors. Only my Misty Mountain's bloodline can use it. But Xiaohua's eyes turned, and he hesitated to speak. What's wrong? Shue stopped using magic power and asked curiously. No, nothing. I just want to ask, if I don't have Misty Mountain's bloodline, can this Jade Glyph not be controlled? Xiaohua waved his hand. He actually wanted to ask, Shue has Misty Mountain's bloodline, but she's a woman after all. Then can her descendants also be controlled? This kind of question naturally wasn't good to ask directly, so he changed the topic. This yellow talisman was prepared for us Qi refining cultivators. If you have my Misty Mountain's sacrificial refining technique, you can naturally control it. Shue didn't suspect anything, and she used her magic power to place the yellow talisman on her body. Soon after, she cast an obscure spell, and from the center of the Jade Glyph, a white mist gradually diffused out. Looking at the increasing amount of mist, Shue continued to say, or you can use a common sacrificial refining spell to refine these magic artifacts. Although those spells can't completely release the magic artifact's power, it's still much better than not being able to use them. Huh. Then fellow Taoist Shue, do you have such a common sacrificial refining spell? Xiaohua was delighted, and he quickly asked. Shue smiled bitterly. My Misty Mountain is a cultivation aristocratic family. How could we have such a spell? If fellow Taoist enters the Imperial Thunder sect, you can see if they have such a spell. Oh, so it's like that. Xiaohua nodded. Not long after, enough white mist flew out from the Jade Glyph, and Shue once again used her magic power to hold the Jade Glyph in her hand. The Jade Glyph flashed with a few faint rays of light, and the white mist scattered in the air and surrounded Xiaohua and Shue, just like a large ball of white cotton. Will this work? Xiaohua was somewhat doubtful. Hee hee, fellow Taoist Xiao, don't worry. Since there were cultivators who passed before, they must have also used their ancestral magic artifacts. I don't believe that a 10th layer Qi refining cultivator like you can't do anything, so they can pass without using magic artifacts. Shue was full of confidence. Chapter 1523. All right. Seeing the confidence on Shue's face, Xiaohua could only nod. Of course, Xiaohua. Let's use some yellow talismans like the Vajra talisman. Shue clapped her hands and took out some defensive yellow talismans for Xiaohua. If the white mist can't block the lightning net, what's the use of the Vajra talisman? Xiaohua curled his lips in his heart, but he still took the yellow talisman and used his magic power to place it on his body. Xiaohua, be careful and follow closely. Don't leave the white mist. Shue warned again and then used her magic power to activate the jade engraving to control the white mist. The two of them flew into the lightning net at the same time. Xiaohua didn't dare to release his perception completely, but he still wanted to see the effects of the jade engraving. So he only released a little of his perception and paid attention to the changes in the white mist outside the jade engraving. As expected, the jade engraving was effective. When Xiaohua and Shue flew in front of the lightning net, before they entered, a part of the white mist had already merged into the lightning net. Zalala. After the lightning struck the white mist flashed with a faint purple brilliance and blocked the lightning outside. Great! Xiaohua almost clapped his hands and thought, if I can refine a magic artifact, that spirit husbandry sex triangle can also release a ring. I reckon it can also pass through this lightning net. Xue Xue saw that the white mist was effective and said with a smile, Xiaohua, be careful. We're going in now. Okay, I know, Xiaohua said with a smile. As they spoke, Xue Xue controlled the white mist, and the two of them entered the lightning net. Once the white mist entered the lightning net, it was like a drop of water falling into a pot of boiling oil. Around the white mist, sizzling sounds could be heard, and at the edge of the white mist, purple brilliance kept flickering. Of course, all the lightning was blocked outside the white mist, and Xiaohua and Xue Xue were unharmed. How is it? Xue Xue turned her face and said to Xiaohua as if showing off her favorite toy. Is there anything else? It's great, Xiaohua said with a smile. Xue Xue was excited and said with a smile, Uncle wanted me to take it, but I wasn't willing. Now that I think about it, it's a loss. Xiaohua smiled without saying anything. Then, the two of them flew slowly as if they were taking a stroll. However, after the time it took to brew a cup of tea, Xue Xue's expression turned ugly. What's wrong? Xiaohua was very sensitive. Xiaohua, I was too arrogant. Xue Xue's face gradually turned pale. I didn't expect this lightning net to be so long. My magic power. I'm afraid I won't be able to last much longer. Xiaohua was shocked and asked anxiously, how long can it last? At this moment, Xue Xue tightly clenched her teeth and didn't speak anymore. Needless to say, she was trying her best to activate her Fa Li. Can you use my mana? Xiaohua was very anxious. He stretched out his hand and grabbed Xue Xue's wrist. His magic power rushed over like a flood. It would have been fine if Xiaohua's magic power didn't enter, but as soon as his magic power entered, it immediately disturbed Xue Xue's magic power. Xue Xue's true qi in her meridians was already exhausted. No matter how she mobilized Xiaohua's magic power, if the two of them knew some kind of joint attack technique, then Xiaohua would have been able to control the jade carving at the very beginning. Now that he channeled his magic power, not to mention that the two of them didn't know any joint attack technique, they couldn't fuse two different kinds of magic power together. Even if the two of them could fuse their magic power, at this moment, Xue Xue simply couldn't mobilize Xiaohua's magic power. That magic power in Xue Xue's body could only damage Xue Xue's cultivation. With a peep sound, Xue Xue couldn't help but open her mouth and spit out a mouthful of blood. Immediately, the jade carving flashed wildly, and the white mist was sucked into the jade carving like a swarm of bees. With a zilala sound, the iron cloak talismans, diamond talismans, soft water talismans, and other talismans on Xiaohua and Xue Xue's bodies were all destroyed by the lightning net. The yellow talismans used by qi refining cultivators were simply yellow paper under this lightning. They simply didn't have any decent resistance. With only a faint flash of brilliance, they were destroyed. Damn it! Xiaohua was greatly alarmed. Almost without thinking, he waved his hand, wanting to take out some yellow talismans from the space. But just as he took out a few fire net talismans, he suddenly thought of the bead in the space. At this moment, the bead was still flickering with lightning. It attracted a lot of clouds in the space, and there were also lightning echoing in the clouds. Many areas in the space were covered with lightning. This is it. Thinking back to the day when he took this bead out of the space, Xiaohua was delighted. Without hesitation, he took out the bead. Sure enough, as Xiaohua expected, as soon as the bead was taken out of the space, the originally dense dark clouds in the sky above Thunder-Seeking Valley became even more turbulent. An extremely large amount of lightning was born in an instant. Around Xiaohua and Xue Xue, the lightning that was originally going to hit them suddenly changed directions. Like swallows returning to their nest, they all hit the bead in Xiaohua's hand. Not only that, but the lightning net of unknown length near Xiaohua was also attracted by the bead. In the blink of an eye, it was completely sucked in, revealing an empty valley. Xiaohua was pleasantly surprised. But looking at the lightning that was brewing above his head, the power of the lightning seemed to be much greater than the lightning net from before. Xiaohua patted his hand and put the bead back into his storage pouch. The bead disappeared, and the lightning in the clouds should have disappeared as well. However, at this moment, on the mountain walls around Thunder-Seeking Valley, there was a flash of brilliance. Countless talisman characters gradually appeared, and immediately attracted the lightning in the clouds. Let's go! Xiaohua naturally understood that this was the sign of the lightning net appearing again. With a pull of his hand, he grabbed Xue Xue's wrist and flew forward. Zilala, Xiaohua, and Xue Xue had just turned the corner of Seeking Thunder Valley when a series of noises came from behind them. Xiaohua snuck a glance and saw that the lightning net had formed again just a few feet away from him. "Damn it!" Xiaohua spat and said in a low voice, "Isn't this thunder-controlling sect's trial too much?" "Xiaohua, you can't say that." Xue Xue said in a weak voice, "The thunder-controlling sect's disciples are all handsome in the cultivation world. If they don't do this in their own trial, they will lose face for the thunder-controlling sect when they leave the sect. Life is a small matter, but reputation is a big matter." Looking at Xue Xue's deathly pale face, Xiaohua sighed in his heart and let go of his hand. He patted his hand and took out a parasol dragon pill that he refined and handed it over. He said with a smile, "Xue Xue, I don't have any good medicinal pills here. This is a parasol dragon pill. Take one." Xue Xue was very clear on what a parasol dragon pill was. It definitely wouldn't be effective for her Meridian's injuries. But on the other hand, this parasol dragon pill was given by Xiaohua. A trace of sweetness emerged in Xue Xue's heart. How could she refuse? Taking the parasol dragon pill, Xue Xue glanced ahead and pointed with her finger. "Xiaohua, let's go forward a bit more. It's better to be a bit further away from this forbidden spell. And I'll listen to you." Xiaohua nodded. However, after they walked a few dozen feet and turned a corner, they couldn't help but be dumbstruck. "What do you think?" As it turned out, in front of this corner was a large open space. 1,000 or so cultivators who seemed to be in a difficult situation were all sitting cross-legged. Every one of them had their eyes closed and were adjusting their breathing. "Ha ha ha." Seeing this, Xiaohua almost laughed until he fainted. He secretly said, "I knew it. It was difficult for Xue Xue and I to pass through these forbidden spells, but those thousands of cultivators had it easy for no reason. As it turns out, they were all hiding here to recuperate. From the looks of it, I'm afraid more than half of them have died." Seeing the strange expression on Xiaohua's face, Xue Xue seemed to understand what Xiaohua was thinking. Looking at everyone's gaze sweeping over, Xue Xue lightly touched Xiaohua's arm with her elbow, indicating that Xiaohua should restrain himself a bit. "And let's go over there to adjust our breathing." Xiaohua naturally understood. He pointed at the open space beside the stone wall, and the two of them slowly walked over. When everyone saw that the two of them were similarly injured, their gazes also moved away and they minded their own business to recover. Xue Xue looked at Xiaohua pretending to adjust his breathing and secretly laughed in her heart. She put the parasol dragon pill into her mouth and took out her own medicinal pill, preparing to continue after taking the parasol dragon pill. However, when the medicinal liquid of the parasol dragon pill merged into her meridians and began to slowly repair the damaged meridians just now, Xue Xue was dumbfounded. She couldn't help but exclaim in her heart, "A supreme grade spirit pill? This parasol dragon pill. Did it have the effect of repairing meridians? This sweetheart." When the medicinal power began to stabilize and repair her meridians, Xue Xue couldn't help but open her eyes a bit. Looking at the solemn Xiaohua beside her, a trace of sweetness appeared in her heart. He definitely didn't want me to know that this was a supreme grade spirit pill and was afraid that I would refuse. So he deliberately deceived me. Would I refuse? How could Xiaohua know what Xue Xue was thinking? Feeling that someone was watching him, he also opened his eyes. When Xue Xue saw Xiaohua open his eyes, she immediately closed her eyes again, leaving a trace of red on her face. That trace of red on Xue Xue's snow-white face was so obvious. Could it be there's a problem? Xiaohua saw that Xue Xue's complexion wasn't good and was slightly shocked. However, looking at Xue Xue, other than her face being a bit red, everything else was normal. It didn't seem like there was a problem. He didn't know that in just a day's time, Xue Xue's impression of him had completely changed. In fact, when he thought about it, two strangers who knew each other, and fell in love, who could clearly distinguish which day was the key to the change. At this moment, the group of cultivators that had arrived earlier began to make some noise. Xiaohua wasn't injured, so he stood up and looked over. He saw that among these cultivators, there were about 10 high-level cultivators at the 11th level of qi refining gradually gathering together. Around these cultivators, there were several tens of cultivators at the 10th level of qi refining who also surrounded them, as if they were discussing something. The other cultivators all stood up and watched from the side. After a long while, they seemed to have come to a conclusion. The The 10 or so cultivators at the 11th level of qi refining dispersed and gave orders to the several tens of cultivators at the 10th level of qi refining. The several tens of cultivators at the 10th level of qi refining then walked towards the other cultivators. Among them, a cultivator who was about 30 years old saw Xiaohua and walked over. Chapter 1524. Fellow Taoist, please. That cultivator walked in front of Xiaohua, glanced at Shui, cupped his hands in greeting, and said very elegantly, I am Ma Miaoming of Luanshi's Ma clan. May I know which cultivation clan fellow Taoist comes from? Xiaohua smiled and returned the greeting. Fellow Taoist Ma, I Xiaohua, am a loose cultivator. Loose cultivator? Ma Miaoming's brows inadvertently wrinkled. Although he tried his best to conceal it, a trace of disdain still flashed through his eyes. But that disdain was immediately covered up by elegance, and he said with a meaningful smile, so it's fellow Taoist Xiao. I came this time because I have something to discuss with fellow Taoist Xiao. Ma Miaoming had a smile on his face, and his actions were also refined and courteous, but his tone immediately had an additional layer of condescending feeling. How could Xiaohua not hear it? Looking at the clamor in front of him, and then looking at Shui at the side, he nodded and said, Fellow Taoist Ma, please speak. I am all ears. Oh, it's nothing. Presumably fellow Taoist Xiao already knows that when we first entered Seeking Thunder Valley, there were more than a few thousand people, but after just passing through 2 formations, nearly half of the fellow Taoists died inside, and only a little over 1,000 remained. If we still blindly charge forward like this without any organization, I'm afraid we'll all die in another formation, and there won't be too many fellow Taoists entering the Imperial Thunder Sect. Ma Miaoming pointed again and said, Fellow Taoist Xiao already saw just now that the few fellow Taoists with the highest cultivation bases in my cultivation clan are merciful and thinking about the future of the fellow Taoists. They want to organize all the fellow Taoists and advance and retreat together under their orders. This way, more fellow Taoists can pass through Seeking Thunder Valley. That's a good idea. Xiaohua pinched his chin and nodded. This is a good thing that benefits others and oneself. I naturally have reasons to agree. Ma Miaoming looked at Xiaohua with a smile that wasn't a smile, as if looking at a country bumpkin. After Xiaohua finished speaking, he said, However, these fellow Taoists still have some requests. Request? A trace of vigilance appeared in Xiaohua's heart. He said curiously, Fellow Taoist Ma, please speak. Haha, it's not a big deal. These fellow Taoists are all at the 11th layer of qi refining. If they can't pass through Thunder-Seeking Valley, then I'm sure we can't either. Since they want us to pass together, they'll have to put in a lot more effort than if they were to pass alone. That's why they want to. Ma Miaoming thought for a moment before continuing. If any of you pass through Thunder-Seeking Valley under their command, then when you enter the Imperial Thunder Sect in the future, you'll need to listen to them. Xiaohua slightly frowned. He was already displeased in his heart. If it was some yellow talisman, spirit stones, and the like, then it would be fine to give it to them in a short period of time. However, they were actually scheming for the future matters of the Imperial Thunder Sect. This was a bit too much. Listening to everything he said, I'm afraid I won't have the freedom to speak for myself in the future. You haven't even entered the Imperial Thunder Sect, and you're already forming your own faction. This disciple of a cultivation family is indeed extraordinary. Xiaohua thought to himself. Just as he was about to refuse, Ma Miaoming said without any sense of propriety, Of course, this is only the first condition. There's a second condition? Xiaohua was greatly surprised. He wanted to get to the bottom of it. What's that? These few fellow Taoists only have the strength to lead the cultivators who are not injured. As long as there are some injuries, they don't want them at all. Ma Miaoming glanced at Shui. Shui opened her eyes and coldly swept a glance at Ma Miaoming. She sneered and said, Fellow Taoists, come up with a plan. Ma Miaoming was also quite shameless. His expression didn't change in the slightest. He cupped his hands and said, Seeking Thunder Valley is a dangerous place of the Imperial Thunder Sect. This time we have just taken a few steps. The road ahead is still very long. Fellow Taoist Xiao is a loose cultivator. Without a good friend, I'm afraid it won't be easy to pass through this Seeking Thunder Valley. Besides, even if fellow Taoist Xiao enters the Imperial Thunder Sect, a lone loose cultivator, I'm afraid there won't be any future prospects. This is a good opportunity. If it was me, I would have laughed until my teeth fell out. Fellow Taoist Xiao had better think carefully. Finished speaking, Ma Miaoming turned around and went to persuade the other cultivators. A disciple of a cultivator family, your methods are quite high. Xiaohua looked at Ma Miaoming's back and sneered. AI, who asked the world of cultivators to be so cruel? There are only so many cultivation methods, only so many spirit stones, and only so many opportunities to enter the Imperial Thunder sect. Who wouldn't want to fight for it? Xue sighed and closed her eyes to adjust her breathing. She was very confident in Xiaohua and knew that he wouldn't abandon her. The requirements of these cultivator family disciples were indeed very harsh. However, seeing that they could pass the test and enter the Imperial Thunder sect, this kind of temptation wasn't something that people like Xiaohua could refuse. In just the time it took for an incense stick to burn, most of the cultivators followed them. And that Ma Miaoming didn't come to find Xiaohua again. However, Xiaohua saw clearly that after Ma Miaoming went back, he whispered something in the ear of an 11th level qi refining cultivator, and that cultivator also looked at Xiaohua. Even when he saw Xiaohua's indifferent gaze, his eyes flashed with a trace of fierceness. After a long while, this cultured and refined cultivator, who was about 30 years old, flew into the air and said with a smile, "Well, I am indebted to everyone's favor. If you follow us, then we will certainly do our best to ensure that everyone passes. Not only for the second test, but also for the third test that is about to come. I promise that I will give everyone a satisfactory answer. I also believe that everyone here doesn't need to make any blood oath or heart oath. In the future, you only need to remember today's promise." Who is this? Xiaohua looked at this mid-stage 11th level qi refining cultivator and asked in a low voice. Xue glanced at him and said, "Chong Lotus Village's Jiangming Xiao. He can be considered as the leader of the younger generation in our country of Xi. Since childhood, he has been intelligent and a cultivation genius. He has always wanted to enter the 3 major cultivation sects, but the opportunities were always bad and he didn't succeed." Surname Jiang? Xiaohua looked at Jiangming Xiao and felt an inexplicable dislike in his heart. "Yes, Jiang as in Jiangshui." Xue didn't understand and explained. Good. Xiaohua shouted twice and then ignored him. At this time, there were many cultivators gathered around Jiangming Xiao. There were 10th level qi refining cultivators and 9th level qi refining cultivators. They were all fighting to speak to Jiangming Xiao. It seemed like they were prepared to rely on Jiangming Xiao. It was very obvious that there were about 15 11th level qi refining cultivators and about 8 to 900 uninjured cultivators. They were basically evenly divided into 15 small factions. "Fellow Taoists, are you all ready?" Jiangming Xiao said in a clear voice. "Senior Marshal Brother Jiang, we have been ready for a long time. Let's go." The crowd around Jiangming Xiao shouted. "Good, it's still not far from daybreak. We should go a step earlier." As Jiangming Xiao spoke, he cupped his hands towards the dozen or so 11th level qi refining cultivators and said, "I will go first." After he finished speaking, his figure flew towards the valley entrance on the other side of the open space. The cultivators around him also flew. "Fellow Taoist Xue, how are your injuries?" Xiaohua narrowed his eyes and looked for a moment, then turned his head and asked, "It's about time. If fellow Taoist Xiao is in a hurry, we can set off now." Xue stopped regulating her breath and prepared to stand up. "No hurry." Just as Xiaohua uttered these 2 words, a huge thunderbolt suddenly appeared in the already slightly bright sky. That thunderbolt faintly emitted electric sparks and fire arcs in the night, and a kind of oppressive aura silently pressed down in the pitch-black darkness. This is, not to mention Xiaohua, everyone raised their heads in surprise. They didn't understand what this thunderbolt was doing at this time. Jiangming Xiao and the group of cultivators also stopped at this time. Their figures floated in the air and waited quietly. Zalalop, there was another burst of thunder and lightning. A huge purple brilliance shot out from the thunderbolt and shot towards the valley entrance in front of Jiangming Xiao. Swoosh, when that brilliance landed at the valley entrance, a layer of faint purple brilliance emerged from the valley entrance and poured into the valley like mercury. What is the meaning of this? At this time, Xiaohua and Xue also flew up at this time. From afar, they looked at the brilliant and colorful stone wall and the valley entrance with confusion in their eyes. Just as the cultivators on the thunderboat were waiting for the Imperial Thunder Sect's disciple to speak, The thunderbolt flew towards Kongzhou for another 100 feet and quietly stopped. It was as if it was watching a play. Haha. Fellow Taoists, this is a test given to us by the Imperial Thunder Sect's masters. They must be on the thunderbolt. Wait and see our performance. If any fellow Taoist performance is outstanding, they might be directly accepted as a disciple by these masters. Jiang Ming Shao said in a clear voice, "Let us raise our spirits and show our true ability to the Imperial Thunder Sect's masters." As he spoke, he took the lead and flew towards the entrance of the valley. There seemed to be a barrier at the entrance of the valley. When Jiang Mingshao's figure crashed into it, it was like throwing a stone into a calm lake. As his figure sank into the valley, the ripples spread out in all directions. Good, the cultivators behind Jiang Mingshao also came to their senses. For a moment, they were all excited. Almost all of them rolled up their sleeves and rushed into the valley. When Jiang Mingshao and the others rushed into the valley, the brilliance at the entrance of the valley returned to normal. Immediately after, the other 14 11th layer qi refining cultivators led the others into the valley. In the open space, only Xiaohua, Shui, and over 100 injured cultivators who had yet to recover were left. Xiaohua, why don't I stay here? Your cultivation is profound. If I don't drag you down, you can definitely pass the selection later. Shui's eyes turned a few times as she spoke faintly. However, her eyes were fixed on Xiaohua, wanting to see what he would say. And that's fine too. Xiaohua looked ahead and said indifferently, "The injuries in your meridians haven't healed yet. If you force your way in, I'm afraid you'll be injured. If you fail to become a disciple and your meridians are damaged, the gains won't make up for the losses. It's better to stay here and rest." You. Shui didn't expect Xiaohua to say this. She bit her lips with her teeth and stomped on the ground a few times. She said, "Humph, I don't believe that with my 7th level qi refining cultivation, I can't even pass the second test." After he finished speaking, he activated his magic power and flew toward the entrance of the valley. Chapter 1525. When did I say anything else? Xiaohua, who was behind Shui, smiled and said while rubbing his nose, "I only said that if your injuries haven't healed yet, you should rest for a while. Since you've already healed, you can naturally go forward together." Humph, Shui coldly snorted and continued to fly forward without stopping. This person. As Xiaohua spoke, he urged his magic power to follow closely behind Shui and entered the valley. Just after Xiaohua entered, a slightly immature voice came from the thunderbolt. "Fellow Taoists, this is the last test of our sect's disciple selection. All fellow Taoists must enter. If you don't enter within 15 minutes, you'll automatically give up the selection and be transported to the Thunderclap Peak." The remaining 100 cultivators were shocked when they heard this and immediately got up from the ground. They didn't dare to delay any longer and entered the valley one after another. After all the cultivators had entered, another ray of light similar to the one before shot out from the thunderbolt. When that ray of light shone into the valley that everyone had entered, the entire valley began to shake. Soon after, there was a rumbling sound as if the mountains were shaking and the earth was shaking. Then the thunderbolt suddenly slid and disappeared into the darkness of the night. As for Xiaohua, he followed behind Shui and entered the valley. However, the moment he entered, several different sceneries swayed before his eyes. Xiaohua only felt a blur before his eyes, and then he was standing on top of a mountain. Beside him were only lofty mountains and precipitous ridges. Where was Shui's trace? Illusion array? Xiaohua was shocked. He really didn't expect that after passing through the illusion array, there would actually be another illusion array in this thunder-seeking valley. What made Xiaohua even more uneasy was that when he released his perception and wanted to find out the truth behind the illusion like before, he shockingly discovered that what he saw with his perception was actually exactly the same as what he saw with his eyes. Xiaohua thought for a moment and knew that the ray of light shot out from the thunderbolt just now was precisely to stimulate this illusion array. Moreover, this illusion array was the real illusion array of Thunder-Seeking Valley. It was definitely not something that a 10th level qi refining cultivator like him could see through. Shui! Xiaohua thought for a moment and shouted. Waves of echoes echoed from the valley below the mountain, but no one responded. I'm afraid this illusion array is divided into many parts. Shwe shwe, and I didn't come in together, so we must have been assigned to different areas. Even if we came in together, I'm afraid we would be separated. Xiaohua comprehended something. Then he urged his transcendence energy and used the flight technique, flying high into the air. He raised his eyes to look at the vast expanse of lush greenery beneath his feet and said to himself, "How do I break this illusion formation?" Just as he was thinking, the entire world began to shake violently. Xiaohua's standing figure almost lost its balance. Before Xiaohua could fly up from the cliff, the mountain range under his feet began to rise with a rumbling sound. Looking around, there were also towering mountain ranges emerging from the ground with a rumbling sound. Around the mountain ranges, the previously lush forests had sunk into the ground as the mountain ranges rose. Streams of spring water gushed out, forming lakes. There were also some that were directly crushed into mud by the mountain peaks and disappeared. Xiaohua was stunned. Although he knew that this was an illusory array, he still couldn't help but be shocked by everything that was happening before his eyes. I also don't know what realm must I cultivate to be able to have this kind of divine ability that can move mountains and overturn seas. While Xiaohua's eyes were burning with envy, he suddenly thought of the black dots, light, and the evolution of earth, fire, wind, and lightning that he saw while he was unconscious. His heart unconsciously rippled. This divine ability that can move mountains and overturn seas is already so terrifying, then the evolution of earth, fire, wind, and lightning is probably a divine ability that can create the universe. Then just how majestic is it? Xiaohua's chest couldn't help but rise with a kind of heroic spirit. He opened his mouth and let out a long roar. The rumbling sound of the trembling actually couldn't suppress this long roar. Ha ha ha, this young master wants to see when this young master can reach the level of creation and move mountains and overturn seas. Just as Xiaohua's voice fell, there was a sharp sound. From below Xiaohua's body, the mountain range that had just risen abruptly split into two halves. Scorching hot magma gushed out from the mountain range and rushed straight towards Xiaohua's body. "Come on!" Xiaohua let out a loud shout as he circulated his magic power. His figure flickered as he used the fire escape technique. His feet landed on the magma, and his entire body moved along with the magma. At first glance, it looked as if he was stepping on fire. Fellow Taoists. Just as Xiaohua stood on top of the magma and very carefully walked forward, a voice sounded. Following this voice, the trembling of the entire world suddenly stopped. The magma under Xiaohua's feet also quickly cooled down and turned into crimson rocks. This is the illusory formation that my Imperial Thunder Sect's 12th layer Qi refinement disciples used to test their cultivation. It is also the third trial that all fellow Taoists must pass. The voice was like the sound of nature, resounding throughout the entire world. Currently, the 1,218 fellow Taoists who are participating in the selection are scattered within this illusory formation. There are absolutely no other cultivators within 10 li of each fellow Taoist. Because this time, my sect wants to recruit 100 disciples, 1,118 fellow Taoists will be eliminated. From now on, no matter what method is used, as long as a fellow Taoist's number plate is snatched away by someone else, that fellow Taoist will be eliminated. And the more number plates a fellow Taoist accumulates, the higher his ranking will be. At dawn, my sect will open the illusory formation and rank the fellow Taoists according to the number of number plates obtained. The first 100 fellow Taoists will become disciples of my Imperial Thunder Sect. After the voice finished speaking, the entire world became silent, without the slightest trace of movement. Xiaohua didn't dare to be careless. He promptly released his perception. Sure enough, he didn't see any traces of cultivators in his surroundings. This rule is actually quite interesting. Xiaohua narrowed his eyes and looked at the mountain peak that had just been erected in the distance. This young master thought that there would be some kind of arena at the end to compete for the top 100. Who would have thought that the final disciples would be selected within this illusory formation? Moreover, according to the ranking of the number plates obtained, 1,118 fellow Taoists will be eliminated. If one wants to enter the top 100, one must obtain at least 12 number plates. Then, 12 fellow Taoists will be eliminated. It seems that there were quite a few middle-stage Qi condensation cultivators in the open space just now. This young master gathering 12 number plates should be quite easy, right? Xiaohua had a smile on his face, and his figure flew up. He glanced around, and then casually flew towards a direction. However, at this time, a A splendid firework flew into the air, not too close to Xiaohua's left. It didn't disperse for a long time, and soon after, another dozen or so similar things also flew up in succession, far and near. What's this for? Xiaohua was rather puzzled and inwardly said, others can't hide in a hurry, but these people. Oh, I understand. Xiaohua suddenly came to a realization. These are those dozen or so 11th level qi condensation cultivators. They're calling out to the fellow Taoists who agreed to meet up with us just now, right? But the number plates are limited. Do those cultivators dare to meet up? Xiaohua was puzzled again and immediately shook his head. Why do I care so much? This young master is going to gather 12 number plates first. With this thought, Xiaohua increased his speed. Sure enough, just as he flew for a short moment, a 7th level qi condensation cultivator barged into Xiaohua's perception. This cultivator wore a crimson Taoist robe, truly eye-catching. The red-robed cultivator seemed to be fleeing, turning his head to look back from time to time. By the time he discovered Xiaohua, he was already in front of Xiaohua. When the red-robed cultivator saw Xiaohua's 10th level qi condensation cultivation, he almost cried out in alarm and hurriedly changed direction. Unfortunately, how could he fly faster than Xiaohua? Just as he changed direction, Xiaohua moved in front of him and laughed. Fellow Taoist, a crisp bang rang out. The red-robed cultivator simply didn't wait for Xiaohua to finish speaking. The sword talisman in his hand transformed into a foot-long flying sword and directly pierced towards Xiaohua's chest. Xiaohua's brows slightly furrowed. Seeing the flying sword fly towards his chest with incomparable speed, he didn't have the slightest thought of dodging. He simply raised his right hand and slapped towards the flying sword. The red-robed cultivator was stunned. In his opinion, even if Xiaohua's cultivation was at the 10th level of qi condensation, he should have taken out a high-level yellow talisman to deal with this flying sword talisman. How could he possibly receive the flying sword talisman with his bare hands? 10th level of qi condensation. Sure enough, it's a high-level cultivation. On the other side, Xiaohua's expression was indifferent. He was still muttering in his heart. Only after cultivating to a certain level would I know what kind of disdain he had when he faced me, a 4th-layer aura refining loose cultivator. Back then, when the Fu clan's talisman puppet faced me, I'm afraid it was also this easy. The gap between realms is really huge. Xiaohua sighed with emotion as he urged his magic power and used the thunder palm in his hand. A half-foot-long lightning bolt flashed out of thin air and struck the flying sword in midair. With a cracking sound, the flying sword was immediately shattered by the thunder palm as if it was made of colored glass. Immediately, it turned into several pieces of paper and flew into the air. This high-level flying sword talisman, which in Xiaohua's eyes before, seemed to be very powerful. Now, with a casual wave of Xiaohua's hand, it vanished into thin air. The red-robed cultivator was even more terrified. He slapped his hand and took out another stack of fireball talismans, wanting to throw them out. Fellow Taoist, I only want your number plate. I don't want to take your life. If you continue to resist like this, don't blame I for being ruthless. Xiaohua's cold voice sounded in the cultivator's ear. Hearing this, the red-robed cultivator's face revealed a trace of relief. He softly said, Is fellow Taoist's words true? Believe it or not, I don't feel like explaining to you. Xiaohua stood in midair and turned his head to look at where the cultivator came from. He said, I have limited time, I will only count to 6. If fellow Taoist doesn't leave the number plate on the ground and leave, then I will. Yes. Seeing Xiaohua's anger, the red-robed cultivator didn't dare to be negligent. He slapped his hand and took out a number plate from his storage bag. He placed it on the ground and said, I will leave the number plate here. I hope fellow Taoist will keep his word. Go. Xiaohua indifferently looked at the number plate on the ground and waved his hand. But just as Xiaohua was about to wave his hand, a hand suddenly reached out from the ground and grabbed the number plate in his hand. Chapter 1526. Fellow Taoist, when the red-robed cultivator saw that the command tablet on the ground had been snatched away, he immediately looked nervously at Xiaohua. But Xiaohua wasn't the slightest bit nervous. Seeing that hand and the command tablet disappear into the ground, he laughed and said, Take care of yourself and go. Then, The red-robed cultivator cupped his hands and said, "I." At this moment, a strange thing happened. The red-robed cultivator's figure faintly flickered, like a candle swaying in the wind. After swaying twice, the red-robed cultivator disappeared from where he stood. Huh? What's going on? Xiaohua was somewhat dazed, but when his perception tracked down the cultivator who had just taken the command tablet, he somewhat understood. The Imperial Thunder Sect's disciple said he wanted to eliminate 11-18 cultivators. I'm afraid this is the method of elimination. Just now, when the command tablet was about 1 zhang away from the red-robed cultivator, the red-robed cultivator immediately disappeared. He should have been transported out of this illusion formation. In other words, he was eliminated. The command tablet can't be more than 1 zhang away from the body. Otherwise, it will be regarded as having been snatched away and automatically transported out of the illusion formation. Why didn't the Imperial Thunder Sect's disciple mention this kind of thing? Xiaohua was bewildered, but he immediately formed hand seals and his body drilled into the ground. He used the earth escape technique and chased in the direction the other cultivator escaped in. The other cultivator was a person with a pointy mouth and monkey-like cheeks. He was precisely chasing after the red-robed cultivator from just now. Xiaohua had long since discovered that. When the cultivator with a pointy mouth and monkey-like cheeks saw that Xiaohua's cultivation wasn't inferior to his, he immediately escaped into the ground, wanting to catch him off guard. He originally wanted to sneak attack Xiaohua, but when he saw the red-robed cultivator actually put the command tablet on the ground, he naturally didn't hesitate to take the command tablet away. According to this cultivator's thinking, he was at the 10th level of qi condensation, and Xiaohua was also at the 10th level of qi condensation. Not to mention whether or not Xiaohua had an earth escape talisman. Even if he did, he might not be able to catch up to him. Who would have thought that just as this 10th level cultivator fled for a moment, he heard Xiaohua's eerie voice from above his head. Fellow Taoist scheme. You actually dared to take the command tablet away from I didn't want to take your life. Humph. The monkey-faced cultivator suppressed his astonishment and let out a cold snort. He clapped his hands and took out several yellow talismans. However, just as he urged his magic power, an incomparably fierce force suddenly came from the space between his eyebrows. When he saw a black light instantly pierce through his earth escape talisman and the yellow talismans around him, he felt a pain between his eyebrows and immediately lost consciousness. What's going on? Xiaohua drove the black iron needle into the cultivator's forehead, but a strange scene appeared. Just as the black iron needle pierced into the cultivator's forehead, the cultivator's body began to flicker. Just like the red-robed cultivator, the cultivator's body gradually disappeared, leaving behind 2 identical number plates in front of Xiaohua's eyes. Oh, so that's the case. Xiaohua put the 2 number plates into his storage bag and nodded slightly. The Imperial Thunder Sect still has the intention of protecting the cultivators participating in the selection. Inside this illusion formation, even if you lose your life, you don't have to worry and will be immediately transported out. And that's fine too. In this case, this young master also doesn't have any misgivings. At this moment, Xiaohua was truly awe-inspiring. This was also the first time he could hold his head up high after hiding from the 3 sects of the state of Shi. His magic power was truly much higher than his peers. Dealing with the 6th and 10th level of qi refining was simply as easy as reaching out his hand. Moreover, the reason why qi refining cultivators became qi refining cultivators was precisely because they drew the spiritual energy of heaven and earth into their body and refined it for their own use. This was merely the lowest level of cultivation. They could only rely on their magic power to drive the yellow talismans. Speaking of which, they couldn't even be considered to have crossed the threshold. Only after reaching the 12th level of qi refining and beginning to possess divine sense could they begin to rely on their own magic power to cast spells. Only then could they be considered to have truly stepped into the threshold of cultivation. Although Xiaohua was currently only at the 10th level of qi refining, he was already able to cast spells. In these past 2 years, he had repeatedly read through the book of foundational spells he obtained from the Feng clan. He had long since practiced all the spells in the book to the point that he was thoroughly familiar with them. This Thunder Palm was actually the most powerful spell in the book. Today, he took it out very easily, making a profit. Immediately after, Xiaohua randomly picked a direction and flew away. One after another, he found 2 cultivators around the 8th level of qi refining. These 2 were tactful. Knowing that they couldn't contend against him, they obediently took out their number plates and withdrew from the illusion formation. Hee, this is good. It's as easy as blowing off dust. Using reason to convince people. Xiaohua somewhat enjoyed this feeling of being an expert. If nothing unexpected happens, this young master will soon be able to gather 12 number plates. However, this was often the case. The easier it felt, the easier it was for accidents to occur. In the time it took for an incense stick to burn, Xiaohua didn't find another cultivator, regardless of whether they were high or low level. It was as if these cultivators were all hiding. Strange. Xiaohua released all of his perception. He even looked underground, but he didn't have the slightest clue. Looking at the color of the sky, it was already extremely dark. Presumably, this was the darkness before dawn. Before long, the sun would rise from the east again. This is bad. Xiaohua's heart jumped. His figure flew up into the air. Looking at the signal that was the closest to him, he sneered. Damn it, it seems this young master wants to test his luck. At this moment, without waiting for Xiaohua to urge his magic power, a faint divine sense swept past him from behind. It passed by Xiaohua's body and immediately locked onto him. Soon after, in Xiaohua's perception, another dozen or so cultivators appeared behind him. They quickly surrounded him from all directions. Humph! Xiaohua coldly snorted. He waved his hand and took out the black iron needle from the space. He quietly sent it into the air. Soon after, he took the devil's spear and a large stack of fireball talismans in his hand. He pretended to be ignorant and flew forward. Fellow Taoist. Xiaohua flew for a moment and sensed that the dozen or so cultivators had surrounded him. Then, he heard a warm voice call out from behind him. Xiaohua turned around and frowned slightly. The two people who appeared behind him were none other than Ma Miaoming and Jiang Mingxiao. Haha! Ma Miaoming saw Xiaohua and laughed happily. Fellow Taoist Jiang, it's this guy. I saw a few people outside the illusory formation. They were all very willing to submit to fellow Taoist Jiang. Only this guy ignored you. Hee, everyone has their own ambitions. I have never forced anyone. Jiang Mingxiao smiled and waved her hand. What ambitions does he have? He's just a loose cultivator. Needless to say, he cultivated to this level by robbing cultivation techniques and spirit stones. Even if he wants to submit to fellow Taoist Jiang, we still have to carefully consider our own reputation. Ma Miaoming sneered. Fellow Taoist Ma, do you still remember that loose cultivator Chang Huan? How despicable and shameless. He treated fellow Taoist as his reborn parent. As soon as fellow Taoist left, he immediately. Fellow Taoist Ma. Jiang Mingxiao frowned with displeasure. Hee, I know my wrongs, I know my wrongs. Ma Miaoming immediately flattered. Fellow Taoist Jiang is a magnanimous person. You won't take this kind of trivial matter to heart, but I still feel indignant for fellow Taoist. Then, she looked at Xiaohua and said, how could ordinary loose cultivators surpass the 7th layer of the qi refining realm? If he didn't use despicable means, how could he reach the 10th layer of the qi refining realm? If fellow Taoist Jiang makes a move on one hand, we'll have another number plate. On the other hand, we can avenge the fellow Taoist who died in this guy's hands. I have my own ideas. Jiang Mingxiao waved her hand and stopped Ma Miaoming from speaking. She cupped her hands and said, I remember that fellow Taoist is called Xiaohua, right? Yes, that's right. It's extremely difficult for loose cultivators to cultivate. This is common knowledge in the cultivation world. Joining the Imperial Thunder sect is fellow Taoist Zhao's best opportunity. This is already the last hurdle. Fellow Taoist Xiao only needs to obtain 12 number plates to fulfill his wish and become an official disciple of a major cultivation sect. In the future, he won't have to worry about spirit stones, medicinal pills, or cultivation techniques anymore. What do you mean, fellow Taoist Jiang? Xiaohua was a little puzzled. Nothing. I just admire the willpower of loose cultivators like you. In a situation where you don't have anything, you actually manage to cultivate to the 10th layer of the qi refining realm. If it's absolutely impossible. Therefore, I want to give fellow Taoist Xiao a chance. Oh, you still want to follow fellow Taoist Jiang? Xiaohua looked at Jiang Mingxiao with a faint smile. Yes, I naturally trust others, but fellow Taoist Xiao is a loose cultivator. Therefore, I ask fellow Taoist Xiao to swear a blood oath that in the future, you'll only follow I in the Imperial Thunder sect. If you do, I will spare your life and protect you. Who? Jiang Mingxiao was persuading Xiaohua when suddenly, another divine sense swept over. Jiang Mingxiao frowned and scolded towards the source of the divine sense. "Of course it's I." An extremely arrogant voice came. Then, more than 10 cultivators flew down from the east side of Shaohua. "Wang family of Guangxian?" Jiang Mingxiao sneered and said, "Fellow Taoist Qiming, can't you see that I am doing something here?" "Hee, fellow Taoist Jiang, of course I can see you." Wang Qiming's face was sharp and thin, and he actually had a goatee under his chin. His eyes were slightly red, and he said with a sinister smile, "The loose cultivators in this area have all been killed, and those who should have fled have fled. It's hard to find an extra number plate. It's not easy to find an unguarded one here. I also came to take a look on behalf of my subordinate brothers." "Fellow Taoist Wang," Jiang Mingxiao scolded, "this fellow Taoist has already pledged his allegiance to I and his I's brother. This number plate, I'm afraid I can't give it to you." "Is that so?" Wang Qiming rolled his red eyes and said with a smile, "It seems this fellow Taoist hasn't agreed yet." "Hee, fellow Taoist Wang, do you think this fellow Taoist won't agree?" Jiang Mingxiao looked up to the sky and laughed loudly. Shaohua stood there and looked at the two people coldly. When he saw Jiang Mingxiao laughing, a faint smile also appeared on his face. He cupped his hands and said, "Fellow Taoist Jiang, I'll let you know that I won't agree to this condition of being someone's servant." "Huh." Jiang Mingxiao was laughing halfway, but at this moment, it was as if someone had grabbed his throat and he couldn't laugh anymore. A vicious expression appeared on his face. He clapped his hands and took out an earthen yellow sword talisman. He urged his transcendence energy, and the sword talisman suddenly expanded, becoming a huge sword more than half a foot wide. Jiang Mingxiao waved his hand, and the surrounding spiritual energy of heaven and earth was absorbed by the huge sword. Then, just as Jiang Mingxiao was about to use his divine sense to urge the huge sword, Shaohua's figure suddenly stood up and he sneered, "You want me to pledge my allegiance with this little ability? Go home and cultivate for another 100 years. Chapter 1527. After that, Shaohua didn't give Jiang Mingxiao any chance to swing his greatsword. His entire body was like a gust of wind, and he instantly arrived in front of Jiang Mingxiao. Similarly, he waved his hand, and a dozen fireball talismans surrounded Jiang Mingxiao's body. Rumble! The fireball talismans were incomparably powerful. Not only did they blast Jiang Mingxiao to the point that he fled in a sorry state, they even disrupted the entire scene. Shaohua originally used the devil spear tip in his hand, but just as he took it out, he remembered that there were many cultivators here. Moreover, even if he stabbed Jiang Mingxiao to death, he would only be teleported out of the illusory formation. The secret of his devil spear tip couldn't be kept. Rather than that, he might as well not use it. Shaohua could be considered to have hit the mark by a fluke. Jiang Mingxiao was a mid-stage 11th stage qi refinement cultivator and already had divine sense. If Shaohua threw out the fireball talisman from afar, he absolutely couldn't get within 1 zhang of his body. Naturally, he wouldn't be able to succeed. At this time, even if Jiang Mingxiao had divine sense, the fireball talisman had already exploded within 1 qi of his body. He could only flee. Hee, Shaohua saw that Jiang Mingxiao's defense had been blown to pieces by the fireball talisman. His hands moved again, but right at this moment, an earth spike suddenly flew out from under his body and was about to pierce into the sole of his foot. Humph! Shaohua's figure flew again, dodging the earth spike. He turned his head to look at Wang Qiming, who was not far from him and had a trace of astonishment in his eyes. Damn it, this guy should have gone to sneak attack Jiang Mingxiao. Why did he attack me? Shaohua glanced at Wang Qiming. Although he was puzzled in his heart, he didn't pay much attention to him. Seeing that Wang Qiming had come to his senses and was forming another seal, wanting to attack him, Shaohua immediately circulated his magic power. His figure flashed as he closely chased after Jiang Mingxiao. Moreover, the fireball talismans in his hand shot out one after another. Jiang Mingxiao, who was fleeing in a sorry state, was incomparably depressed. He really didn't expect Shaohua to make the first move. Moreover, he absolutely didn't expect Shaohua's speed to be so fast. The fireball talisman was of such a high level. For a moment, he lost the initiative and could only flee outside. He wanted to avoid the fireball talisman first, then use his divine sense to deal with Shaohua. However, the fireball talismans were endless, causing Jiang Mingxiao to almost vomit blood. Just as he steeled his heart, several ice net of ice talismans in his hand. He was prepared to take the opportunity to use his divine sense to resist the fireball talisman and take the opportunity to take his magic tool. When suddenly a swift and fierce aura from the sky, very sharply, the yellow talismans, the talisman's talisman, of course, of a sudden, of S2's, a sharp cheese sharp took the opportunity of S2 of his own. Tool. Of course, of the S's, S I2, SSS. I, of SDO's, S's heads of his, S that of his of course, of, hit, S's of his, he of his of. Him's when he's he of. Humph. Xiao Hua sensed the magic power of this of his magic power, and with a wave of his hand, a half-foot-long thunder palm shot out from his hand. It directly hit Wang Qiming's SS of his, and immediately broke the of his. At the same time, Jiang Mingxiao's figure disappeared. Crash! A series of sounds rang out, and unexpectedly, 14 number plates fell from midair. Xiao Hua was overjoyed. With a wave of his hand, the 14 number plates were all caught by him, and very nimbly, he put them into his storage pouch. From the moment Xiao Hua threw out the fireball talisman to the moment he used his black iron needle to kill Jiang Mingxiao, all of his movements were as quick as lightning, far exceeding the expectations of the crowd of cultivators. Therefore, no one expected these 14 number plates to be his. By the time they saw them clearly and their thoughts had just arisen, the number plates had already been put into Xiao Hua's storage pouch by Xiao Hua. The happiest of all was Wang Qiming. His entire thin face was flushed red. With a wave of his hand, he formed another seal, and his figure flew in the direction of Xiao Hua, chasing after him. However, something Wang Qiming didn't expect happened. Xiao Hua didn't flee. Instead, with a cold smile on his face, he actually rushed over just like him. This guy actually isn't afraid of death? Wang Qiming's brain couldn't quite wrap itself around it. The confinement technique in his hand was still unleashed. Crack! When Xiao Hua casually used a palm of thunder to break the confinement technique, Wang Qiming suddenly thought, this is bad. Jiang Mingxiao's cultivation is at the middle stage of the 11th layer of the qi refining realm. Just like me, he was killed by this guy. Wouldn't I also be no match for him? But he's only at the 10th layer of the qi refining realm. Damn it, I actually still have to chase after him. Wang Qiming's brain reacted slowly, but his cultivation wasn't fake. When Wang Qiming came to his senses, his figure immediately rushed towards the sky, as if he wanted to change directions and avoid Xiao Hua. What a pity. Although he was at the 11th layer of the qi refining realm, a layer higher than Xiao Hua's realm, how could his flying talisman compare to Xiao Hua's flying technique? Just as he flew into the air, Xiao Hua's figure appeared behind him. Where do you think you're going? Xiao Hua asked indifferently. Xiao. Fellow Taoist Xiao, please spare my life. Wang Qiming couldn't bear it anymore and shouted loudly, I was possessed just now. I shouldn't have attacked fellow Taoist. Since fellow Taoist has already killed Jiang Mingxiao and collected all the number plates, please take pity on I. This little one only has 11 number plates. If fellow Taoist Xiao can let I go, I will enter the Imperial Thunder sect. These cultivators in my hands will all be under fellow Taoist Zhao's command. The dozen or so cultivators under Jiang Mingxiao and Wang Qiming's command were all around the 8th layer of the qi refining realm. Under the might of Xiao Hua's dozens of fireball talismans, they had already hidden far away. They simply didn't have time to clearly see what was happening in the field. When the fireball talisman's raging flames disappeared, they saw a middle stage of the 11th layer of the qi refining realm being chased all over the sky by a late stage of the 10th layer of the qi refining realm. As he fled, he even begged for mercy. This situation, how could they not be shocked? This young master doesn't care. Xiao Hua sneered. If you dare to reach out to this young master, then you should be prepared to be killed by this young master. As Xiao Hua spoke, he also threw a large pile of fireball talismans at Wang Qiming's body. At this moment, Wang Qiming seemed to have come to his senses. This was an illusion formation, so there was no danger to his life. Seeing that Xiao Hua didn't intend to let him go, he stopped and clapped his hands. A magic tool in the shape of a gourd was taken out by him. Urging his transcendence energy, a misty blue brilliance shot out from the gourd's mouth. From top to bottom, it gradually protected his entire body. The dozen or so fireballs exploded around the blue light, but they only shook the blue light back and forth. They couldn't harm Wang Qiming at all. Fellow Taoist Xiao. Wang Qiming's face had a trace of satisfaction. Seeing that the blue light had already merged together under his feet, his heart relaxed, and he opened his mouth to speak with a smile. It was also at this moment that a jet-black brilliance appeared under his feet. With lightning speed, it pierced the place where the blue light had just converged. The blue light only resisted slightly before it was immediately pierced by the brilliance. With a pu sound, that brilliance pierced into the sole of Wang Qiming's feet. Ah! Wang Qiming was stunned, and he unconsciously lowered his head. Unfortunately, before he could understand what was going on, his entire body swayed, and he slowly disappeared from where he was standing. Hua hua! A series of sounds rang out. Sure enough, 11 number plates scattered in midair. Without waiting for Xiao Hua to make a move, the dozen or so cultivators on the left were all moved. Each of them urged their flying talismans to rush towards those number plates. Xiao Hua wasn't nervous. He stood in midair with his hands behind his back, and he coldly laughed. I want to see who dares to take away these number plates under my eyes. Swoosh! All the cultivators immediately came to their senses and uniformly stood in midair, not daring to take even half a step forward. Xiao, fellow Taoist Xiao, you already have 14 number plates. You're definitely going to be a disciple of the Imperial Thunder sect. A cultivator timidly said. These 11 number plates. Senior, please be merciful and give them to whoever you find pleasing to the eye. If we enter the Imperial Thunder sect, we'll all follow fellow Taoist Zhao's lead. Humph! Xiao Hua waved his hand, and those 11 number plates fell into his storage bag. He looked around and shook his head. I have no interest in your so-called cultivation family's methods. You guys should go find your own opportunities. Everyone's face revealed regret, but seeing that it was getting late, they didn't dare to stay any longer. Just as they were about to fly away, they heard Xiao Hua say, fellow Taoist called Ma Miaoming, you don't need to leave. Leave your number plate behind and return to the Thunderclap Peak by yourself. You. Ma Miaoming already had a bad feeling in his heart. Hearing Xiao Hua's words, he bitterly smiled and said, fellow Taoist Xiao, I just want to protect myself. If I don't curry favor with Jiang Mingxiao, I also won't. Fellow Taoist Ma, there are thousands upon thousands of cultivation paths in the world. You can choose any one of them. Since you've chosen the path of relying on Jiang Mingxiao, you naturally have the awareness of your choice. In order to curry favor with Jiang Mingxiao, you dared to offend I, so you'll have to accept I's punishment. Xiao Hua indifferently said, fortunately, this is an illusion. You'll only leave your number plate behind as a lesson and won't lose your life. If you're outside the illusion array, this. Ma Miaoming looked at the crowd that had long since fled and sighed. He slapped his storage bag, and unexpectedly, there were 2 number plates inside. He bitterly smiled and said, I've worked hard for so long, but in the end, I've made wedding clothes for others. Forget it, forget it. As he spoke, Ma Miaoming took 2 steps forward, waved his hand, and the 2 number plates flew towards Xiao Hua. Seeing Ma Miaoming take 2 steps forward, Xiao Hua's eyes narrowed. He waved his hand, and the 2 number plates stopped in his hand. However, it only stopped for a moment. Then, Xiao Hua waved his hand again, and the 2 number plates suddenly flew behind Xiao Hua. Woo! A strange roar sounded. One of the 2 number plates suddenly turned into a long snake-like monster. It circled in the air and flew towards Xiao Hua. You. Ma Miaoming, who was in front of Xiao Hua, looked at Xiao Hua in surprise. You. How did you know? How I know is not important. What's important is, you missed the opportunity one gave you. Xiao Hua stood between Ma Miaoming and the other number plate, coldly looking at Ma Miaoming's gradually disappearing figure. That number plate was obviously Ma Miaoming's own number plate. He probably took it out to trick Xiao Hua, and the monster that pounced towards Xiao Hua also disappeared along with Ma Miaoming's disappearance. Opportunity? What opportunity? Ma Miaoming's figure disappeared, but he still didn't understand. That you're tuning in to the Bli Mei's Sword of Destiny YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.